Derrick Henry, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you pretty much. I don't want to say you have to captain one of those two guys. I actually captained DK Metcalf in my lineup, but you know, Henry or Wilson should be at the top of your list. Obviously, you can make the case maybe you want to fade Ryan Tannehill, but Tannehill really hasn't been that terrible either. I mean, 16 points. There's worse QBs than him, but
Sure.
that's probably the high end guy most people will be fading in this one. So expecting high ownership on Russ and Henry, and then we'll see from there.
So totally agree in that, I'm sure both those guys are going to be whatever, 70, 80% owned, if not higher. Russ will probably feel like 95% owned. Certainly the captain percentages are going to be very high for both. I kind of went back and forth a little bit, generally speaking, and it is matchup dependent. We know that, but often if it's a Seahawks sim, I'm captaining Russ. If it's a Titans sim, I'm captaining Henry. I think most people feel that way. I actually, like you, didn't captain either one, though. I decided, you know what, I'm going to try and pay up at a variety of spots, have a little bit more balance in my lineup. So Greg Olsen is my captain, and we'll see how that plays out. I do have Russ and Henry, obviously. A.J. Brown and Corey Davis. And then I decided to go with the Seahawks DST, which is a little counterintuitive, given that obviously there are a few Titans in my lineup that I'm relying on, but at the same time, we know what that defense is capable of, forcing turnovers here in these sims.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, really good, with Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner on it. So Seahawks always kind of in play for these sims, absolutely, as a defensive play. And realistically, like, who else are you going to go to? I mean, right, as a value, right? So,
right,
there's not a ton of like great cheap value in this game. So I don't know.
$3,400 getting 7+ points a sim. So we'll see how it works out. So our smaller free roll, our more modest 140 entry free roll that I created just a couple hours ago. So thanks to everyone for jumping in late. We've got Russ captained at about 16% owned in 83% of lineups. Henry at almost 30% in the captain spot, 75% owned overall. And of course, we can look at some of the larger contests as well, but we thank you all for being with us. The nooner, the seriously, anyway Russ gets traded free roll, and we'll dive into that storyline quite obviously as well. But starting things off, it is the Titans with the ball in virtual Seattle and CenturyLink Field, and no surprise, a handoff to Henry to begin things, but only picks up a few. Again, Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. Mads is our producer. I'm sure Robbie has missed you, Mads. Tom, undercover boss Tom, is our technical director today when he's not, busy running the company. And of course, Kyle and Game Ops, thank you all for being with us. Mads says, I was here last night. Mads, you could be gone for 5 minutes and Robbie would miss you. It doesn't matter that you were here last night.
There's Jonnu Smith on the first catch. Yeah, I was trying to get some sympathy last night. I'm doing 4 sims in a row, and Madison reminded me that she's doing like 6 in a row. So
yeah. Although you have to talk the whole time, at least she can.
It's true.
She has the ability to.
She's just putting up her feet.
Multitask.
That's how I picture our producers, right? Like, they're just sitting there with a cup of coffee, reading the paper, not doing anything.
I was being polite when I say multitask. I could have said totally zone out and ignore us for a while if she wants to. Yeah, we've been here long enough that she more or less, I think, probably trusts that we're not going to at least break the thing. We might teeter on the edge occasionally, but we're not just going to, totally combust the operation.
I think all of our producers are on high alert at all times.
She's in a coffee right
none
now.
None of them actually do what I said they do. They're all very active in the chat and helping. So I was just
for sure. Scoreless, couple minutes into this opening quarter.
Anyways, especially it's not as you have to be on high alert with us as you have to be on with Glash. Like, the worst thing we'll talk about is movies or something. But
right. I actually one of my favorite games within the game, so to speak. One of my favorite activities during the sims is we have a first down pickup and big gain out to the 37 is finding comments in the chat that inevitably someone sends something along, whether it's just a username that they've created or there's something in the chat that's maybe a little saucy, a little spicy, and I'll send it into the chat just for fun to make our producers aware of it, not to call anybody out, get anybody in trouble, just mainly because it probably makes me laugh. So I'm sending it in and I'll say, hey, check this out. And, someone will say like, "Don't read it," and I'll say, "I'm not Glash. I'm not gonna. Don't worry. don't fret. I'm not gonna read it. We're good here."
Yeah, that's why I'm putting it in the chat, because I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't read it.
I'm acknowledging that it exists, that it made me laugh a little bit, but I'm not going to say it aloud. 2nd and 8 from the 35. J-Man on Twitch says, I've got Lockett captain, Olsen, Henry, Davis, Brown, Metcalf, Henry captain for A+. CJ, our guy, Henry captain here also. So, yeah, I mean, again, 30% ownership in the captain spot for Derrick Henry, who just picked up a little bit of a gain out to the 30 as well, as we near the midpoint of a quick-moving first quarter. Not many stoppages. Lisa says, cough, Jeff, so we all get a good night rest and ready for another wonderful sim day? Well, you tell me, because I was on for a couple yesterday, but you were on most recently. Did you get a good night's rest? Are you prepared for a brand new day?
I probably got like 5 hours of sleep, if I'm being honest, but that's often enough for me. I'm not tired or anything like that. I just I had to write a hockey article because there's like an early hockey slate on Sunday. So
no, the nooner is
underway
right now.
This weekend's just been like a big long shift for me. But I mean, again, I'm not exhausted or anything like that. I actually got a really solid 5 hours. So sometimes a solid 5 hours is better than like a.
Whoa! I got a fake. No 47-yarder here.
You missed him.
Incomplete.
You loser.
Man. So that's the second time in as many days. Except yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Seen a fake for a long
I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. Were you here with me for this, Tom? Tom, our technical director? Yeah, it happened yesterday. We had, it was Nick Foles. It was the Bears game, and Nick Foles was the holder, obviously, and they lined up for the field goal or the extra point.
Oh, okay.
Because it was really close. It was a field goal, but it was a field goal, but it was a really short field goal. It was from like 5. They were like 5 yards out from the end zone or something like that. It wasn't what we just saw, obviously. And yeah, Foles, the holder, just took off and ran it in for a touchdown.
Well, of course he did. I mean, he's
very,
right?
Yeah, he's Nick Foles. He's your guy. Very exciting stuff, though. But
Nick
yeah,
Foles, only player with a 100-yard rating in Madden, Nick Foles. But yeah, no, I have not seen one of those in a long time. And again, like I'm pretty consistent in doing these, so. Caught me off
Philly
guard.
special in Chicago, says Tom.
Wake now.
I see. Yeah, if you weren't up before, wake on up now.
Yeah, that's a drop.
So 4th and 5. So that quickly, we're going to be getting rid of the ball here, Seattle. It's looking like. Matt says there was apparently a crazy DeMarcus Robinson catch last night.
Oh yeah, probably the craziest catch you've ever seen in these sims. Like legitimately, I would say. I've seen a couple that were close, but I mean, he literally jumped up between two people, one-handed it, and then when he came down, because he was about to fall on his back, he bounced on his back off a defender, bounced back up, and ran in for a touchdown.
Oh man!
So
how far was the score?
I think it was like 65 yards. So it was Mahomes, obviously. He just chucked it up there. Robinson legitimately, one hand, picked it out of the air between like 4 people, and then again, you figure he's just coming down. But he fell on his back, bounced like it was almost like a trampoline, and then ran in. It was insane. Like I was telling.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's like I was telling Tom. I mean, they need to like cut that out for the promotional material of Madden and just be like, hey, this is what happens on these sims, man. Because it was crazy.
Oh, apparently our own Smash Lana from Twitch put it out on social media.
Let's see. Really?
I'm gonna check it out right now. It's in our chat.
Okay, I'm with you. I got Twitch open. I got the Twitch open.
Oh man, that replay is insane. That is nuts. The way he rolled off his back like that. That is crazy.
Yeah, it's even crazier now that I'm seeing it again. The catch itself is worth it, right? But.
Absolutely bonkers. So yeah, anyone who missed it and you want to check it out, the Smash Lana on Twitter, you can find it. Check it out.
Excellent for putting that up, Smash Lana. Thank you. I'm going to give you a follow.
There you go. Yeah, Smash Lana is active on the old Twitter. Is someone that will tweet at us commentators often, from whether it's highlights, lowlights in some cases, whatever it may be from a sim. He's certainly made Glash a target from time to time. Mad says, easily would have made a Sports Center top 10, no question. Tom says, call PETA. That's animal abuse to any Ram.
God, I just missed the entire Titans series there because I was looking at that highlight. So I have like 3 of the quickest 3-and-outs, and I got another one here too, another missed pass.
On that note, though, it's a good thing that it sounded like you and Carol, right? You and Tom were together last night?
Yeah.
It's a good thing you guys were paying attention, because how often are we just, babbling on about whatever? And
oh, totally.
You miss a great play or a fake field goal or whatever it may be.
That was our first game, and it went to overtime too, so it was like a really long game. So if it was the second game, it is possible, because the second game, obviously, we were out there and it was more boring, so we could have missed it. But that game was pretty exciting. Like, we were kind of into it, watching it a little bit more, because there was always something going on. It was a high-scoring game. So.
Well, and you never quite know with the Chiefs, too.
Exactly right. So, but yeah, I've done that. I admit it. I've missed big plays before.
No, we've all been there. I mean, you do enough of these things, and we've both probably cleared 500 of these sims over the course of their existence. Not much doing there for Russ. Lost some yards. 2nd and 13 from the 42. 2 minutes to go. Opening quarter, no score. Jason says, "What's up, Sim fam? Koff, Jeff, y'all ready for an awesome sim?" We were. We'll see where it goes from here. Obviously, not too much going on offensively, but hey, if you got that Seahawks DST like I do. Joker says, "Happy birthday, Koff. Good morning, fellas. Ops, good luck, Sim fam." Thank you, Joker. Thanks for being with us. David says, D-Rob's been on fire. 8 or 9 sims now.
Oh,
giggling at?
Just the chat, nothing. Anyways, did you see the reports this morning? Like, there's more fire to this Russ Wilson stuff. There's Adam Schefter coming out. Adam Schefter coming out saying like Russ would 100% be happy to get traded to the Bears. Like, what? That is like serious. That is a serious statement. Like, he would be happy to get traded to the Bears.
Why?
I mean, obviously he's not happy where he is, I think, is the biggest
thing. I get that, and we can certainly spend plenty of time on that, but why Chicago? That is just the one that makes the least sense to me of the 4 that came out with, the Saints, the Raiders, and the Cowboys.
I do think it's
the Bears
market
just make
thing.
The least. It's got to be, right? I mean, Chicago's a major city, no question about it. But the Bears, as an organization, if you are Russell Wilson, as he nice run there to the 6, you've got fewer weapons. Not like you have a Lockett-Metcalf combo there in Chicago. Robinson's a free agent. Sure, you have a better offensive line, and we know he cares a lot about that. I'm not so sure you have a better defense. It's close. And the coaching staff, I mean, I guess it depends how he feels about Pete Carroll at this point. Seemingly not great. But you are no closer, in fact, I would say farther away, from a Super Bowl victory in Chicago than you are in Seattle. And I know he's won, so that may not be the end-all, be-all. And for all I know, I don't know if maybe he and his wife have family in the area. I have no clue. I have no idea. But it perplexes me. Why the Bears? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, cap space-wise, them and the Saints are really up against it. The Bears could clear cap a lot easier, though. And I think it's got to be more of a market thing. Maybe just more of a, like you said, maybe he's got some kind of connection. Maybe he does have some kind of connection to that organization we're missing or something. I don't know. But clearly there's something attractive to him about it. So there's been chatter too, like his wife does want to live in a different market. So I'm sure it's more of like just a thing like that. So could be interesting though. I mean, the one thing about the NFL is like teams can rebuild pretty quickly. Like you can cut players quickly, you can create cap space. So the Bears are up against it a bit, but they still have a really elite defense. They got a lot of good defensive players. They'd have to restock the old wide receiver cupboard quickly, but maybe Allen Robinson stays because of that. I don't know. So there's lots of stuff. There's also a lot of free agents in the wide receiver market. Like if they lose Robinson, it's not like they can't sign Chris Godwin or someone like that. So
let's see if we get our first points and touchdown of this game to begin the second quarter. Russ, it's a handoff. We're going to get nope. Carson right back to the line of scrimmage.
Carson. Second goal. But yeah, I think it's more of just he's just not happy in Seattle, and he's just given his list of 4 teams. And yeah, they're probably random to some people, but to him, I'm sure they're more thought out and more personal. So I don't even know if and that's the thing. Like, I know.
Take off, Russ. Yeah, take off. Touchdown.
I don't even think it's about whether the team he's getting traded to is good. I think it's just he just doesn't want to be in Seattle right now. Like that's which is, it sounds crazy because it really did come out of nowhere. Like, it's not like this has ever been a problem before. Everyone just figures, oh, Pete Carroll, Russ Wilson, like they're good buddies. It's all good there.
Right.
But it clearly is not anymore. So, like I said, I don't think.
It truly got to the offseason, and it was, oh, by the way, I'm sick and tired of getting hit as much as I am.
Yep.
and it's just all spiraled from there.
Well, and I think a lot of it does, he wanted to see, I think he wanted to see how Seattle would react, and I don't think they've reacted well at all. Like, they haven't made a statement on it. They haven't come out and said, oh yeah, we're going to do whatever it takes. At least the Packers, when the Aaron Rodgers stuff started, the Packers got out in front of it. They're like, we would be dumb. They literally said we would be so dumb to let Aaron Rodgers go. Yeah. Seattle has said nothing. So it really does sort of speak to, like they're trying to be like, well, we're the organization, it doesn't matter what he's saying. I mean, we're in charge. It clearly is a different dynamic right now. So I think, again, I don't think it's necessarily, it doesn't even matter what teams he's putting up. It's just, if anything, having a bad team like Chicago in there is like an indication of just how bad it is for him in Seattle right now and how likely this could come to a head. So, again, I'm of the opinion that, like, this thing is really starting to snowball. And I think there's a way better chance that something happens than people realize right now. And I'm not saying it's 100% or anything because I don't have any inside info, but this has gotten way further than I ever thought it would be. So.
Smash that like, folks. We're early in the second quarter. 7-0 Seattle off a Russell Wilson rushing touchdown. Maybe his days in a Seattle uniform in real life are numbered, although not to worry, in Simland, he'll be there for a little while longer. We got about 400 watching on the YouTube. Nice pitch right there. A run for Henry. Oh. He's going to get a whole lot out to midfield. Picks up north of 20. So hit that like. Appreciate you. If you're watching on Twitch, appreciate you there as well. Hit the follow. We know a lot of you are there. And a lot going on related to this conversation in the Chat Kings conference room. We'll get to all of that here. So let's see. Let's scroll through. Look at some of the comments. Jordan saying, I do wonder why the Bears are one of his go-to destinations. Chicago is not LA or New York, though, in terms of a market. It is a major market, though. JL says, Lions trash, Pack losing Rodgers soon. Vikings average with no defense. The Bears would take the division in a year or two. Whereas Boston Joe says, you guys act like Chicago's so awful. With Russ and an aging or departed Rodgers in Green Bay, Chicago would absolutely compete for first in the NFC Central. All right, so that's an element of things. That's an element of the conversation we've not gotten into. Would that be an easier division at this stage for him to win, to more guarantee himself a playoff spot than Seattle?
Yeah, absolutely it would be, man. He's got, I mean, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going anywhere at this point, although that could flip on a dime too at some point. All it takes is one report being like, hey, Aaron Rodgers, this is where I go, so, but let's just assume Aaron Rodgers stays for now. Detroit, they're not turning it around in a year, and I don't know if they're ever turning it around, the guy they hired. But and then you've got Minnesota, who, quite frankly, I think is like they might be screwed. Like, their defense is regressing. Well, I just don't think they're going to turn around next year either. Let's put it that way. So Chicago has some issues. The thing about Chicago is, and again, this really comes to my point of I really think things are getting bad in Seattle because Chicago's O-line is probably worse than Seattle's. So that's the one thing. They really have to address that. But if they did, the defensive line is great. The defense just on its own is great. So you've got, really good security there. They've got, a young guy in Darnell Mooney. They got a decent tight end in Cole Kmet. So that's good. They got some weapons. David Montgomery's certainly very capable in the pass game, Cohen, whatever. They just getting wide receivers isn't that hard. It really isn't, especially with a guy like Russ who can turn B wide receivers into A wide receivers. So I think really if they do get Russ, they'd have to create cap space and they have to address the O-line. But it's absolutely there for them. Look, this is a team that basically made the playoffs last year, right? So they're not that bad. I mean, they're certainly capable. But they need to clean up a few things. They definitely could compete. It's definitely an easier division, to your point, 100%. I mean, the NFC West is it's blood sport.
Well, I
man.
mean,
like
yeah,
four
an
playoff
emerging
teams.
Kyler
there.
Murray
like,
in Arizona,
yeah.
obviously, and you got D-Hop there. Obviously, the Rams are going all in with that trade for Stafford and believing that they're Super Bowl contenders at this point. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of noise in that division.
Yeah, it's a rough one. So, yeah, I mean, I'd kind of like to see Russ go to Vegas, but that would be almost. Oh, did he get in? Yeah, he did.
He's in. Touchdown.
Corey Davis.
Corey Davis.
He's another free agent wide receiver. Bring him in for cheap if you're the Bears. Yeah, going to the Raiders would be kind of cool, but Mahomes, Chargers, Denver. Well, Denver's kind of rebuilding. The Denver's nothing, but that'd be a tougher division. So there's some legitimate discussion to have around like him going to the Bears. The biggest thing for me with him going to the Bears is how are they going to create the cap space? There's a couple easy guys I could cut, like Jimmy Graham and stuff like that, but they're up against the cap right now. Like might have to cut some of the guys on defense, which isn't great. So I think that's actually the biggest thing for me. If the Chicago thing's going to happen is how are they going to create the room? Because you don't want to gut your whole team just to get Russ, even though he would be worth it. So.
Mike says that Chicago defense is a monster. There's no defense in Seattle right now. I'm just not a believer, and I realize it's not as balanced, no question, but you still have Wagner and Adams. I just think that there's still potential for that.
Their defense played well down the stretch, to be honest. In spots, their secondary is still suspect, but their defense wasn't really what let them down the stretch. It was the insanely ridiculous offensive play calling in the second half of the season that, quite frankly, all leads back to Pete Carroll, and I think is a big reason why they're now having trouble with Russ. I mean, the dude was having an MVP season,
right,
through 8 games, and I don't think that the reason he stopped was because Russ Wilson just suddenly started playing worse. I think it's because the coach has put a cap on him, and I think it's all related to what we're going through right now. So.
2nd and 10 from the 23, a little more than halfway through this second quarter. 7-7 game. Moose, Koff, Mads, Tom, Kyle, all here with you. And, of course, all of you. Buggy Boo is even here on Twitch, says, everybody hold up. Let's acknowledge my birthday. Happy birthday there, Buggy Boo. Let's see. Keith says, out of curiosity, what's the time difference between New York and where you're at, Jeff? That's 2 hours, correct?
Yep, Mountain Standard.
So
it's a little early here. It's 10 in the morning, 10:20, whatever. Not that bad.
Carl says, this is what happens when you spend your whole career being scared to rock the boat in the media. I don't know how much that is. It's, there's a difference between being scared and unwilling, right? Like, Russ is just never that kind of guy. Like, he wasn't going to, call anybody out, and obviously in a good situation. And
exactly. I mean, he has
a fat deal a couple of years back.
Exactly. He has won a championship with Seattle. It's not been all terrible, right? Like, the last few years, I think, have been. I really think they've wasted his talents. They've like for some reason, just don't want to commit to creating an offense around him, which I just don't know why you would do that. Like taking the ball out of like a top 3 quarterback, it's insane. I mean, I've always been of the opinion like if the best quarterback, the best pure skill quarterback in the NFL is Patrick Mahomes. The second best is Russell Wilson. With where Aaron Rodgers is in age and Tom Brady is in age. I mean, Russ to me is just like you put him in that Kansas City offense, you would see similar numbers. I've always made that argument, but Seattle just, and we saw it. We saw it at the start of the year. It was legitimately happening. I mean, he was outperforming everyone else. So, anyways, I hope he gets straight. At this point, I just want to see him. I just want to see
somewhere else.
Yeah, I want to see him cook, man.
John says, what's going on, Koff Moose? Best host in the DK Sim fam. Checks in the mail, big guy. Thanks. Damon says, I lived in that area, Seattle, for nearly 40 years of my life, and believe me, there's something about sunshine that's good for the soul. I can see Russ being happy in Vegas. Plus, come on, Vegas, baby.
Yeah, Jim, you're right. The Legion of Boom won the Super Bowl. That's absolutely true. But the thing is, the Legion of Boom fell apart right after that Super Bowl, and they kept trying to recreate the Legion of Boom instead of trying to win with their best player, which was then became Russell Wilson because all those guys left. So there's no argument for me, but the problem is they're like Pete Carroll's legitimately living in the past because all he wants to do is recreate that Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the pieces to do it. Like he wants like Marshawn Lynch to come back, and he wants, Richard Sherman and company to come back. And, Jamal Adams is great. Bobby Wagner's great. But, like, your best player is still Russell Wilson. I just don't know why they can't, like, accept that fact. It's really weird.
Short pass for Tannehill completed.
Hump Daddy. He got released.
Yeah. A lot of people speculating he's going to be a Patriot after they, of course, big difference, Brady not being there anymore, but just because the Pats were the runner-up to signing Humphreys a couple years ago before he went to Tennessee. So it's like, well, is it going to happen this time around?
Well,
remember, there weren't a lot of teams that were interested in him then either. It was really the Titans and the Pats. And, and obviously now he's a couple years older, so I don't know what his market's going to be.
Are they going to release Edelman or what do you think?
It's a big, story local to here. It's not obviously a national story, but it's certainly a big talking point around New England is, what is Edelman's future coming off the knee injury? I don't think anybody really knows at this point.
Yeah.
Not to mention whether he even wants to be back.
That's the biggest thing.
Not that he has said or indicated anything to the contrary, but like, you're going to tell me he wouldn't pray to, sign a 1-year deal on short money with Tampa to be reunited with Brady and Gronk?
Yeah,
of course
completely.
He would.
Especially if they don't bring back Godwin. So
right,
or Antonio Brown or something, right? So I could see Tampa doing that. Don't bring back Antonio Brown because he's asking for too much, and just signing Edelman for cheap.
I'm very curious to know
Humphreys again.
What kind of money Antonio Brown realistically thinks he can command on the open market. Not again based on talent, but based on how combustible he is as a human being. And organizations, like obviously it ended poorly in Pitt. It didn't work in New England. It didn't work with the Raiders before that. Whether it was Brady or Arians or the collective keeping him in line in Tampa, whatever the case, it did work. But, now is the team going to be willing to give him a big contract? I just, nobody wanted this guy less than a year ago. Nobody was willing to sign him until Brady basically made it happen in Tampa. So I just wonder if anyone other than Tampa is going to be willing to do it again.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, we could see some teams, there's going to be a lot of movement, right? So obviously, even in the wide receiver category. So, I mean, again, maybe a team like Chicago, they don't have a ton of cap space. They lose Allen Robinson. Who knows what they're going to do with their quarterback position, but maybe they give them a chance just to kind of boost their wide receiver core. So you could see a team like that. I don't know why. You could see a team like that take a chance on him, but you're right. Like, I don't think he's going to get a ton of money, and I think his market will be limited. So we'll see. Well, I think this offseason we'll really see if Antonio Brown is a touchdown?
No, incomplete. Like, did he even ever move out of Brady's house? Wasn't he living with Brady the entire season?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I don't think I don't know. But I think you're going to find out whether Antonio Brown has been a little bit humbled this offseason or whether he hasn't learned anything. Because if he starts commanding things and doing a bunch of social media junk again, it's not a good sign. This is going to come back. It's probably holding.
Yeah.
But if he just, if he takes something and he goes low key and he goes for a low key deal and he signs with a contender, it could work out because realistically, that's where he should be. That's what he should be doing. This is a dude who's completely trashed his image. Well, I mean, he's just been a bad person, quite frankly. So,
yeah.
How do you repair that? Well, you just keep your mouth shut, quite frankly, and
at least you got that.
You try and do good things. So
good things happen to good people.
Yeah, exactly right. But how did he get in that situation? He kept his mouth shut. He just signed. He was thankful. Again, we'll see if he continues that on the offseason or if things switch to the other side now that he's had a little bit more success in his comeback, so to speak. But.
Look, if he had kept his mouth shut, and I mean, obviously there were plenty of off-field things in general, but most of those preceded his time with the Patriots, the
Could
11
win
days
10.
in New England, that one game. So if he just kept his mouth shut that season, when he was blasting off on social media regularly, Brady would have had his guy the whole run. I mean,
totally.
he would have been there the entire year. He wouldn't have found himself out of football for an extended period of time.
Yep, exactly. So he has,
Field goal is good to take us to the half.
It's a good point here. I mean, Carl says, why would he ever leave Tampa, Antonio Brown? And I think that'll be his first choice. It's just, does Tampa necessarily want him back? I mean, he is still a bit of a combustible guy. And look, they have to sign him. Like, they have to come to an agreement. So if Antonio Brown's like, yeah, I'll play for whatever you guys will pay me, I'm not going to be fussy, it's a good chance he'll come back. But, if he's like, well, I won a Super Bowl and, you don't have Godwin. If he starts playing like the leverage game, there's a good chance Tampa will just walk. I mean, they got Tyler Johnson, who's a really good prospect. They could maybe go fishing for Edelman or something cheap.
Mm-hmm.
There's other options. So it's probably whether Antonio Brown comes back to Tampa is going to be up to him. And I'm not convinced that it's like 100%, that he's just going to go quietly into the night, so to speak. So.
Well, speaking of going quietly into the night, our guy Boston Joe says, today's my 60th birthday. It's kind of depressing. I was always 19. Now I'm 60. My turn to be the old guy, I guess. Boston Joe, happy birthday, man. Believe it or not, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Aging, getting older, experiencing life, that's a good thing. Living young, feeling young, that's a good thing too. But, embracing some of that 60, I think is all right. Look, man, I'm closing in on 40. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. It's coming. It is coming.
Birthdays are they suck as you get older. Not gonna lie, but
well, they're definitely not as significant. We don't think of them as fondly as maybe we did in our 20s. That's or earlier than that. But at the same time, I firmly believe you're only. It's as cliche as it is. You are only as old as you feel. So, Boston Joe, you're hanging out with us here in the Sim fam. I think you're feeling pretty youthful.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Sims will get you feeling right. So
10-7 game here as we start the second half. Let's get to 100 likes. We're just about there. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. We do appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a little inspiration, just go back and watch the Super Bowl. I mean, Tom Brady can do it at his age. You can be in the Sims with us. So.
What else we got? Hyro says, this is a fun little activity here that everyone can play. Hyro says, all right, Costradamus. Just wrote my own name. Costradamus. Darnold, Wilson, Rodgers, Watson. Where do they all end up? What do you think? Not even the start of the new league year. Where are guys going to wind up?
All right, so name the QBs again.
All right, we'll go one by one. We were just talking about Wilson. Let's start there. Russ Wilson, where's he signed? Or, well, not signed. Is he back in Seattle or is he traded?
Let's roll the die. I'm gonna say he leaves, and I'm gonna say he goes to. God, I'm gonna say the Bears. I'm gonna say he actually ends up on the Bears.
Okay. All right. Well, let's. This isn't what Hyro included, but let's just, for the sake of it, let's play the domino effect. So if he's a Bear, where's Trubisky?
Yeah, Trubisky is a really interesting one. Who takes a chance on Mitch? Because someone's going to. Washington is a possibility. I'm going to say Washington.
Okay. Well, then, how about, should we even bother with Alex Smith? Is he going to just wind up somewhere as a backup?
Alex Smith. Maybe they bring in Trubisky and Alex Smith. So I could see that, just him staying put. Well, someone's got to go to Seattle. Let's put Alex Smith in Seattle.
Really?
Why not? That's what Pete Carroll wants
Carroll's
to do.
Looking for he wants a game manager?
Yeah, absolutely he does. That's exactly what he wants. So, yeah, I'll put Alex Smith in Seattle.
Okay. How about Darnold? Sam Darnold. That was part of Hyro's list.
Okay. Sam Darnold is interesting. So you got the Texans out there. I am going to say Denver. makes the move. They strike out with everyone else, but they grab Darnold. They go Darnold lock. Big QB competition.
I like that one, actually. 2nd and 6 from the 41. 2 minutes
Makes a little bit
plus
of sense,
gone
right?
by here in the third. Does, absolutely does. Okay, how about Deshaun Watson?
Okay, I've been vocal. I think the Deshaun Watson market right now is Carolina, the Jets, and Miami.
Yep.
Tom was given a little info last night that apparently Deshaun Watson is hanging out at a big race, like a NASCAR race in the Miami's owners box.
Really?
He's been linked to. Oh, there goes Russ, by the way. Nice little run.
Yep.
Nice little jaunt down the sideline. He's been linked to like hanging out with some other Miami players. I know he's come out and said the Jets, but does he really want to play for the Jets? I'm going to say Miami. Let's go. I would like to see him on Carolina, but I'm going to say Miami. I'm going to say that happens, which means Tua goes to Houston.
Tua goes to Houston. Okay.
Yep.
So that'll be a swap. And then Aaron Rodgers was the only other one that was on that list, but I'm assuming you believe he's back in Green Bay.
I think so. And I think Aaron Rodgers views it as, is there really a better situation out there for me right now? Is there another Devontae Adams, that I'm just going to connect with, like, right off the bat? Let's play the game. Like, where would he go if he went somewhere? San Francisco? I guess that's a definite possibility. I could see that. I could actually see that. But other than that, like, where else? He's not going to, like, some... Oh, nice play. Is that Olsen?
El Capitan, Greg Olsen with a touchdown. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you don't see... Oh, man, Greg Olsen breaking tackles like that very often, so... Apparently, Seattle might be trying to get in Zach Ertz as well, so...
Lindenbaum says, don't listen to Tom, Jeff. He told us all the other night to ignore definitions from Merriam-Webster.
Tom and Jordan were going at it a little bit in the chat last night, I'm not going to lie.
That guy eats forest meatballs. Don't listen to him.
Who were we talking about? Aaron Rodgers, yeah. So is there any other logical like landing spot though? Like maybe he goes to the Raiders or something? I don't know. Maybe.
All right, so I'll play the game too, trying to remember all the guys we talked about. So Rodgers is back in Green Bay to me. Yeah, Tom says Patriots.
Give me your take.
Man.
Yeah,
dare to dream. I don't see it. Rodgers is back in Green Bay. Deshaun.
Yeah,
look, nothing would surprise me at this point, obviously, and I agree that is his market, the teams that you brought up. However, I'm going to go off board, and I'm going to say he winds up back in Houston. I'm going to say that the Texans dig their heels in, that Nick Caserio's not looking to have this be his first significant move. Right after, obviously it's less impactful, but name recognition. Right after J.J. Watt leaves and you bring in a new coach, I think he's back in Houston next year. I'm going off board. Russ, I may as well be consistent. It's boring, but I may as well be consistent. All I've been doing is shouting for days about how the Seahawks aren't going to take that dead cap hit. I'm going to say he's not going anywhere. I don't think he is. Trubisky is interesting. I certainly don't think he's back in Chicago unless the Bears truly have no options.
No, I really don't think. I even if they don't have options, I don't think he's back. Like they've just been so active trying to get people. I mean,
Who did you say Washington or did you say Denver?
I said Washington, yeah.
I actually like Denver for Trubisky.
Okay, I could see that too. Yeah, I could see Denver. Denver, I think the Pats might be an underdog, although I haven't really been linked to him at all. But that could change.
They've been linked to Mariota quite a bit.
Yeah, I think Mariota would be more of a Patriots kind of target. But yeah, Denver definitely. I think you could throw Trubisky in there, have like a lock Trubisky competition.
Yeah.
Maybe Houston ends up trying to take a shot on him or something too. So there's a couple spots. Mitch could just end up as a backup too for a year.
Right.
Could definitely see that.
Darnold's really interesting too. I really do think that.
And here's before you give me your take.
Yeah.
I think the Jets are going to draft a quarterback at 2. That's why.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, I think that either way, like whether it's Darnold leaving because Watson's there, which I don't think, but again, it's obviously on the board.
It could.
Or whether Darnold is just gone because they draft a QB at number 2. That's what I was going to say. I think that they're going to get rid of him because they're going to take a guy. And unless, of course, they do take a guy and they just it's a QB competition, which is, not out of the realm of possibility. I just don't think it's good asset management.
No.
But it's not like that's been, the definition of the Jets in recent years anyway.
And the thing is, everyone's talking
Although Douglas has done a better job.
People were talking about like, they could get so much if they traded back. Like, they already have a ton of draft picks, and you can get a couple more draft picks for Sam Darnold. So, I just think that when all is said and done, they're going to go to the draft. They're going to look at these QBs, and they're going to be like, Fields, Zach Thomas, they're better than Sam Darnold. Like, they're just better, right? Zach Wilson, excuse me. They're better than they're better than Darnold. Like, there's just higher upside. Now, I think that is the correct take as well. I think both those guys have at least better upside. I think either of them could also be busts. I don't think either of them are guaranteed, but I like the upside with those guys too. So I think they're going to come to that realization as well. And I think you will see the Jets move on. And, again, you threw this out. The Deshaun Watson thing could also happen. So there's just too many possibilities there. I think Darnold is, and the other thing is, like, from a media standpoint, you've already been linked to Deshaun. Now you're going to be linked to these two other QBs. Like, at some point, the negative press around Sam Darnold for the Jets just becomes too much that you should just move on. And there's a Henry touchdown.
Yeah, Waltz is in. Effortless.
Yeah,
Titans take the lead. Late here in the third quarter. Smash that almost at 100.
I was thinking Darnold might be a good target for the Colts, but obviously they made their move. Reich, kind of linked to Carson Wentz and stuff, which made sense. I think I would have rather taken a shot with Darnold if I was the Colts, but,
Tell you what, if it were, it won't. So let me preface by saying it won't happen because he's a Jet. But if he played for any other team, I could see Sam Darnold going to the Patriots.
Yeah, because it's an interdivision thing, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
even totally because it's an interdivision thing, but because it's a Jet thing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's no way they're trading him to the Patriots. There's just zero chance.
Right.
They'd rather get like negative return, for Sam Darnold than trade him to the Patriots.
Exactly. Like, we're, this guy's been terrible here. We're going to let Belichick coach him up.
Yeah.
No chance.
And just have that hanging over our franchise for 10 plus years, potentially.
Right. Yeah. No way.
Yeah. I think the other spot, Kirk Cousins and the Vikings are interesting too. I still think San Francisco is going to try and make a move for Kirk Cousins. I really do. So, Darnold could end up with
really
Minnesota.
There,
Minnesota is a possibility for Darnold too if that happens. There's just so many potential dominoes here, and if one of them starts to fall, like, they could all fall, right? So.
Tom says, Tom, our TD, controls content. He does it all. Said, would Taysom Hill stay to be the lead QB in New Orleans? So New Orleans is fascinating, right? Because, you would have thought if you were a believer, and this is, if obviously you're Sean Payton, if you were a believer that Jameis Winston was going to be the guy that followed Drew Brees, maybe when Brees was hurt last year, you would have actually given Jameis an opportunity to see if there's anything there. And they did. They leaned on Taysom Hill. But I still, and I'm not Sean Payton, and we know Sean Payton loves the guy, but I feel like Hill is still, and I'm selling him short and labeling him this way because he's better than this. But I still look at him and say he's a gadget guy. He's not a guy that is going to be a 16-week starting quarterback in the NFL, let alone a team like the Saints, who's got so many weapons there that, you're not that far away from being a contending team with the right guy at QB, obviously. You had an aging Drew Brees, but if you had a Drew Brees in his prime, you're right there. So and I'm not saying Winston's the guy. I think Hill's back. Like, I think Hill's still a part of everything, but I don't think Taysom Hill is that team's starting quarterback come week one. I really don't.
Yeah, I could definitely see them just rolling with, bringing both back, obviously, and bringing Winston back. Unless they do like win the Russ sweepstakes, so to speak, then
sure.
I think that's a very big possibility. Tom was suggesting that is the, because he does do a podcast with Morton Anderson, who's obviously connected to the Saints a bit.
Yeah,
and he was saying that's kind of the rumor that they're going to bring Winston back. So, but I don't think it's a guarantee that Winston's a starter there if they do bring him back. Henry getting close to the bonus here. Just give people a little update. Yeah, Wilson, 58 yards rushing, 87 for Henry. Both guys have touchdowns, but Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like a guarantee that that Taysom Hill's the starter if both those guys are there either.
Jonnu Smith at the bonus, 7 for 100.
Yeah, right on the
touchdowns
bonus.
for Davis and Olsen. Yeah. 17-14 Tennessee at the close of 3. Fourth quarter, obviously, on the way. Carlos Hyde has been very quiet. A good thing I didn't play him because I thought about it. He was in there at one point. Our guy, Matt Nelson, is leading our smaller free roll by about 1.5 right now. I'm sitting 44th at the last update. Where are you?
Oh, I didn't get mine in. I only got it in the free. I got it.
Right, how many points do you have?
I have 55.7 points.
Oh, okay. I have 70.5. So your 55 would put
No,
you...
wait. That's not true. I have 66.19 points.
Okay. All right. More respectable. So that would put you 69. You'd be in 69th place.
All right. Nice. Perfect. Exactly where I want to be. Yep. Exactly the lineup where I want to.
Guess who's in the chat? And it's really him. It's been verified. Our guy, Matt LaMarca. He says Watson and Wilson to the Jets. Double QB offense. LaMarca, since you're here with us away anyway, because you're in the chat, play the game with us. Let's pretend you're commentating for half a second. Where are these guys going? We've been throwing out just blanket predictions right now. Russ, Rodgers, Watson. You can go down to obviously the likes of your guy Darnold and Tua and Smith and Trubisky. I mean, any of these QBs that are in question we've been talking about. LaMarca, hit us up in the chat. Tell us where guys are coming today. Where are they going to go?
Starfighter, what are you trying to ask me about? You're just babbling about Mountain Standard Time. So definitely throw out a question. I'm watching the chat. I just legitimately,
May I have your attention for a moment?
I am on Mountain Standard Time. Is that the question? I don't know. Throw it out. You got my attention, man. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen any question marks at the end of your statements, but
Jeff's a big punctuation guy.
Yeah, very big
grammar guy. If you're looking to get his attention, he needs to know what's going on. I am. You brought it up before. I am definitely interested in these Niners, Shanahan, Cousins dots being connected and whether or not that becomes a reality.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely out there looking for upgrades, right?
Right down to the point where you even have Garoppolo saying he'd waive his contract or waive his, no trade clause.
Yeah.
LaMarco, who's typing in slow motion, says, I still think Watson to the Dolphins makes the most sense. So we got that one. We got one take.
Yeah, I kind of think so too. I think when it all comes down to it, he'd rather the Dolphins too. I know he's been linked to the Jets a bit, but that might just be the media trying to build it up a little bit, To
your point before, then Tua is a Texan. There's no way that deal gets made without Tua going the other way.
Oh, completely.
The Texans obviously getting a quarterback.
And just from a Miami perspective, you're just wasting a first-round draft pick. Yeah,
right. How about Ryan Fitzpatrick? Is he going to be starting somewhere next year, or is he going to be a backup to start the year, or even obviously winds up in one of these places where he is competing for a starting quarterback job come camp? I love all things Ryan Fitzpatrick. What happens here?
Patriots, man. I mean, Patriots for sure.
Did you see he had done an interview? This was a few weeks back. We've obviously LaMarca. I'm thinking about Russ. LOL. I'm the fastest typer. I'll dust you in a speed test any day of the week. Cough.
Okay, I have to address this.
All right,
so Starfighter is asking me, how does primetime viewing go in Mountain Time? So, if it's a 7:00 Eastern start, it's a 5:00 start here. So, the early games start around 5:00 in Mountain Time. And
what about TV shows? If a show is normally on at 8:00 Eastern here, prime time.
Yeah, so it's 6 here.
There?
Yeah, 6 here. So
because on the West Coast they still do it at 8. They just you see it on the West Coast later than you do on the East Coast.
Right. Yeah. Generally it's done live. They used to do that more here, but again, I don't really know what the question is. I think you're just asking me how does primetime viewing work? Yeah, they generally just I don't watch cable TV anymore, so like I don't even know. Like I don't watch any of these TV shows. So, but what they used to do is, they used to be on like 2 times. Like you used to be able to get like the East Coast channels on different channels, and then they'd like replay them on the Mountain Standard Time. So it's been a while since like I've even had to think about that. But I guess if you're wondering, yeah, I mean like most things just play here when they play on the Eastern Coast. I think that's your question.
Fumble.
It's a very strange conversation.
Who's got it?
Anyways.
Titans have it. Rossi's in the chat now, too. It just says Matt.
Oh, okay.
I love that Rossi and Lamarca are both in the chat. I love that I love all our commentators. I really do. I love that, because, like, I'll hop in the chat. Obviously, Splash is in the chat all the time. I love that even when you're not calling a sim, you're just jumping in to see what's up every once in a while. It's a great thing. Great community we've got here. That's how you know, folks, that this doesn't, this isn't like work. This doesn't feel like work. This is fun for us. We just like being here with you.
My local news is they don't like adjust the local news to Eastern time, obviously. The 11 o'clock news, if there's an 11 o'clock local news show, they're not like, oh, let's make the 11 o'clock news at 9. No, that's obviously the same. So local shows abide by local time. Again, hopefully that clears everything up for you. Again, I don't watch cable TV, so I haven't watched local news since I was about 18 or something. So
you prefer not to be informed.
I really prefer not to be informed. And when I do need to be informed, I just use Twitter. It gives me all the correct information. So
here's a dynamic. Rossi says, so much love. Lamarca immediately follows with, to be fair, I was watching something else on YouTube, and it brought me here after.
It just ended. Lamarca's like, I guess I'll tune in to The Sims for a bit.
Whereas Matt says, Jeff, have you ever logged into YouTube when you're not on a sim?
Good God,
Probably just to watch movie trailers, right?
That's right, exactly. Actually, I was doing that last night.
See, there you go. What I was starting to say about Ryan Fitzpatrick, a couple minutes left here in the fourth quarter, see if the Titans could put this thing away. Yeah, Tom says Mortal Kombat trailer all day. Hell yeah. So Fitzpatrick was on the Pat McAfee show a few weeks back, who obviously has great guests, does great interviews. McAfee's a funny dude. Everybody knows that, I think. And it was right after the reports of Stafford, behind closed doors refusing to go to the Patriots if that were a trade.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he was asked about that. He says, is that a thing for you? Derrick Henry, another rushing touchdown. So is that a thing for you? Is it a, do you not like the Patriot way, or do you not view that as a good opportunity for a quarterback with so few weapons? Like they were trying to, attempting to spin it in, or do you not want to be the guy that follows Brady, even though obviously Cam Newton already did that? Mm-hmm. And Fitzpatrick, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, he laughed and he said, I love Matt. I think he's a great guy. I can't wait to watch him with the Rams. It's going to be awesome. As far as, my future, I don't necessarily have the ability to be as picky. Yeah. Which is just such a great way to put it.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, and realistically, like, if Ryan Fitzpatrick gets a contract or a starting chance at this point in his career, like, he's probably going to take it.
Exactly.
I don't know. Like, I mean, someone's
going to employ him, for sure.
Exactly.
And he's inevitably going to start for that team at some point because he always does.
Maybe the Eagles, a team like that. You could see that. Just bringing in veteran backup, a guy they can throw in if Hurts really goes downhill. Maybe Denver brings him in, Drew Lock insurance. Maybe the Colts aren't big believers in like Jacob Eason as a backup. Tons of he'll get a contract. Carolina. Maybe they strike out in the big name and they want. I don't know. Probably not Carolina.
And again, at some point, he's going to start for that team because if you look back at Ryan Fitzpatrick's career, there is never a time, even when he is designed to be the backup quarterback to start the year, he will start. At some point in time, he will start, guaranteed.
Yeah, the starter of the team that he goes to, better take out like insurance. Cursed. You better take out insurance real quick or something like that,
Fitzpatrick's got a voodoo doll of you, man. Like I would love to talk to Fitzpatrick about that. And he seems like the kind of guy that would be open about just, obviously having a lighthearted, jokey conversation about it. Like he has to know that, he's had some good fortune in his career. I'm sure he also looks at elements of his career where he hasn't had good fortune, but he's always in the mix. He is always in the mix. You still dealing with Starfighter?
There's just a very, very big interest in the time differences and stuff, and it's fantastic.
Well, I really just found out today that time zones are a thing.
I don't really want to talk about it anymore, though. So, the X Factor lit for Russ. It was a flag on this one. Could be roughing the passer or holding him.
10-point game. The game is obviously effectively over in all likelihood, but with regard to your lineups, we'll see. Obviously, plenty of opportunity for garbage points on the way. Although we do have Stare 'em Down. Stare 'em Down is running away right now with a 7-point lead in our small free roll. Russ connects. Metcalf inside the 10.
My captain. A little bit more from him.
Sure.
I need a lot more from him. I need like 2 touchdowns.
Stare 'em down, running away, even with a goose egg from Dorsett. He's got Henry in the captain spot with about 45 points. Russ, Davis, Jonnu Smith, and the Titans DST. Got Robbie Noble in the chat talking about race day. It is a NASCAR Sunday.
Race day, some golf going on as well into the WGC. Bunch of guys. There's a
touchdown! Hey, Captain Olsen, second of the day.
Beat up by Josh Gordon there in the celebration. Yeah, Greg Olsen though, man. Like obviously the key play now. Your team must be doing good. Where are you at?
You'd be surprised. We'll see. We'll see after the points.
I would be surprised. Just be way up. I guess Jonnu Smith's having a really big game too. Russ, 28 points. Henry, 30 points.
Yeah, because I've got some holes. Like the Seahawks DST is not done.
Did you fade Henry?
No, I have Henry.
Okay.
I have Russ, and I have Olsen. I even have Corey Davis, but AJ Brown's only got 2 points. I'm sitting 38th at the last update.
That's pretty strong.
I'm nowhere near the top, but obviously I'm not having a bad day. Matt Nelson back in front after that Greg Olsen touchdown. Olsen might be the player of the game here, folks. He might be.
There's a couple different candidates, but he's up there for sure.
Olsen, obviously Smith, Henry, goes without saying.
Olsen's only got 37 receiving yards. Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
18 points, though.
Hit that like, folks, if you're having a good time. If you're having the hashtag so much fun. Our guy Rossi.
Oh, they got it. Did they get it? Yeah. Oh, no, they didn't. Shoot, sorry. I really thought they got that for a sec. I was like, that was definitely not as clean as you see. It was bouncing around for a second, but I couldn't get there quick enough. Which is good because I really have to use the bathroom. So.
So much for the 2-point or the onside kick being recovered. Didn't work out. So 2nd 11 from the 46 on the way. We've got you for the next sim as well. The two of us should be a fun one. Certainly more quarterback talk on the way. We've got the Texans and Broncos, a couple of teams with question marks.
Ooh, yeah. A couple of elite teams. Could potentially be like 2 bottom 5 teams next year for sure. So.
Not that long ago for Houston, man. Denver too, if you want to go back to the Manning days, but even sooner than that, or more recent than that, not that long ago on the Houston side of things, that was 2 years ago that team was in the playoffs.
Yep. No, Deshaun had taken to the playoffs a couple of years. They were in a weaker division. They were taking advantage of it, but those days have kind of passed.
Do you put that and plenty of give us a little preview with 10 seconds left for the next sim? What percentage do you put on Bill O'Brien? Is it 100%? Is it 80%? Is it, in terms of taking them from where they were to where they are now?
Bill O'Brien is like the architect of that team. So
right, he was the GM and coach.
Exactly.
He's
like realistically, He's to blame for all of it. I mean, you know, he had Deshaun Watson. He chose not to build, certain pieces around him.
He traded DeAndre Hopkins
to waste
Duke
DeAndre
Johnson.
Hopkins. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins and the Deshaun Watson duo was what was making them competitive. Why not just keep those and try and build cheaply with their defense and build the O-line and D-line that way? He's responsible for most of it, to be honest. Let's be honest. I mean, I don't even know where else you put the blame. I mean, sure, a couple players didn't work out. JJ Watt, is regressed, whatever, injured, but he just didn't make smart personnel moves at all in many aspects, and never got that team over the hump. They had a great opportunity, realistically, to build a pretty solid team in a weak division, but they just, I don't even know, man.
So Jonnu Smith hit the bonus 7 for 100. LaMarcus says, "Cough and Jeff again." That's it. I'm out.
I fully understand if you can't handle another Moose, Sim at this point. I mean, I can barely even listen to myself talk anymore. So
but it was LaMarcus saying it though. It wasn't just and any old Joe in the chat. He kids says he loves us.
Henry
I love Jeff and Cough Daddy.
Henry ended up with 30.1 points. That's unofficial. But,
let's see. And we are aware of the Titans DST issue. We will get that corrected for you folks, not to worry. Although it's not going to impact the winner anyway of our nooner smaller free roll. That's going to be Matt Nelson, barring any stat adjustments, with only about a 3/4 point victory, with Smith in the captain spot, Wilson, Henry, Davis, Olsen, and Myers. But obviously, as is the case with the manual scoring, everything will be finalized shortly after the sim. It always is. There has never in our history of doing about 2,000 of these been a sim with inaccurate points come everything being finalized. So be patient. We appreciate you. So your Krusty Koff player of the game, where are you going? Obviously, you got a few contenders here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jonnu Smith, 100 yards, 7 receptions, 20 DK points, basically doubled his average. So I'll go there. It kind of was quiet in the second half, but still, that's just really good value for what you're getting there at 7,000.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously not much ownership there, just 30%, 5.7 in the captain spot, 7 for 100, clearly a bonus, and 30 points as the captain. So what about your babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Who disappointed you?
Yeah, I guess we got to give it to AJ Brown. What did he end up with? 1 catch or something?
1 for 10, 2 points.
1 for 10. So yeah, AJ Brown.
He was in about a little more than a quarter of line.
Love AJ Brown as a player. AJ Brown's gonna be a great fantasy target next year. No Corey Davis, but for this sim, it's not my kid.
Not your kid. Not good. Not so good. All right. Well, congrats to Matt Nelson on your victory, sir. Provided that holds. We appreciate you. LaMarcus says, "All right, Sim fam, I will be leaving. Enjoy the rest of your day, friends." Well, I guess if LaMarcus going, we should too. Difference is we will be back. So thanks to Mads, thanks to Tom, our undercover boss here, thanks to Kyle as well, and all of you for hanging out with us. Jeff and I will be right back in, let's call it 55 minutes before the next sim, the Mad Matinee. Jump in the free roll. The contest's in the DK Sim Fam Friends lobby, and you got the Titans and Seahawks behind you after a fun game, and the Texans and Broncos on the way. So Moose, grab something to eat, pal. If I think that's what you do around this time in your time zone, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go find some bark or whatever Moose eat and mow down. So
see you in a bit. tell a friend. How are you, buddy?
Doing fantastic as per usual, Adam. And yes, this will run. This will end. You've reached the last quarter of the Moose Sim, marathon. Sad to leave you at this one, but we got just a fantastic matchup here with the Texans and the Broncos. I'm just kidding. Wow. These are two terrible teams, but terrible teams can lead to good fantasy stuff. So who knows?
We all know this sim is going to overtime because heaven forbid Moose's end run in regulation. So let's just keep this party going.
I'm okay with it too. We started with an overtime game, so why not end with it? I don't care. Let's just see where it takes us, folks. Situation. Let's just sit back and enjoy the sim.
Yeah, we'll see what the conversation brings. Always a good time. The Mad Matinee, the How Will the Watson Saga End free roll. Lineups locking in about 90 seconds. So I don't need a full giveaway at this point, but tell me, what'd you do in the captain spot?
So I am just 100% pot committed. Every time there's a Denver sim, I play Courtland Sutton because every time I've played him to this point, he's scored like 3 points or it's like he's had like zeros. So I'm just playing him until he goes scores 1 million points, and then I can be like,
goes ham.
Yeah, that's my.
See, I had him today, guys, and so not only that, committed to paying him, paying up for him, putting him in the captain spot.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just I'm captaining him with Drew Lock. I got I put the Hambler in there as well.
Sure.
Deshaun, Brandon Cooks as well. Obviously, I'm playing Deshaun, and I think you got to play Brandon Cooks as well, but.
Well, I'll tell you what, I also, it's not like we talked about this in advance. We just, similar logic, you're doing it until you're proven right. I'm doing it just to save and have a little bit more balance to my lineup. But Courtland Sutton is also my captain here for this free roll. So we'll be in it together, baby. But I'm sure we will have a little bit of differentiation going all the rest of the way through. We are taking you here to virtual Denver as lineups locking in just a moment. Brian says, hey, thing 1 and thing 2 again. You know what? I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to us.
Anyways, hopefully everyone's having a great Sunday. If you didn't join us for the first one, you're awake now, or you weren't awake for the first one and you're still with us. That's great. Hit that like button, though, guys. Let's get up to over 200 if we could. I'd really appreciate it. I get sad. There's not enough likes. And
don't make this guy tell you where that button is. He will.
Subscribe. No, I'm not doing
that. That's behind you.
It's just. I mean, we're in for. I'm not mustering the
creativity, the strength.
Anyways.
So we both captained Courtland Sutton, but what's the rest of your lineup looking like around him now that we're underway?
So I got Deshaun and Brandon Cooks. That was Will Fuller though on the catch out first one. Now my lineup's locked. I got Sutton, Hamler, Locke, and who's the last person? I threw Tim Patrick in there, but I don't think he does much.
That's not going to work out.
No,
he's only appeared in 4
It's really
sims.
not. No.
Yeah, you're getting a goose egg out of Patrick. I'm sorry to tell you. In fact, you ought to go buy a lottery ticket if Patrick even gets a touch today. That was a just a YOLO. I just really didn't feel like researching. The players down there, so I just looking at the game logs. I gotcha.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even look at the game logs. I just put him in.
Danimal says so. Basically, Intel says that dude's gonna ball out. What's his name? Sutton. Yeah, let's hope Sutton balls out today. So I similar lineup, at least top half anyway. Sutton in the captain spot, Watson and Cooks. Also have Hamler, and then our differentiation is I have Noah Fant and Jerry Jeudy.
Right.
So I'm going to do better than you today.
Yeah. We'll
see. We'll see. Kenny, our pal Kenny Ducey was calling a shot yesterday. We were working together for, I think it was the 4:00 sim. He got on the Twitter chat. He got on Twitter prior to our sim. He's like sitting down having an Eggs Benedict, having himself some brunch, and he sent me just a nasty tweet that he was going to. If I could politely put it this way, kick my butt in the sim. And you know what? To his credit, his lineup was superior to mine.
This is Ducey?
Yeah, it was Ducey. He called his shot. He felt good. And it's not like he went and won, but he did better than me, and that's all he was looking to do.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, Kenny coming in hot fire. He must be all rested up after the Australian, after not sleeping
After all
for
that
like
tennis.
a year. So good for him.
Jason says, you two are the best. Thank you for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. Jason, the pleasure is ours, I assure you. Ryan says, I don't know about you guys, but I am feeling sensational. You know what I need right here? A safety. Hand off. Nope, not going to get it.
I don't think we're going to get it.
5-yard pickup for Gordon. Choker says, Koff, you are the master of deciphering all our typos in the chat. Kudos, man. Well, Choker, it's honestly, it's not difficult. Here's why. I spend more time reading the chat than I do watching the sim.
Yep, I can confirm that.
Yes, seconded. 2nd and 5 from the 8. Uh-oh, Drew. Big pass. What's it going to happen? No, intercepted. Intercepted. Sorry if you got Drew Lock. Reed with the pick.
Yep. Intercepted. So again, the Sutton Drew Lock combo just starting off poorly. This guy's probably not going to start off poorly though. Nope, he's definitely not. Unless the fumbles here. Oh, he did!
Spoken into existence. Broncos get it right back. Wild start to the first 2+ minutes of this sim. Callahan with the takeaway.
It's just so predictable when those rushing quarterbacks don't go down. It's there's at least a coin flip chance of them fumbling.
Smash the like if you woke up this morning and chose chaos.
Yeah. I mean, that Drew Lock pass, just to go back to it, I mean, he rarely makes those downfield passes. So, you know, the fact there's 2 Texans in the vicinity, I'm not shocked that one got picked off. And like I said, Sean had that open field, but as soon as he didn't go down, you're like, first thing that comes to mind is a fumble.
Yeah.
We saw Lamar Jackson fumble a couple times last night. It was a nice pass.
Well, after a 2-yard loss, that was completed.
Guess
First and 10 on the way from midfield.
Oh, it's
the Hamler.
Right, Sutton's 10. I keep getting those two mixed up. Sutton's 10.
Yeah, no, we're not ready for Sutton to make an impact
13.
Yet.
Well, Sutton was the one targeted on that INT.
The world isn't ready for that, man.
No. It's going to be Madden 2022 by the time that connection.
Break the curse says, this is bleeping awesome. That's what I'm saying. Philip Lindsay. 2nd and 2 from the 44 coming. Who's playing NASCAR today, folks? Lineup's locking in about 90 minutes. Less than an hour till the NHL gets going.
Yeah, decent little slate in the NHL.
Jeff's here to provide you with advice, if by virtue.
Yeah, I mean, I stayed up all night writing an article about it. I can't even remember
who you picked, who you chose.
Yeah, well, I just can't remember. It's all disjointed today. There's like 3 different start times, so it's really just messing with my brain. I like the Preds today. Just in general, as like a DFS target. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to think. There was a couple games I liked.
Who do you like in net today if you're building a classic lineup? I've already got
that's a good
mine
question.
situated, but who do you like in net?
Don't hate Rene. Lankinen, the Blackhawks, I like. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at, I think, mainly here.
What about Hart? I've got Hart
actually,
in my lineup
that's what I was going to
now.
bring up. I think Carter Hart he's really risky. He's been terrible late, but it's the Sabres with no Jack Eichel, so like if he's ever going to have a good game, this is in turning around. This is it. So I almost wrote him up as a GPP play, but like I said, Lankinen I think is in a way better spot against the Red Wings. He's been really consistent, and Rene has played well. It's a little bit of a tricky spot with Rene because like the Blue Jackets offense has been hot or cold and they can get really hot, but I think Nashville's playing a bit better right now. So, but Hart and Rene are kind of, if you really want to save salary, actually I don't even think Hart's that cheap, but Hart and Rene are kind of like neck and neck for me. So I was between those two for me. I side with Rene just because I like the Preds, but it's they're both kind of similar plays. Do like the Flyers today too. I mean, no Jack Eichel. They're starting their second. Well, Carter Hutton's worse than Allmark, anyways. So
I made the mistake of playing Binnington last night. That didn't go well.
Well, at least he got some exposure to it. He picked like 3 fights on his way out of town. That was great. Did you see that? Did you see those highlights? Yeah, it was all over Twitter. So he's just like, he obviously heard someone chirping and he's like, no, you know what? No, I'm not just walking off the ice here. Goes to the bench, gives a little drive-by. Another guy chirps at him. Boom.
give you.
And then just on the way, it's like, oh, hey, you want some of this Dupnik? Yeah. That was great. That's one of the best things.
Show that sass, kid. I like it.
Oh, you could just see it, though. Like, you could see him skating to the bench, and you just see something. You could tell someone said something or something in his brain clicked. He's like, no, this is not how it's ending. It's just like, you could just see the whatever trigger it just clicked in his head, and he skated over to the Sharks bench, and he's like, this is going down right now. It was great. What a crazy game, too.
It really was. What, a 7-6 final, something like that?
Yeah, was it 7-6? Or no, I think it was 8-7, wasn't it? No, 7-6. You're right. You're right. No, it was 7-6. Yeah.
5-yard pickup. Melvin Gordon enough for a first. 1st and 10 from the 11. About 2 minutes to go here in this opening quarter.
Blues did end up winning. Dubnik.
Unfortunately, Bennington though didn't even get the win bonus.
No, I know,
because he'd been pulled.
Yeah, well, what did he end up with points? Minus, I assume.
Yeah, I bet he was negative. I didn't even.
It was so bad he didn't even check. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of those nights.
Well, and that's the thing with the NHL DFS. If your goalie gets pulled or something, like, unless you got guys like just going ham in your forwards like lineup, you're toast. Exactly. I mean, I have cashed with terrible goalies before, but you gotta really get the goals.
Yeah, my lineup wasn't great last night. Put up like, I don't know. I'd have to look, but I think it was around, 75 points. Wasn't a good lineup.
Well, no, I mean, and like the Oilers forwards all busted last night because they got shut out. Yeah. So it was actually kind of a weird night for DFS. You really had to be on St. Louis and San Jose.
3rd and 5 from Locke. Time. Running out of it, though. JJ's coming at you. Done.
Oh, and he fumbled.
Oh, no. Giveaway after giveaway after giveaway.
Houston get that? Yep.
Yep.
Here's the answer. Yeah, Haskins, Locke, all the terrible QBs. They just sit there. You can just see it coming.
Nice run.
Is that Duke Johnson, no longer of the... Yeah, it is Duke Johnson. He got released.
We got a few guys that are no longer of the
Yep.
here in Simland at this point in time.
Humphreys, another dude. Fuller, another free agent. Will Fuller, he'll be interesting. Had a pretty healthy season last year. He just had other issues.
Well, right.
Yeah. But that it'll still help his free agent status. I mean, he got through a full season, well, basically a full season healthy. So see how that goes for him.
Humble Beast must be new to the party here with the Dream Stream, because gets in the YouTube chat, says never seen Madden on this view. Kind of fire. Yeah, this is how we roll around here, Humble Beast. This is our regular. It's true though. This is not the game view if you are playing. That is correct. This is a computer on computer simulation.
Yeah, computer sim. That's why it's just on sim mode. So it's obviously not two people playing if you're new to this or whatever. It's completely computer simulated. There's Randall Cobb.
Welcome though, great to have you with us. Hopefully you'll stick around. In case you're curious, there are 4 more of these after this one today, right here on this same stream, same YouTube channel. Don't have to go anywhere. With you until almost midnight. These things come at you every 2 hours Eastern time between noon and midnight. So next one coming up a little less than 2 hours from now. 4, 6, 8, and 10.
Ruben's got a good question. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, for those of you wondering who is on the call and what games are on the way, Giants-Patriots will be at 4, which we, or at least I, affectionately call the Early Bird Special. Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll will be along for that duo for the 6 o'clock happy hour sim, Bills and Falcons. Then at 8 primetime, Packers-Colts, Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon. They will be together again for Madden After Dark at 10, which is Bengals-Cowboys. Okay.
There you go. There's your menu for the day. Your sim menu. And Ruben was saying, has there ever been a field goal block? My memory is fading me. I want to say yes, but I really don't know.
I've definitely seen, and it doesn't happen often, I've definitely seen punts blocked.
Yeah, definitely seen punts blocked.
I don't think I've ever seen a field goal blocked.
Maybe,
doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
I haven't done every sim, but I haven't seen it.
Maybe in the old game it happened. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It might have happened in the old game, but I can't. I definitely have not seen one for a long time if it has happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thinking maybe we had one like early on or something, but I don't know. Anyways.
It's not often at this point, again, with roughly 2,000 of these under our collective belts that you see something you haven't seen before. But then you get, maybe the catch of the Sims last night, obviously, that we were talking about earlier for DeMarcus Robinson. So every once in a while, you do get a little something.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely, man. And these are still lots of stuff. I mean, what did we see? We saw fake. We saw field goal fake in the last sim.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely. Don't forget, folks, 1 year anniversary of the Dream Stream and these Madden simulations coming at you. Boy, less than a month. March 28th, it is on the way, which is just crazy. I guess a month from today.
I'm sure we'll have something. Something probably to mark the occasion.
I'm certain of it.
I'm sure the good folks that run the Sims or have something in plan. But anyways, I don't know what it is.
Our guy Tom right here, undercover boss Tom. Tom, what do you have planned? Go ahead, just tell us. Scoreless game, Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Mads, our producer. Tom, of course, our TD, Kyle, and Game Ops. Mads says, I'm not aware of anything as of right now, but I have a feeling there will be something. And I will echo that. I would be floored if we don't have something to tell you about here, obviously, in the days and weeks to come.
Hey, if not, we'll just get Glash to do a pizza giveaway again. So
yeah, at the very least, a Glash pizza giveaway.
That sounds like there's a couple little chipmunks in your.
I don't know what in the world. Well, so the difference is obviously like we're sitting here talking about Madden. They're off playing Madden in another room, and obviously something wild happened for that reaction to be picked up. There is a party going on in there. I tell you though, occasionally this won't surprise you at all, especially with little kids. This won't surprise you. Occasionally they will. Like I'll be sitting there just watching them, or maybe even playing with them or playing against them, and they'll say, "Well, could you do some commentary?"
Oh, right.
Like we're sitting here playing. I gotta work at play. What are we doing here? They could just a little commentary of the sim. Well, sure. Let me tell you about my favorite John Hughes movie from the 80s,
totally, yeah.
Because that's our commentary.
Go get some movies. Let's do a buy stream trash, kids. That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I played Mario with my kids a couple times, and they have me do the scary parts. Like they get really scared for like Mario and like Peach if they're using Peach. They're like, oh no, well, like if it's like no, if they get to a scary part.
Oh, they have you play the scary part.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god, Dad, like there's like this guy with like the spikes. I don't want to do the spiky guy, Dad. I don't want him to get me. So they give me the controller. So.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
I'm like, you're actually like you have no fear of like these things, but like in the video game, you're actually scared of it. I'm like, oh, makes no sense, but okay.
That's pretty good.
The pokey guys, that's what they call them. Don't let the pokey guys get Peach, Dad.
Oh, this is good for the anniversary game. We need to start to take our notes, I guess. Jay Duncan says you can even have an in memoriam segment for the players that have switched teams or retired. Second and goal. Can the Texans get there? Yes.
Yep.
Touchdown.
That's David Johnson, still of the Texans.
If it's not one Johnson, it's another here for these Texans. David, the lead back, though, getting in for the first points of this sim. Almost halfway through the second quarter.
He's going to be the last man standing in Texans. I wonder who his QB will be next year. Be interesting to see.
You want to take this one? Taryn says, what's the difference in a DK host and a DK contributor?
A DK host and a DK contributor? I mean,
yeah, salary mainly.
Oh, are we just talking about? I mean, I don't even know. I mean, is there something different?
No, it's how we're labeled, obviously, on the screen. I think I would. Well, I was gonna say it's the distinction between which chair you're in, meaning like quote unquote play-by-play, quote unquote analyst, but that's not true because Jeffs would still say DK contributor if I weren't here and he was doing the game calling. It's just. It's a classification thing that makes for those of you out there makes no difference whatsoever.
Well, I think more of to that point, Kaufman's main role and most of his jobs is hosting or doing announcing, right? Whereas most of mine is in like writing up games, or previewing games, analysis, right? So it's mainly just because of that. But yeah, we've done hosting. I've done hosting. Kaufman's provides analysis on these games all the time and other spots. So.
Break the curse. The host makes 4 times the amount, probably.
Well, I mean, according to Emerson, he does. I mean, I wish I made like a quarter of what he made,
or at least a quarter of what he says he makes.
$1 million per sim. Maybe that's why he's off all weekend. They just can't afford him anymore. Actually, I don't know. Was he off all weekend?
I don't know.
Today.
I mean, yeah. I don't know, actually, if he worked yesterday. I'd have to look back.
I don't know.
Oh, that's great. Second one from the 34.
Throwing his dogs and taking dog portraits.
Break the curse's cough. How much do they pay you a year to host Madden? That's epic. Well, like you just heard, $1 million a sim.
Yeah, just like the cast of Friends.
That's right. For every episode, $1 million. And we have 6 episodes a day. DK just has crazy money. A little more than midway through this second quarter. Edward says, so why don't they call Ducey the DK Screamer? You know what? That's a good question. So mine says DK host, yours says DK contributor, and obviously that's for the most part what all of our titles say, no matter whoever part of the rotation here, part of the commentator mix. But if you, the chat, were offering a custom label for each of us, DK something like Ducey, DK Screamer, what would everybody be? That's a fun little game for the sim.
Oh, there's Sutton. Sutton's 14. Who's 10?
Yeah, Mad says, and be nice. Well, certainly if you want us to read them out loud, be nice. That should go without saying, I hope. And Tom here says, Koff already made $500,000. No. $1 million a show, Tom. So I'm closing in on $1.5 million right now. I was around for the nooner. Big day. I'm going to keep playing those $5 head-to-heads.
Okay. Judy is 10. All right. I'm out of my rocker here. Keep forgetting Jerry Judy's even on the Broncos because Cortland Sutton's involved. So my brain can't handle the fact they're both actually part of the Broncos. He had a bad rookie year, Jerry Judy.
Must be yours is Jeff's the DK soul patch.
The DK soul patch.
Yeah.
Nice. Good work, Kenny's kitten.
DK golden vocal cords. Thank you, Meager. I mean, it's probably a little long, but I like it. Hyro says Mr. Semantics. That's me.
The DK heart and soul patch. How's that?
Aw. I like that. That's got a really nice ring to it. DK squirrel for Ducey? Nah. DK bozos, Ricky Robbie. Only when Tara Lynn's around. She's the one that calls everybody a bozo. So this is the like the generational reminder as we have a long pass. Did he get there? Yeah, touchdown. Feet were in, baby.
All right.
First of the day for.
I think it's Hamilton.
I think it's Deshaun Hamilton. Yeah. I think we saw the 7 there.
I think that's a 7. Oh, we get a booth review, but I think this will count.
Which gives us plenty of angles to check it out.
It's not Tim Patrick. I really wish it was
Hamilton.
Tim Patrick, but it's not.
Break the curse says, what a cannon, baby.
The Frozen Four. Oh, dude, I do not watch college hockey.
Frozen Four is awesome, man.
No, I know it's a good tournament, but I don't follow it enough to like know what's going on with those teams.
Sure. I broadcasted the Frozen Four one year.
Is that right?
Well, not the, I should rephrase. I broadcasted a team in the Frozen Four 1 year.
Right.
So I was, but I didn't do the commentary for the whole Frozen Four. That would be misleading. But it was Boston College. It was back in the 11-12 season. They won the championship. It was awesome. I got a very undeserving ring out of it.
There you go. It's all right.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I've never worn it. It just like sits in its nice little case. But it's cool. Cool keepsake. Mad says she's worked the Bean Pot. Another great tournament. Obviously, Boston local, but awesome tourney.
It is. Again, I don't follow the college hockey. I follow some of the players, but
Harvard, Northeastern.
It's kind of always the same little group in there, isn't it?
Well, the Bean Pot's the same 4 teams every year. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But obviously, bigger tournaments like the Frozen Four. That's could be anyone in the country.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But the Frozen Four kind of has the same.
Typically, it's the same. It's like
it's the same, like Minnesota, 10 kind of.
Duluth, it's BC or BU, maybe Northeastern. Denver. There are a lot of teams that are there pretty annually for sure.
You don't get like the University of Florida showing up to that one very often, do you?
Well, you know what though, you don't obviously, but to that point, like the team, the year that Boston College won that I broadcasted it, they were in the championship against Ferris State.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
So how many people could even tell you like what state Ferris State is from?
The
Not
state
many,
of Ferris.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Anyone want to guess
where
Ferris State plays? The District of Ferris. Honestly, if I remember right, they're in Michigan, like way up there, Michigan.
Kaufman is the DK Morgan Freeman. Wow. Mustang must be your burner, because he was like criticizing me. He's like, "Hey Jeff, you should just pay attention to the chat like Kaufman does." I'm gonna ask him.
But if he did that, who's gonna watch The Sim?
That's right, exactly. That's my whole role. My role isn't contributor. It's like babysitter, with like Ian Glash. That's what I'm saying. That's why I get paid extra. Hazard pay.
Matt says she doesn't watch the game at all. It's just the chats. Just checking what's going on in YouTube and Twitch. Faintly paying attention to us.
Hey, you guys, I will tell you something about this DK Sim chat. You guys get a lot of attention. Like more than you guys realize. Trust me.
Yeah.
We see everything that goes on, and there's like multiple people.
Well, that's the thing. Like
there's discussions about the chat. So you guys are seen. Trust me.
Even if Moose or I, and any commentator, but we'll use us because we're here right now. Even if the two of us happen to miss one of your comments in the chat, I promise you, there is at least one member of our DK production team who is watching every comment that comes through, which is why occasionally some of you are put in timeout.
That's right.
You're never put in timeout because Jeff messages Mads and says like, "Hey, this guy's getting annoying. Could you put him in?" Like that never happens.
Well, that's not true. I have done that.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Oh no, I don't care. I mean,
more often than not, it is the production team.
You have to be pretty annoying for me to do that, but I've 100% done that. Like, hey, enough with this guy. Like if you're typing in, well, Fantasy Hawk is allowed to type in all caps, but like if you're typing in all caps and like
may he
spamming
rest
the
in
chat,
peace. We haven't seen Fantasy Hawk in
taking a little Madden break,
week or something. I guess, yeah.
To do send out a Fantasy Hawk check or something soon, but
send out a kickoff.
Yeah,
where is it? Field goal try. Not even close. Caught in the back of the end zone.
Oh, what is this?
Wow, take it back.
All right, too bad. Did end the quarter though, so that was or the half.
How long does the timeout last for? Brian asks. 5 minutes, I think. I think you get put in 5 minute timeout.
The timeout or the shame corner, as I like to call it.
it's like a sin bin. The shame corner. Call Me Fig says, can I get a response from the producer? On what, Call Me Fig? What is your question? Our producer's here. What do you need? All right, $500,000 in the book. 7-7 game as the third quarter is on the horizon. And we'll take a look at some of the numbers here. Gordon pacing toward a bonus. He is 10-50 right now. Touchdown for Johnson. 3 for 9 on the ground for him. There's Mads, producer Madison with the wrench hanging out in the chat. That's how you know you're important. You have the wrench next to your name. Cobb, 3 for 62. I had him in my lineup and I took him out. Hamilton, 1 for 25 and a score. Didn't have him, that's for sure. JC says, is Andy Kaufman your dad? No. No, he is not.
Hamler, one
when
catch.
When did he pass? How long
catch.
ago did...
That was a while, wasn't it?
Quite a while, yeah. Quite a while. Ernest says, and he says it earnestly at that, Jeff and Koff, you guys bring the great entertainment. The ops team's amazing, and the work isn't the easiest. You know, for us, the work's pretty easy, if we're being candid. But for the production team and for game ops, obviously it's more involved. You know, we get to just hang out with you guys and talk sports or even quite a few things that aren't sports. So we got a good thing going, and we appreciate it. Believe you me.
Jason's a Travis Matthews hat, so I like their hats.
Somebody,
they fit me well. I got a weird shaped head, and Travis Matthews hats all fit me perfectly. So it's like the only kind of hat.
Strange egg up there, huh?
I'm getting a it's like the reverse football. It's like the reverse Stewie Griffin. But yeah, that's like my brand. I'm gonna try and collect like 10 of them. They're really nice hats too, Travis Matthews. They're not cheap. I'm not gonna lie, but they're worth it.
Freak of Nature says, I wonder if Fantasy Hawk has a soul patch. Would you put it past him? I wouldn't. Ryan says, wait, what's that wrench mean? I have the wrench when I'm watching another stream, LOL.
That's because you've been given some kind of moderator status.
Priority control or whatever, yeah.
Yep.
You can do stuff.
I know.
Look into that, Brian.
I know on the other channels I work for, they've given it to me. DraftKings hasn't given me that.
Entrusted you with the wrench?
They haven't entrusted me that much yet, though.
I have the power!
Probably because they've seen me work with Glash and do the chants and stuff, so.
Andre says Glasheen is unbearable. Just want you guys to know. I disagree. I think he's lovely. And I got to tell you, he's hitting his stride with the TikTok thing. Yesterday's was a legit good one.
Yeah, no, I mean, he finally has seemed to figure out the format a little bit. He started to find himself.
You know, he did the split shot with those, random people at the bar video that he, stole from somewhere.
The laughing girls. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. It was good. It was a good one. I think he even got, I think the DK Sportsbook Twitter account even posted it.
Oh, yeah.
Or Instagram, maybe. One of them.
Glash going to be in charge of the DK social media soon before you know it here.
Just a matter of time.
He's going to be all the angles at Glasheen, I tell you.
4-1 Bruins, by the way. They needed a game like this after the last couple they've been playing. Woof.
Yeah, they have been bad, actually. Who are they playing again?
Right now, it's the Rangers.
Yeah, and that was the one game I didn't have to cover today because it was so early. But...
Yeah, final seconds of regulation, so that sucker's just about over.
Right.
With Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Mads, Tom, Kyle, you were saying?
No,
they got spanked the last
They got killed by the Rangers last time out. Yeah, that's right.
And the Islanders before that.
Yeah. I mean, a little bad stretch, but I mean, they played well. Every team's going to go through a bad stretch.
Sure. Pete Keats says, Glash is far from unbearable, but a long way from, quote, lovely. Joker says, Glash, the DK treasure. Where would we be without Glash? I mean, probably still right here, but it wouldn't be the same. That's just to show that any of us are replaceable. Punts away. 7-7 game, early third quarter. Kenny's Kitten, formerly known as James Farrell, says, "Hey, Koff, how are the Red Sox going to do this coming season?" I would say, at the moment, they're one of those teams, and there are probably a few that fall into this category, where their biggest question is not so much talent as it is health, especially with the pitching staff. And if the Red Sox, and I'll give you a quick little thing, and I don't want to do any more than people care about because they've already probably achieved that. If things break right for them, then, I mean, they could win 90-plus games. But more than likely, right around 500, probably in that 78 to 84 range. They're kind of perfectly mediocre is I would say what they project to be. And it's a tough division too. Like the Yankees are going to be good. The Rays are going to be good. The Blue Jays are going to be good. And the Red Sox might be good. And the Orioles are going to be trash.
Yeah. Who is, as someone who hasn't done much research, who's the Sox rotation for next year?
Well, I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez, who didn't pitch last year.
Okay, right.
Their ace. Obviously, he missed time after a positive bout with the coronavirus, and then
I forgot about
myocarditis, which was obviously a supplemental health issue as a result. Chris Sale, off the Tommy John surgery, projects to return mid-season. We'll see how that goes.
Okay,
he won't be back for a while.
Again, two guys I completely forgot about. So there you go. That's kind of why I asked, because I'm thinking of the Red Sox rotation in my head, and I'm like, I'm missing something here because no one's popping to mind.
Yeah, Nathan Eovaldi, can he stay healthy? He's obviously in there. And they went and acquired a few guys via free agency. So it's really, their rotation is a bunch of question marks.
Right. Who'd they grab?
I mean, like Garrett Richards, and I mean nobody that's we're not talking about not even Corey Kluber. You know what I mean? Like not guys like that.
Oh
no real significant name.
I wasn't expecting that because again, I would have. I'm at least a little bit up to date on what's going on, but held on to it that time to show.
I'll pull up what their website says their depth chart is currently as far as the rotation. So Garrett, they re-signed Martin Perez, so he's part of the rotation.
Right, Martin Perez. Okay,
They signed Nick Pivetta, Tanner Houck, who finished up the year.
That's not
and
terrible.
Looked really good. They signed Matt Andrews. So they have a bunch of guys that just, like I said, a bunch of question marks. A bunch of guys who could be league average.
If you got Sale back and what's his face? Eduardo. The rest of the guys fill out. Eduardo Rodriguez. The rest of the guys fill out pretty nicely, to be honest. It's not a bad little group to have for a back end.
No, it's not. It's again,
But again, you're not going to be getting.
As long as you don't have that one guy who's got an ERA that's in the 5.5, 6.5 range. You need guys who are going to come in right around 4, or obviously in a perfect world better than that, and then you got a chance because their offense, despite trading away Mookie Betts a year plus ago at this point, and more recently Andrew Benintendi, who maybe we'll see in time wasn't all that great in the first place, but they they still have Xander Bogaerts and Rafael Devers and JD Martinez, who's going to have a bounce back year, and some good pop in that lineup. There's plenty of power in the lineup. It could be a good lineup. Offense is not the question mark going into the year, at least for Boston. It's the pitching staff. Certainly the bullpen too, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Probably in might need one more year kind of thing.
Right.
Get those guys back healthy.
Yeah. It's absolutely a rebuild though. There's no question about it. In fact, this was pretty funny. I saw a buddy of mine tweeted out the other day, because we know what the Patriots were last year, and I think most people do expect to bounce back, but nevertheless, they were bad last year. They were 7-9 and still had plenty of questions as well. The Celtics have been, really subpar the last month plus. The Bruins had those back-to-back terrible games before today, despite leading the East still and still obviously being a Stanley Cup contender. They just, they haven't been good this week is what it is. And so someone tweets out, are the Red Sox the best team in Boston? It's like, boy, I hope not. Sure hope that's not the case.
Yeah. No, it's definitely the Bruins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Still the Bruins. I think the Bruins probably still win that division. A good shot at going deep. They do need to get some like secondary scoring.
Well, and that's why they, and people probably again don't care about this, but that's why they, until David Krejci went down pretty quickly, but they had moved David Pastrnak to the second line, Jake DeBrusk up to the first line to try and balance out the offense, get some of that secondary scoring, and then Krejci got hurt like right away. Yep. And then all of a sudden it was Pastrnak back to the first line. And, fortunately, like guys like Nick Ritchie and Craig Smith are starting to produce a little bit because you're right, they need that.
Yeah. They got a couple guys back there, and DeBrusk is another guy that can provide them those. I mean, people don't. I mean,
that guy starts off slow every year. It is just his thing.
It is becoming I remember when he came in a couple years ago or whatever. He's looked good. He looked like a legit prospect, but like it's like at some point, man, like you got to come out swinging, like.
Yeah, I mean, if he just got off to a good start to a regular length season, he could be a 40-goal scorer in the NHL.
Yeah.
Problem is, he doesn't get going until the second half of the year.
It does feel like that's just Boston's thing. Like they're really good at shutting down teams, really good at limiting opponents to shots, always have solid goaltending, and then they just get their offense from one source. But that's kind of almost all they need. So, it probably limits them a little bit, but they're still a really good team.
Deshaun
gets in. To it. There you go. All right.
Watson with the go-ahead score.
We'll stop talking about the Boston local sports scene. Finally had a score. It feels like it's been over a quarter.
Although if you wanted something bigger picture, Break the Curse says baseball is the second best sport after hockey, football is third, and I guess maybe he's not big on basketball. Now, this is a conversation, I don't know if you remember, we had this conversation many months ago. Like this is back in the Madden 20 days, and I wasn't even sitting in front of the DVD wall yet. I was at another location here in the Koff compound. This was so long ago. But we had that whole conversation about what's the best sport, and it's all personal preference. What's the best sport to watch live, watch, on TV, play, DFS, whatever. And I will, to your point here, Break the Curse. Hockey is absolutely my favorite sport to watch live in person. No question.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think it's the best one to go to a game. You get 20 minutes of straight up action. There's not as many long breaks. There are some commercial breaks, but it's nowhere near like football or anything. Nowhere near like the inning changes you get with baseball.
Right.
And basketball, it's kind of the same, but there's also lulls, and you get way more blowouts in basketball too. That's the other thing. I remember going to one basketball game down in Phoenix one year, and legitimately the game was over by like two and a half quarters, and it was the worst game I've ever seen live, any sport, anywhere. So I think you get more of those like really lopsided games with basketball than you do with hockey too. Still, I like going to baseball games. I think they're really fun. They're relaxing. I think I would rather go to a baseball game than a football game. Like I'm just not into a whole like tailgate, like start drinking by like 8 a.m. or whatever. So
sure,
to me, I would rank it hockey, baseball. I'd basically rank it the same too. Yeah. For live sports.
It's me says hockey is the best playoffs by far, for sure. I mean,
hockey playoffs are great. They go a little bit too long is probably the only thing. Like, by the Stanley Cup final, you kind of burned out, but the first couple rounds, there's they're the best, 100%.
Well, in terms of just ratcheting it up a different level, and I know the NBA does as well, but it's not nearly to the degree of hockey. It's, that is just such a laser focus, every moment matters kind of play. It's incredible. I mean, the Stanley Cup playoffs are the best thing going when it comes to professional sports postseasons. And, I might put NFL after that just because of the parity. Although obviously the fact that it's, probably gets hit with the whole once a week thing because you just like the momentum of continuing, which is, why NBA is so much. The problem with the NBA playoffs, and we've talked about this 1,000 times, is, talent wins out more often than not. And so playoffs are, not to say there are no exceptions, but generally speaking, the NBA playoffs are pretty predictable.
A little bit more of a formality. Yeah.
Right. Baseball,
especially those first couple rounds.
Baseball, the wild card rounds are fun, the one and done, just one and done anything. It's why like March Madness, college basketball, like if you were to put any playoff format, college or pro, any playoff format, March Madness is probably number one. Yeah. And then, Stanley Cup playoffs obviously would come beneath that, but it's It's close. It's fun.
I mean, I think that's why the NFL gets a lot of appeal, right? Because it is a one and done, and
right.
It's a build up to that one game, and it does. It can hurt also as if the games are bad, like kind of like we got a couple bad games this year, then it's like, well, then, that was just like a bad season. But you get some of those classics too, and it doesn't get dragged out through 7 games. Like it moves quick, so advantages to both.
To have your NBA and NHL, and obviously Major League Baseball as well. Major Baseball's half the time, and games come at you, basically every single day, and the series aren't as long all the way through. But NBA, NHL, it's a 2-month playoff. It's a big commitment. You're talking about championship teams or the runners up as well. Potentially playing like 20-some playoff games. That's a whole other quarter of the season.
And that's what I'm saying about burnout. Right. I like hockey. I think the playoffs are great. I'm not really interested in the Stanley Cups going on in June. I'm just not. It's June, it's summer. Golf major championships going, baseball's in full swing. Like hockey should be over by then. At least in my opinion. So I don't know. I don't know really how they fix that. Maybe they start, probably starting the season just a couple weeks earlier, I guess. They could condense the first round to 5 gamers too. I think that's fine if they did that, but I don't know if they'll do that. They used to do that in hockey. The first round used to be 5 games.
Let's see. Mad says to watch at home, if we're talking about top-level professional sports. She's ranking them hockey, baseball, basketball, football. It's interesting that you would put baseball that high watching at home. Most people wouldn't. And to watch on site, baseball, totally understand that. It's more of a hangout event. Hockey, basketball, football. Football can be tough. Obviously we all love football. That's why we're here. But football, you got to have a good seat for football. For one. That's a big part of it. Because a lot of the time it is more compelling to watch a game at home from your couch with all the, production value and TV angles that you don't get when you're in the stands.
Yeah, absolutely.
Matt says, I will happily put on baseball in the background any day. Now, that's different. If we're talking about baseball as background noise, can't beat it. Like baseball on the radio, baseball in TV, it is the best background noise you can find. But if you're talking about sitting and watching, actually with a vested interest, I don't know if it would be number 2.
No, we got it.
For me. To each their own, obviously. Touchdown for
Hamler.
Denver, the Hamler.
All right, secondary wide receivers for Denver doing all the damage here. We've got a tie game. Moving a little bit.
I like it. Matt says, if the Red Sox are good, I will literally sit on my couch by myself and watch baseball. Love that. Love it. I used to do that. For years I did that. I haven't done it as much the last couple of years. And maybe that's because the Red Sox haven't been very good. But you know what I've done more of in recent years? I think because of the kids and just really giving them more of a broad scope of the league and not just Patriots. I've been watching a lot more football that any random game that isn't just the Pats are on TV.
Oh, right,
because that's the thing. Kids growing up, now kids have, and everyone, this is true of everybody, it's not just kids, but just talking about my kids, they have favorite players who don't play for the Patriots, they just, whether it's fantasy reasons or otherwise, they just like players on all the different teams around the league. It's why, the Red Zone channel is the best thing going. What's better on a Sunday than just parking in front of Red Zone?
The Red Zone channel definitely revolutionizing things. Could revolutionize for lots of sports too. If golf got one, it would. You could see more players.
For sure.
Baseball, something like that. During the busy days in the summer. But yeah, for NFL, it's a great thing.
Jared, our guy Kilgore, says watching at home, football, hockey, basketball, baseball. Watching live, hockey, football, baseball, basketball. So a slight change at the top and bottom there, I guess. 2nd and 4. Completed the 46. Watson, we have a 14 all game, 5.5 to go. Maybe that overtime premonition will happen. We'll see.
Could
Yvonne
be. It
here
kind of feels like it.
Yvonne has asked multiple times, and I don't want Yvonne to think that I'm just ignoring this. We've just been talking about other stuff. What's your guys' take on the Alex Smith situation?
Alex Smith, yeah, I honestly, that's another like name I just haven't really paid much attention to because there hasn't been that much chatter around Alex Smith. I don't really know what's going on with him. Like, is he? I know he's like free to do kind of whatever he wants, but like, is there interest from the Washington? I don't really know. It doesn't sound like there's a ton because I haven't heard much coming from that side, but maybe there is. I have no idea what's going on with Alex Smith. Maybe he's going to be in the mix with like teams like the Patriots eventually. I have no idea.
I
put him in Seattle.
And I love the Alex Smith story. Everybody knows that. No, don't put him on New England.
But wouldn't he be better than Cam?
Succeed elsewhere.
I think he'd be better than Cam.
I'm honestly not so sure he would be.
I am pretty sure. I am actually pretty sure.
Here's the reason. Here's at least the reason why I'm not so sure. Is because at least there's a mobility element to Cam's game where, he'll rush for in the neighborhood of 10 touchdowns. No, he can't really throw the ball anymore. But the Patriots also, and a lot can change this offseason because they have so much cap space available. But looking back on this season at least, there wasn't a whole lot there in terms of receiving options. So if you're going to bring Alex Smith into a similar situation where he still has a whole bunch of nobodies Edelman aside to throw the ball to, touchdown here, Houston. Cooks, Brandon Cooks. We both got him.
Fire up the burners. Break out the crock pots. It's Brandon Cooks.
I mean, I'm not saying it's like a heads and shoulders situation, obviously.
I mean, they're completely different quarterbacks, so.
Right. Completely different system would be required.
Yeah. But I think that Alex Smith. Oh, I don't even know. You're right. Like, they need better options. They need better weapons. But for what the Pats maybe want to do, like, a guy who game manages a bit, pretty good at getting those short throws out and stuff like that. Similar to what Brady was able to do in some respects. I'm not at all putting him on the league line of Tom Brady, but like, he can certainly do some of those things as good as Tom Brady, at least with the short, running back game and mix like that. So I just, Cam was so bad at throwing the ball downfield last year. I just don't know what, they have running backs, like they have good running backs. Do they really need the Cam Newton mobility factor? Is it really that big a deal for them? It certainly didn't help them that much last year. I guess it made them a little bit competitive. And there's a possibility that, like, you take that away and they just become worse. But, there's an aspect of maybe they'll, you become a little bit more better in the short pass game, and that gives you a boost too, I guess. So you're not going to get much either way with Alex Smith if that's the way they go.
What do you think about Samsonov in net against the Devils as opposed to our guy Carter we were talking about before?
I mean, the Devils have played pretty good, but Samsonov's been pretty good.
Who do you like better between those two?
Samsonov is safer. There's no doubt. I mean, there's just zero doubt. The Flyers are bigger favorites, though. It is kind of interesting. I don't know. I mean, what are you playing? Heads up?
Yeah.
I'd probably go Samsonov.
All right. Look at this, Broncos.
Yeah, wow. Broncos right back here.
For the
we are trying to go OT. There's less of a chance of, like, your guy just gets blown up with Samsonov versus Hart. Hart's been really bad lately, and it could just be like a technical issue too, which is not good. So,
right.
This is about as good as a matchup as it gets, though. So.
Incomplete.
Wide open.
Second and goal from the 5 on the way.
Terrible, Jula. Terrible.
TRBL. That is just terrible. Well, I didn't realize how little Samsonov's played this year. Handoff. Gordon spins. Hit right back to the 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Dude's only played 2 games, and he hasn't played in a month and a half.
Who's been starting for them? God, I can't remember the Washington goalie situation. Yeah, he's been out for a bit. Yeah, first start since January 17th. I guess there's a little bit of a risk there.
2-minute warning. Ball's caught at the 1.
He did do some conditioning starts, though. That's right. No, I'm kidding.
Here's our guy Sutton. Could have used a touchdown there.
Yeah, so I guess there's a little bit of risk there. Well, that's why I think that's why I avoided him actually on the slate. Now that I'm thinking about it, but that's why Rene and Cart were kind of on my radar. They're also both pretty solid favorites. Just play Hart, man. Like he was your first guy. He's the bigger favorite. Play Hart.
Yeah.
Play Hart. Stop being a wimp. In all honesty, if you look at the two lineups too between the Sabres and Devils, like the Devils have been the better team lately. So Jack Hughes playing well. Like I'd be more afraid of that lineup.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Stick with what I've got. Lankinen's in a good spot too.
If you can get up to Lankinen, I would 100% play him over both those guys. But
I could get up to him.
Well, then just play him.
All right.
Just read my article. It goes over all this. Is the Lankinen is the pay up option?
I'm just trying to allow you to promote your stuff, man. Promote your stuff.
DK Nation. That's where you go to for the takes. The NHL
How many
takes.
cues you got to give a guy? God.
I am like 0-6 on my last 6 bets too, so maybe just ignore that part for now. But anyways, there's Cobb. We had a tie game here. 2 minutes left.
About 90 seconds to go. Ball at the 40. 21-all, going no huddle. See what Deshaun can do. Rolls out.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. You had to escape that. Had to escape that.
Clearly going to overtime, so thanks for jinxing us, pal, at the start.
I don't even think I jinxed you. I think I just, it was inevitable. What was going to prevent it today?
No.
It had to happen. Watson completed and stays in bounds. The clock's going to keep ticking. Each team has 3 timeouts available.
You can get more of the Moose Marathon.
It's what we need. It is what we need. Matt says we love OT. We love it.
Love it here.
Love it here. We're all about it. Handoff. See, they're not even
trying. What is going on, actually, now that I think about it? They're just going to give the ball back to Denver, who will still have like 50 seconds. That was a bizarre play call. If Denver like kneels or just runs the ball here, there's definitely a conspiracy to keep me in.
there's something happening here.
Yeah. I'll get in the chat. These are rigged.
Punts away. Less than a minute to go here in regulation. 21-all.
No, did go in the end zone for me. Okay, that's good. All right, 2 timeouts to work with Denver. You just got to get in field goal range.
Paul here says the golf's getting good. You've been following that on another screen?
Yeah, I was hoping Roy would make a run today, but he is doing the opposite. +1 through 6. It is really tough scoring conditions, though. More Cal up at the top. He's playing really well again. With Billy Horschel. Is that you who interviewed Billy Horschel? No, that was Emerson, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Then I'll let you do the golf stuff after you call Graham Delette, Graham Delete.
Stop that. I'm still doing golf. Daily out.
Big week for Reed Fowler, though, again.
Did you get to watch any of it?
No. But, no.
No.
Well, so just busy. He was on the call for PGA Tour Live, though.
Right. So what I was unclear, because I just didn't get a chance to tune in. I would have liked to if it didn't happen. What I was unclear on was he physically there or was it remote?
I'm pretty sure he was there.
Oh, that's great.
Just by his pictures. Again, I keep meaning to DM him.
I didn't see him post pictures.
And DM him and ask him how it went. But
where was it? Or is it?
It's in Florida.
Florida. Well, that's fun.
Oh, get rid of it, Drew.
Lock drops back. Look at that pressure.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
James Farrell. Hey, Jeff. How's Moose Air doing?
Terrible.
It's going under. Poor investment. To overtime we go. It's almost like we knew an hour ago. Derek says, I miss the Madden commentators and I hate them. Well, Derek, I mean, you could watch us on mute if you like. Up to you, sir. So if you are new, anyone, the way this works, pretty simple. Team that gets the ball first, touchdown wins it, field goal gives the other team an opportunity to tie, or of course, walk-off winners. If we remain tied, be it a 21-all or 24-all, after each team has had a possession, then we play on. Sudden death, Van Damme style. There is no tie here in Simland. Steven says, bonus Moose today. Do the antler dance.
No.
That's a thing? There's an antler dance?
There's no antler dance. There certainly never will be one. This Fells, big boy.
Hey, can we get to 400? Or well, 400 would be great, but how about 200 likes? Can we get to 200 likes? We're sitting right around 160. Roughly 500 watching the Dream Stream on YouTube. Thousands more across our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. But of course, with regard to the like button, it is all about the YouTube. Hit that like. Appreciate you.
Smash it, folks. You know where it is. I've told you a million times. Hit that like button. Get over 200.
James is asking,
That'd help.
Hey, Jeff, how do I find that like button?
You can see it. It's right there. Big thumbs up. It's gray. I told people I was going to be crappy by the end of this shift too. I'm like, look, by the end. Oh no, I got the hat on backwards now. Like everything's, it's just a yard sale here. But
you guys remember the Lego movie Everything Is Awesome? Jeff has another version. Everything is awful.
That's right. I'm like, what do you call it? Wild Style or whatever, you know.
Punch me in the face at the end of the stream.
This one did get some scoring though. It felt like it was 7-7 in this sim for like about an eon, and they just started scoring touchdowns back to back. Got a first down there though, Deshaun. All right, Watson putting in work. Hit the bonus too, so Deshaun Watson hit the bonus.
I'll tell you what, guys. Get to 200 likes, we'll end the sim. We'll make sure there's a winner.
Get to 200 likes and we'll do triple
right away.
OT. We'll do triple OT.
Oh, I was starting to say earlier, not remotely related to the sim, but we were talking about bozos. That got me thinking about Tara Lynn. It was just her birthday, her 30th on Friday. And so the gap, generationally in social media, how her, and she's, almost 10 years younger than me. So her generation is much more, it's a little bit of Twitter, but it's more Instagram, obviously, TikTok, certainly not like Facebook. That's an old person's game over here. But, so all these people, I see all these people wishing her a happy birthday on Instagram, and she's putting them all in her stories and all that stuff. And I'm not hip to the gram. It's not my game. I mean, I'm on it, but I use it to look at people's pictures or whatever, but I almost never post. But I am, as people know, more active on Twitter. And so I tweeted her a happy birthday, just saying, it was just a GIF saying, you're old or something like that. And it took her 2 days to respond, because obviously she must spend so little time on Twitter. And I just wrote her back. I was like, whatever, this isn't even fun anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting. Like some people are, I love Twitter, man, because it's instant.
Right.
It's more of interaction, right? And it's a really good information source. You can follow certain people and get their thoughts on it right away. But some people are just more into they just want to post what they're doing, and that's it. It's not so much interaction or information. or they're trying to like do long-winded stuff. It's just like, this is what I did today, like one picture and that's it. So, and it's very different. Like I'm definitely more into the Twitter. I like long-term. I think it's going to be like the thing that dominates society the most. I think it's actually, if you really look at it from where it is, it's like the most powerful platform in the world. We won't get into the political stuff, but obviously they do have a lot of influence. I just think from a news standpoint too, it's how people get things out quick, and it's here to stay. Like the quicker you embrace it, the better. But and some people aren't going to use it as much though, because they're just not as interested necessarily in that stuff, and that's fine too. But it's definitely for me, it's like the most. It's really the only social media app I use consistently. So
right there with you. Johnson takes the ball to the 9, 3rd and 2 on the way here. Neville cleanup hitter says, "Cough, you can't just throw her age out like that." Well, in fairness, when she was on the other day, Wednesday or Thursday, whenever it was, she was talking about how her 30th birthday was coming on Friday. So, it was not totally out of left field on my part. But yeah, I know there could be a sensitivity about that. Touchdown! Texans win it! Second rushing score of the game for Deshaun Watson.
That's how she ends, folks. That's how she ends.
Edwards says, imagine Koff running to the car to use his phone. I still sometimes call my cell phone my car phone.
Your car phone.
I really do.
I mean, I remember growing up, my dad had like a car phone. Like it was like in the middle. It was in between.
It had a wire.
Yeah, you pick it up.
Yeah,
it's crazy,
100%.
man. Like, I can't even believe that technology existed. Like, not even that long ago. Like,
yeah, what a time to be alive.
It's insane to think about a car phone. It's
200
really
likes. This is what James Farrell says. 200 likes, and Jeff and Koff will do a best of 3 rocks, paper, scissors. Listen, if you guys get to 200 likes, you're at 191. You get to 200 likes in the next couple moments before we sign off. Well, I'll happily do a little rocks, paper, scissors action with Jeff before we sign off. Watson 237, a touchdown. Locke finished one shy of a Bundy, 3 scores and a pick. 235 in the air for him. Obviously, the superior day, despite coming up short in the loss. Houston ended up winning this thing.
Well, superior day from the passing perspective, but I mean, Deshaun had 126 yards rushing and a touchdown.
Great point.
2 touchdowns, excuse me. Yeah, 2 touchdowns.
Strictly the passing game. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, Watson had 3 touchdowns of his own in totality. You had another one for Johnson. We'll look at the receivers as well. Let's see. So Cobb, bonus, 6 for 102. Touchdown for Hamler and Cooks. Suitcase mobile phone. I don't remember that. Choker says that stupid wire that got wrapped around the steering wheel when turning. Yeah, that technology was nuts.
It's nuts to look back on now. Like, that was only 20 years ago, too. I mean, so whatever. So crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know about you. I mean, obviously we have a slight age gap between us. I didn't have a cell phone until, people out there, well, there are certainly some people that are with us that are older than us, but for the younger crowd that's with us, I didn't have a cell phone until I was sophomore or junior in college. So like, think about that. Think about like walking around campus just hoping to bump into somebody.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a hold of whoever. Maybe I'll run into them in the quad.
Yeah, well, pretty much.
That was what life was like, man.
It was.
Like, I'd call my long distance, girlfriend on a calling card from my room phone. Like, what was that life? Awful. Insane. Just terrible.
A lot easier to avoid people, I'll tell you that, man.
Yeah, if you're not a people person, see you later.
It's great. Oh, anyways, Deshaun gets the player of the game. Insane.
Yeah.
Insane output. Cortland Sutton gets the Not My Kid award again, even though he really wasn't that bad. Actually, maybe I won't give it to him.
Brian says, cough do rock, you won't see it coming. Matt says, got mine freshman year of high school, first smartphone freshman year of college. Tom says, cough do send out smoke signals. Yeah, like an old man. All right, we're going to do this before we sign off. Best of 3?
Okay, let's go.
All right. So what is it, on 3 and then shoot or what?
Yes, on 3.
Okay. All right. Wait, gotta get up. Okay. All right. rock, paper, scissors, or just 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What'd you do? Did you not do it?
No, I did it. And then you, okay.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even looking. You're
Okay,
you're in
go.
a different
Okay,
window.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Let's go. Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
What do you got? I got paper.
I had paper, I had paper
1,
too.
2. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you got me. I did scissors.
All right, that's one. Well, best of 3.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's
best
1.
of 3. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay,
1,
go.
2, 3.
I got you. I got rock.
All right. All comes down to this.
Here we go.
All right, wait. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, scissors.
Come in with?
Both did scissors. Both did scissors.
Okay. All right.
Stop thinking about it. Just do it.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, both paper. Okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
I got you. Yes.
Shoot.
Rock. Always rock.
Man. All right.
That was the most exciting part of the sim.
Yeah, it really was. All right. Well, I know what we're doing at the quarter break of every sim going forward. All of them. Who's your Krusty Koff player of the game?
I already gave it. It's Deshaun Watson. Cortland Sutton's
Great.
not my kid, even though he scored a touchdown. He still sucked. So.
Okay, good. All right. Those are important things to know. So we're going to leave because it's just that time. But coming up in a little less than an hour, you have the Giants and Patriots, the early bird special with Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. And you will have those two, as a matter of fact, for the happy hour sim as well. It's the Bills and Falcons at 6. 8 o'clock, prime time. It'll be Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Kristoff for the Packers and Colts. Madden After Dark at 10. Those two again, BK and BG. Brendan and Brandon for Bengals and Cowboys. If you are jumping into some NBA action later, feel free to send over your head-to-heads. Always fun. And if you are jumping into NASCAR, remember, your lineups, your driver's luck in about 20 minutes. Moose, he will be back. Let's see. I'm going to tell you, today is Sunday. Jeff's back with you on Tuesday. Yeah, in the lead chair with BK for the primetime 8 o'clock game. Special treat coming on Tuesday, by the way. I don't know if I'm supposed to announce this or not, so I won't. But we have an unorthodox combo coming your way Tuesday afternoon, so stay tuned for that. I'll be with you tomorrow for the noon and the 8. So you got me for the nooner and prime time tomorrow night. Should be fun. Thanks to Mads. Thanks to Tom. Thanks just Tom for letting us be here. You're the best. And thanks to Kyle. Obviously, Moose, pleasure, buddy.
Oh, yeah, it's a Sunday. It's Mount Rushmore Sunday. I am Jason Rossi. You can follow along if you want to stalk me over on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. With me is my tag team partner for not one, but two straight Sims. And really, it's just for your entertainment. He's at your boy, TC Fresh Tom Carroll. What's up, dude?
What's going on, dude? Happy Sunday.
Oh, happy Sunday to you. Namaste. I think that's what that means, actually. Today, we got some good ones right here at the 4 o'clock, wrapping up your early classic. We have the Giants, storied franchise, New England Patriots, storied franchise. Right now, both kind of stink. Second half of this one, if you're not in the know when you see these two handsome studs coming at you, one with a microwave, one with the only 37-inch TV behind him, it's just all perspective. We talk Mount Rushmores in the second half of these games. But before we get to all that, we got to start off with my itchy nose and what's your lineup looking like, Tom?
Here we go. I thought I had it pulled up and I didn't. Here it is. I have Darius Slayton in my captain spot. 9.9 a sim, $9,300. Gave me enough flexibility to get Saquon in the flex, and then the rest of the way. You know, it's a little difficult because these teams both are kind of smelly for my money here in Madden. Working on your pliability there.
Yeah, my flexibility not so good right now.
So as I continue to build my lineup here, I think the way I'm going to go, and I believe we're locking here momentarily.
Yeah, you're locked in, bro.
So I'll just give it to you. Barkley, like I said, 21.6 a sim. Got to have him in there. Then I went with both QBs, who are both averaging over 17 a sim. Cam Newton, Daniel Jones. James White, got him in there at 8.7. I wanted to get Sony Michel, but he was a little too pricey, so I couldn't really get enough value on my last spot. So went with James White instead, and then I went with Graham Gano for $3,800, averaging 6 a sim.
I like it. I dig it. I have a lot of fun with it. I appreciate the lineup. We'll see mine quickly is looking like this. Evan Ingram, toss him in the captain spot. Why? Yeah. Don't ask. Saquon, you mentioned every reason why. Had both quarterbacks as well. I got Gano in there, and I went Patriots defense. And Tom, I'll be 100% honest with you. It was just because of the money, what was left over. Didn't see a real dart throw at the bottom of this one, so we'll see. We'll see how it all pans out. Giants are going to start with the ball here. You'll see Daniel Jones's number. We see everybody, by the way. Smash that like on your way in. We got Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, producer Madison, TP, our technical advisor. We also have Kyle in Ops. Great crew. Smash a like, hit subscribe. Over on Twitch, we see Smash Lana, CJ71, NBA Daz. I don't really know what that means, but it's not NBA either. It's NAB. It's NAB.
NABDAS.
Yeah, don't worry about me and my dyslexia. Start short run there. Here's Daniel Jones in the shotgun. Opening drive, looking, searching, scrambles out, gets away, throws the ball, has a receiver on the move. Nice play there. Looks like that's Ingram there making his first catch of the game.
So the last time I had a Giant sim, Toy Lolo, their second string tight end, went off. So I thought about having him in there. Toy Lolo, great name. But I ended up deciding against it because I looked at his numbers over the more recent sims that he's played and not so hot. So that was sort of an anomaly. So good on you for having Evan Ingram in there instead. Okay, Rossi, I got a question for you.
Oh, please.
If you had to bet which one of these teams is going to make the playoffs next year, which one would you feel more comfortable putting money on?
I'll take it even this way. Just which team is more likely in my eyes? It's a really hard question because I think they're both in a similar position within their divisions. The NFC stinks. Let's be honest. It stinks out loud. I think it's a crapshoot. If Dak's healthy, if he feels confident, if he gets what he's looking for, I think that team still can be a wagon. I also think this Giants team to start at the end of the year made a nice push. Has a big stop there in the backfield. Saquon, what's up, dude? So in the Patriots, it's this weird, we're in such flex. And let me just say this about the Patriots last year. And I actually heard this. This is secondhand. I was listening to some local radio here in Boston, and they said it was someone who used to work within the organization named Andy Hart, give him credit. Used to work with him, really good guy, used to work for the Patriots. So he said this. People want to, oh boy, just embarrassing, Daniel Jones. It's going to be a punt here. Long-winded answer, but he said today, the Patriots won 7 games with arguably a bottom 5 roster in the NFL. And it made me stop and go, no, weapons were bad, but overall, then if you think about how many young guys are really on this roster, unproven guys, especially without the Hightowers, the Chungs, some of their landmark defenders over the years. And really, and like with Cam Newton, what the product was, no Julian Edelman for a lot part of the year, you're like, oh crap, it really might be. Like Jacksonville had a forsaken roster. Mm-hmm. The Patriots, so I'm like, okay, and we don't have to go through this whole thing. And then I said, but Belichick, and this is where they say like the Belichick part comes in, like he technically still willed them to about 5 or 6 of those by being a good coach. He ups that talent a little bit, schemes, whatever. They could have won, maybe they win next year 9 games. Do I think the Giants can win 9 games next year? Right now, today, yeah, maybe they can. Joe Judge got them in the right direction. Very long answer. I'm going to have to say the Giants based on the division, but it's an excellent question. And
yeah, I'm going Giants too. I'm going Giants too, dude. NFC East is just so uncertain. If I had to choose my winner for the NFC East next season, yeah, I would pick Washington. But
I'm still feeling it.
If I wasn't, ask me tomorrow and I'd say New York. Like it's not like I'm super, super high on Washington or New York, but yeah, I just see both of those teams being in the hunt next season in that 7 to 9 win range. I also think Dallas is going to take a step forward because they were just not healthy at all this season. There's no way they could be that bad. But the Patriots, man, Miami looked good, and Bills, obviously, we know who they are. So I don't know, man. It's a tough road ahead for the Pats if they don't have a good draft and if they don't have a good free agency season. I don't know.
I agree.
I'm feeling Giants more just because of their specific scenario.
And I agree with that. The one thing I want to just add, one thing about Dallas is like they played really well at the end of the year.
Totally.
Like they're another team. Giants came on. I understand Giants were like 3-7 at one point, but I really liked what Dallas was doing. Mike McCarthy, I still think is a quality coach. I don't know if he's going to bring that team to the Super Bowl in the next 2 years based on his track record, but I do think he's going to have them playing hard, especially if they get Dak back healthy, especially if that defense can even just resemble anything they did in December. Which I think the offense can, complement that. So, I don't know. I think, especially Ezekiel Elliott, maybe he kind of has a bounce back year. I think people would predict that with Dak. So, I don't. It's really tough. That is such a really difficult question. Seeing if the chat chimed in at all. A lot of people just telling us about their lineups here. But I think I'm fascinated to see the way this Patriots team looks, regardless of, because we're obviously Patriots fans, so we're not going to put our fandom. You could say other teams, but I still think the Patriots are one of the more intriguing teams in the league just because is Belichick about to go down a path of being a non-playoff team several years in a row?
Oh, he dropped it.
But yeah, I was throwing again into triple coverage, and I found a spot, but not there. 3rd and 11 here. It's a great question.
It's one of those things where if Belichick, like, let's say he misses the playoffs the next 2 years with this roster, I don't think anyone that's watched this team this past season would be shocked if that happens, if they don't fix the roster.
Yeah.
I don't know that Belichick's legacy is tainted, but it's not as, God level if they don't, do something here soon.
Sure. No, I agree. Cam Newton scrambles out, put them in field goal range. Nick Folk will likely come out here.
The Folk hero.
Nick Roby over on YouTube says, McCarthy isn't a good coach for Elliott. He doesn't like to run the ball.
That's true.
It's
Green Bay
really,
running backs were bad under McCarthy.
It's true. Green Bay, you didn't really.
I will say this about Zeke, though. I mean, he had COVID before the season. I believe he missed week 1, and then he still almost rushed for 1,000 yards. Like, he's a beast. If he's healthy and that offense is clicking, it'll happen for him. Like, he was just born to be a running back and to be dominant. Like, that's what he's done in his career. He has not really had a bad season.
No.
He's just a monster.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. In this one...
And he's kind of unlikable, but you just got to call it what it is.
Oh, yeah, no, he's still a great running back. So highest owned in this one, you have Saquon Barkley coming in a hair under 82%, Cam Newton at 63%, Devin Asiasi, people on that train, it's coming in at just about 53%, Evan Ingram at 49, Daniel Jones at 47. Also, the highest owned in the early classic, you had Derrick Henry, who put up 2 touchdowns earlier, Saquon Barkley, and Brandon Cooks. I watched a little bit of the nooner. There's Saquon having a tough time to get going.
Speaking of Saquon, that's a name that we didn't talk about when we're talking about the Giants for next season. He's going to make them better if he's healthy, and that's a huge game-changing piece to have in your lineup. I mean, he goes down, what was it, week 1 this year?
Yeah.
And that changes everything for a new coach who had his whole system built around having that guy as a Christian McCaffrey type player in his lineup.
Huge sack there. Yeah, there's very few teams that try, like with most young quarterbacks, you want to have that. Real quick, first time playing Fortnite, I don't know what it is, send it to me. Yeah, I will just say that I 100% agree with you, though. Like, when you have Daniel Jones, who's still, like, that was second year, he could take, he could be on the same trajectory as a Josh Allen, kind of similar built, runs a lot. Here he goes, showing off those speed, gets the first out, fumbles the ball. Ball is loose, picked up by the Patriots at the 30. Gonna take it back, or is he gonna get caught? Nice move into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. DST breaking the scoreless tie. Wow. Daniel Jones got walloped.
Right on cue.
Love it. But yeah,
hey,
that's
you
the
gotta
thing with
love
Daniel
that.
Jones. That's the thing with Daniel Jones in reality here in Simland. Obviously, the fumbles will come, but he is prone to turnovers, and having a guy like Saquon Barkley, touching the ball 25 plus times is going to really take that, those chances down. He can strike when the iron is hot. The run pass options will probably be a big part of this offense. They have a quality receiving core, not outstanding. I think there's a lot of opportunity there with that offense if
definitely
Saquon returns. But then
Evan Ingram's very good. I think the receiving core, like you said, it's not like one of these top tier receiving crews in the NFL, like Atlanta or LA or some of the other ones that I'm blanking on. Carolina's is really good, but it's right there in that next grouping because all of those guys are like really good wide receiver 2s, if that makes sense. Like they have a team full of 2s, and that's not bad. That's not. I would take that in New England right now.
Well, let's be honest. Most teams would take that. Like, I really like the talent of like the Jacksonville receivers. I think when Trevor Lawrence steps in, but I don't think like any of those guys are landmark franchise receivers. I think they're a bunch of 2s as well.
Yeah, I disrespected Chark on this stream previously, so I now defend him, so I don't receive the hate from the DK Sim fam.
Do you think?
Other than Chark, is
he your Juju Smith-Schuster? You think he stinks?
No, I just said that Allen Robinson was better than him, or I said some other receiver was better than him, and everyone flipped out at me one night.
Guess what? I'll make a crazy statement and I know the team was passing 100 times a game, but they should have been last year too. I will say that Allen Hurns was better than him when they had that team proven a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was a good one too, though.
Yeah, it was, again, they were throwing the ball 150 times a game, and Blake Bortles got some big numbers off of it, but Chark's a good player, don't get me wrong. We'll see if he can step up, but I think overall he's a 2, and that's okay.
Yeah, that was sort of my point. Oh, no, you know who was? I said Calvin Ridley was better than him. And everyone kind of was like, no, you're crazy, crazy.
I don't. It's a weird comparison. I don't mean that rude. I mean, but like that's not out of control. Speaking about out of control, though, Saquon Barkley, 6 carries, 1 yard. Dude, get out of the outhouse, get into the penthouse, get back in there. When Sony Michel is 200 times the yards you do, bro, we're having problems. This is ridiculous.
Not good.
No, not good at all. Over on YouTube, Brick. I don't know what that is. Lane. We're gonna go with. Someone told me. Sit Saquon, but I didn't. Yeah, dude. Right now, it's first quarter. Let's not overreact. It's 10-0. How dare I disrespect the score? It was a Patriots defense. Stats have been updated. A huge shout out to Kyle, who's been crushing it all day, along with producer Madison, TP, our technical advisor. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Jason Rossi. Remember, third quarter, just to give you a little roadmap ahead. Third quarter, we're going to talk Giants all time. We're going to put together their Mount Rushmore. Fourth quarter, we're going to talk Patriots. Second quarter, we're talking to you.
That's right. We're always talking to you guys. We love you guys.
Yeah, Heavy 5656 says, I'm back. Howdy, with a wave emoji. What's up, dude?
Nice.
Smash Lana says, that was a super fast quarter. Well, was it?
It was, actually. Kind of.
Felt good. Just felt right.
Good pace.
All about that pace of play. See what's going on over here on the old YouTubes. Howdy, Jason Rossi. Glad to be here for Sim Day, Fun Day, Sunday, says Eric. Well, we're glad to have you. Orlando says, what do you think about Deshaun Watson to the Giants?
Well, I think the world would explode if a guy that good came to the Giants. I think he'd immediately be the most talented quarterback that team has ever had in its history. If you look at the major sports in New York, along with Aaron Judge, he'd be among the biggest stars in that city right away. Now, do they win a bunch more football games? I think they might. Like Rossi and I talked about, they have good pieces. It's just a matter of everything coming together here under their second-year head coach. I don't know if they have the draft capital to pull that trade off, but if it happens, it'd be good for the league to have a star that big in that market, and I think they'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, my belief, I'm sticking to it till the trade happens. I know it's getting more and more likely. I still have a weird feeling Deshaun Watson's going to be playing for Houston this year. I know it sounds insane. And he's basically told the coach, he met the coach. It's like when you go on like a first date. You meet them, and right away you're like, you seem like a great person. Oh, thanks. But I'm telling you right now, I'm out. Like, this ain't going to happen. There will be no second date. It's like, oh, geez, like we're 6 minutes into this conversation. It's like, no, we're going to enjoy this date. Like, this is cool. I'll pay. I'll even drive you home. Maybe I'll give you a peck on the cheek. But I'm going to let you know we're out. Like, he met with the coach. It's like, oh, great. And he's like, yeah, dude, I'm out. Like, don't even bother. Okay, well, that seems tough. But there's something I still believe he will. It's going to be hard for the Texans are in a real bad spot. When you have a player that is just demanding out.
Yeah.
TP says, sounds like a rough first date. Dude, live my life. That's actually a pretty good one.
I was on a first date once at the Silhouette Lounge in Alston.
With is the Silhouette Lounge, let's just be clear, keeping it PG, is that a gentleman's club or is that a regular
okay, so I figured you might know it because it's kind of near WEEI. You know where that Burger King is? Okay, yeah, the people might not know. So it's a dive bar in Alston. Good pool tables, not good, they're just there, so people go. And it was going horribly, and so bad. The girl was clearly there to just use my credit card to buy drinks. And was drinking a lot. So at one point I said, hey, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom. And went to the bathroom and walked out the door and left.
Graham Gano boots went in just like Tom Carroll just booted out the door.
Booted out of that bar, man. It was very clear that she was there to take advantage
of the wealth. The wealth.
It's not like she was working with Bill Gates here either. That was part. I was like, all right, we need to just get out of this situation now.
Give me a nacho or something. Yeah. Jeez Louise.
Sometimes you swing and miss, and that was a night where I missed.
That's all right.
A long time ago. This is 2015.
It's like a lifetime ago.
Yes. She did not make the Mount Rushmore of Carol's dating life. It's a fact, TP.
Well, actually, I don't know. I guess he'll say that, but I haven't heard the rest of the story, so she's on mine for you.
That was I blocked her number. She was done.
Oh, that's it. She's still trying to find it.
It wasn't even like it was, and there was no. You can tell right away if you're not going to like a person, and it was all of that on top of the tab.
Unreal. See you later. Move on. Keep it moving.
Goodbye.
How you doing? Yeah, we'll see you. Here's the Patriots. Cam Newton gets out for a few yards, so here comes, that was James White on the catch, should I say. 2nd and 8 from the 27-yard line halfway through the second quarter. First time. I'm going to say it again, dude. I don't know how to. You send it to me. We see you on Twitch. I got my iPad today. Look at this, James White getting out. Getting loose. Nice play there. Cam Newton gets it for a first down. Patriots are marching James White, 2 consecutive catches.
With that Deshaun Watson to the Giants question, I will state on this sim again. I want to keep saying it until it happens because I want to be the guy that was right about this. I think he's landing in Miami, and I think it's going to be Tua and 1 million picks.
Okay.
I don't think Carolina. If Carolina's willing to give up Christian McCaffrey to get him, that will happen. I think that's a better trade because if they go McCaffrey and picks, I like that more than Tua and picks because McCaffrey is just such a generational talent if he stays healthy. Tua is still a question in my book. But I think Carolina wants Deshaun and Christian together. If they can somehow pull that off, that's a really, really fun team. But I just think Miami, with what they have, it's just more likely that gets done. And we all know Deshaun wants to be in Miami. He's basically living there right now.
Yeah. I think that one makes the most sense. I just don't. It's just so.
You think he's going to stay in Houston?
I just don't know what Houston's going to do. Like, hey, we know he wants out, so what can we barter with? That's a 3rd and 2 run there.
They're in an awful position.
Stopped.
Because they don't want to lose him.
Yeah. Ugh. I don't know. I'm more mad at Deshaun Watson. I get like I come from like an organizational standpoint, but it's just like, dude, you just signed a contract. You knew this was going to stink. It's irresponsible. Yeah, you knew this was going to stink. I get when they traded DeAndre Hopkins, you're like, oh, that stinks. You just had one of the best years with, again, a bunch of 2s. I guess Brandon Cooks could be a 1, but like, I don't know. Oh, Patriots aren't going to go for it here. They're going to punt with 2 minutes to go.
Wow, lame.
Cowards. So we'll see if the Giants can get on the scoreboard. No offensive touchdowns. # stack them kickers. And a defensive touchdown by the Patriots. Patriots defense rocking that 10th spot. My team's stinking outside of that. Oh, wait, I'm still in first place. Ha! Suckers, as I said. Oh, look at this. Go all the way, baby. That's Saquon ripping off a 15-yard run. Nice punt there a moment ago. Yeah, this is the tough part. Oh, I see. Hooligan in 4th. Curtis. Oh, I just dropped a 2nd. I'm upset. Kyle, can you switch the ops back, please, and just freeze it there? Thank you. Here we go. Here comes a 1st and 10, minute 30 and counting here in the first half. Daniel Jones, the blitz is picked up. He scrambles to his left. He's going to take off. No, he throws the ball. Kept it behind the line of scrimmage. Probably might have got more on his legs. He gets the ball to Sterling Shepard.
I like Daniel Jones.
I like the talent.
I like him. Like, if I was a Giants fan, I'd feel good about that. Seeing what Josh Allen did as he slowly ascended into being what he is, it's obviously unfair to say he's going to be Josh Allen because Josh Allen's very good. But if you're a Giants fan, you have to look at that and be like, okay, we can get there, maybe, you know?
And you have the coach that you believe in. That seems like the team is it's very important to have a lot of pieces for a quarterback to be good. That's why there's so many, like not all the time. There's not all timers just coming in and out. You need a really talented quarterback and a coach that knows how to execute best with them. Sean McDermott is built a really good team in Buffalo, and Josh Allen was a complement to that, and now has exceeded on his 3rd year. That could be the same thing we see. Joe Judge seemed to be trying to clean up this roster, get the right guys in there, going to have high compete level in all positions, get that offensive line all shored up in the draft, and let Daniel Jones get out there and do his thing. Just have comparable enough playmakers for him. Have Saquon be the bell cow, and then let this guy learn.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that's the thing. Don't put all the pressure on him. There's a timeout from the Giants with 50 some odd seconds left. It's 10-3 here in New England on a Sunday. Hope you're all feeling
like nice
good.
Weather there in Gillette Stadium.
Yeah, it's actually nice weather here in the greater Boston area today.
There you go.
Almost 50. All right, thank you, CJ. See you there on Twitch. Homies, we're representing people here on the YouTube. Smash a like. Goes a long way to helping us. Makes us feel good, too. Just letting you know that. It's like the Pillsbury Doughboy when you poke his belly.
I would like to point out that there has been no offensive touchdowns in this first half.
So far. Defense is just rocking today.
Wish I rostered both defenses. I never have the cojones to do that.
Done it once or twice, but it's not a winning bet usually.
Exactly.
There's a stop underneath it. They're not going to call the timeout there. Oh, no, still not. So
I'm in 53rd. It's not awful.
No, it's in the highest score right now. I'm in 4th. The winner right now, Curtis, has got 36 points. So it's not like you can't just come storming back without
It's anyone's ball game.
It sure is. Again, so there's the last timeout of the half for the Giants. We will be getting into the Giants Mount Rushmore in just as soon as we crack the third. We'll bounce back and forth, your locks, my locks, and we'll and by the way, tons of retired numbers in the Giants organization. It'll be fascinating. They are going to attempt a 62-yard field goal. If Gano hits this, oh my Lord!
Wow,
it was close. It was much closer than we thought.
It was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Wow, nice boot, nice attempt. Love to see it. Just line up 62-yarders, saying screw it, let's go. He's Tom Carroll.
Respect the kickers, man.
Yeah, I'm Jason Ross. You can check him out on Great Dane Nation with your guy Mort. Guys had who'd you say? Cameron Jordan this week, right?
Cam Jordan on this week. Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, got to check that out wherever you get your podcast. Go give him a 5-star review on iTunes. I can be found at the Pop Culture Pile Driver over on iTunes. This week we discussed 2001 music. This coming week we are going to be discussing the discography of Outkast. A lot of music.
Oh,
recently.
nice.
And our little bracket. Everyone's doing their little brackets. That's going to be all about 90s music. So we have 4 categories of rap, hip hop rap, pop, rock, one-hit wonders. You can check that out. I can follow me at Jason D. Rossi. But
nice.
Yeah, and this
Rossi,
one.
I'll tell you this. I spent about 24 hours during the pandemic one day making an Outkast, best of Outkast, Andre 3000, and Big Boy playlist on Spotify. It's almost 300 songs long. I will send it to you.
Please.
Could be good research for you. I put a lot of work into that thing. I was just, pandemic, you're looking for things to do.
You're like, guess what I'm going to do?
Yeah, and I just put together this extensive Outkast thing. So that's for you, buddy. I'll send it.
Please do. Yeah, we're going to run through each album. Both going to pick our favorites off of it, come up with like what we think their best songs are.
That's good stuff.
It'll be a lot of fun. So in this one again, 10-3, Patriots over Giants. It was a defensive touchdown. So now it's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. Lock it in. It's now time for the Rossi and Carroll Dream Stream Mount Rushmore conversation featuring the Giants. Now take it away, Tom Carroll and Jason Rossi.
Wow, awesome production.
Yeah, welcome in here to the third quarter of your Dream Stream. We're talking Mount Rushmores. Here is the incredible and illustrious and handsome Tom Carroll and me. My body is like a fire hydrant, but listen, dogs can do what they need to do because I love animals. All right, let's get into it here. You don't love animals, you monster? All right, Giants organization, dude, they've been around. They're like the original football team. So it's kind of tough to go through the lineage of this team and just think, oh, okay, this guy, or oh, okay, that guy. Like, it's real easy. They have, I believe I counted, was it 13 retired? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 retired franchise numbers. One of the numbers is retired twice. So I'll start with you, Tom. When you look at the organization, whether it's stat-driven, just vibes, who is the first player that comes to mind when you think of the very best of the best? If there was a jar of clay that you were going to smash on a wall in somewhere in the great state of New York, and you called it and you put 4 faces up there all representing the Giants organization, who's comes to mind?
Well, you and I are both going to have this guy. He's considered maybe the greatest defensive player of all time. Lawrence Taylor is the obvious no-brainer best player in the history of that franchise, one of maybe the 10 best players in the history of the NFL. He is on the Mount Rushmore for the Giants. Not sure we even need to discuss anything more. Let's leave room for the rest
debates.
Of it. Number 2, I think you and I are going to also have this guy on here. And it would probably look fun as a rock formation because it's Michael Strahan. You'd have that big old gap in massive rock on the Mount Rushmore diastema,
I would like that.
I mean, he was just so good for so long. Single season, all-time sack leader. Yes, I know.
Brett Favre took a dive.
The Brett Favre thing, whatever. But he was so good for such a long time. Even in his final year, 2007, final game, wins the Super Bowl, beats maybe the best regular season team of all time. I like to forget that game. But even in that last season, he was fantastic. So Strahan among the best pass rushers of all time. So those are the two for me that are guarantees. Now, I'd like to hear from you, your other two, before I kind of dive into mine.
Sure. This is not easy, I think, with the organization like this. Because they've won Super Bowls, in different decades, right?
And NFL championships.
Which I'm going to tell you right now, don't care. For me,
interesting.
Look at that penalty. Got him down to the 1. We'll see if the Patriots can pop one in here from the 2-yard line. So for me, it's tough because they won Super Bowls with guys like Eli Manning and Phil Simms. Phil Simms, I believe, is Phil Simms a Hall of Famer?
He is not.
Okay, good. Sorry. It's, which there should be a lot. Oh my gosh. Hold on, everyone. Look to the sky. What is that? I see it. Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! I don't even know what has happened. Of course, there's a guy could have fit in with my money. But look at this. We get a full back dive up the middle. Vulture City.
Did not see that coming.
Did not either. Vultures are swarming in New England. Be careful. Don't play dead. Yowza. Okay. So, I don't like this necessarily, but when I really sit down and I smash my head into a cake and then lick as much of that cake off my face as my tongue will reach, I say to myself, I know there's some great players in this organization's history, and I know there's some guys that are going to be snubbed because of this guy. But Eli Manning was the quarterback there for 2 Super Bowl victories and was there when the organization was in this weird flux, like they were good one year, bad the next. He was inconsistent the whole time. I get he's a sub 500 starting quarterback. He also started for the Giants forever. Didn't miss a start till they stupidly gave a start to Geno Smith. Dumb. Let the guy just stink his way out. You're winning anyway. So for me, the argument I think needs to be made for the 2-time winning most starts in the career for the Giants. It's Eli Manning.
Okay. See, I don't have him on mine. I had him as an honorable mention because I just think that there's 3 guys I'd have ahead of him, but I totally understand why he would be in your Mount Rushmore because the guy didn't miss games, and I think that has to be accounted for. The dude showed up every Sunday. Like you said, won 2 Super Bowls. As of right now, he's the best quarterback in the history of the franchise, and I think that carries weight when you're putting together these Mount Rushmore. So I can't besmirch you for putting him in there, even though I hate him.
Who's yours, David Tyree?
So if he's your third, my third, and he might be on your list, is Bill Parcells. Just completely changed that franchise when he came in, sort of helped them have this renaissance of sorts, and one of the greatest defensive minds in the history of the league. You look at the tree of coaches that have come out of Bill Parcells, it's phenomenal. And he was the architect of those amazing Giants defenses in the 80s. Won 2 Super Bowls with them. I just think when you think of the identity of the New York Giants in the modern era, it all starts with Bill Parcells. So for me, he gets that third head on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I actually have Parcells here as my 4.
Okay.
I almost thought of going with Mara, their owner. I was like, I think that's a little bit much. Interception there by the Patriots. Thank you, TP.
So I have Wellington Mara in my honorable mention just outside, and I that was the hard one for me. My last head is difficult between Wellington Mara and Frank Gifford. Those are the 2 dudes that I couldn't. I flipped a coin and went with Gifford just because he's such an iconic player. Won an MVP there, played a million positions, was a huge part of that team in the 50s and 60s.
Sure.
Just absolute legend. Frank Gifford, come on. But Wellington Mara, I want to just read this for you real quick. Under Wellington Mara, because he was the GM and owner for a long time, 9 conference championships, 13 division championships, 8 NFL titles. I mean, was there for all the Super Bowl victories, 15 division titles if you count old stuff. I mean, the dude just was there for so much winning. And he was a part of the really the formation of the NFL. So those two, it was tug and pull for me, but I went with Frank Gifford.
Okay, so just going to the chat real quick. People saying, what about Tiki Barber?
He's really, in my honorable mention.
Really nice running back. The most famous running back, I think, in the history of the organization, or the best
other
running
than
back.
Gifford, yeah.
Yeah, this Gifford talked to me. Like, this dude's run the ball like when my grandfather was being born. With all due respect. No, I understand. I could see it. I think I would probably give it to Mara, but then it's so funny. So we're right now, the way we're basing it, it would be Lawrence Taylor, Michael Strahan, Parcells, and Mara. Potentially.
I think that sounds like the 4 to me, honestly.
And I'm going to just say this as we get a handoff. Patriots in the red zone, goes right through the middle. It's a touchdown. That's going to Sony Michel.
Sony!
Turn it on, baby. Sony. Touchdown there for Sony Michel. Patriots all over this Giants team. 2:37 left to go here in the third quarter. Sony's first touchdown of the game. Robbie Noble, Scott Norwood, honorable mention. Don't do that. Poor guy. Must be says Jason Sehorn. Again, nice player, but not an all-time when you think of the organization. Tiki
not
Barber,
even in the Hall of Fame.
No, and Tiki Barber, I understand the conversation and the debate, but not going to be there.
Honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, I think I have Wellington Mara in there over Frank Gifford. I just think what the Giants group was about. When you look at the whole history of the league, it's hard to keep that guy out. Like when we eventually do the Roonies, I mean the Roonies are going to be on our Mount Rushmore, at least mine.
Well, hey, don't be jumping to that conclusion. We're not talking Steelers.
True. Without even looking too much ahead, just whatever. Frank Wellington Mara is in there for me over Frank Gifford now. So my 4 now is LT, Strahan, Parcells, and Mara. That's mine.
I think you got to lock it in. Like I had Eli Manning, but the other guy, like I had Parcells and I had Mara right outside. So like, and to be honest, I was just basically giving Eli more credit. As I just think when it comes to that organization, from an NFL standpoint, he should not be a Hall of Famer. I'm sorry, I'm going to stick to that. Under 500, no MVPs. Kind of stunk for, had multiple years of more interceptions and touchdowns. But for that organization, he was the face. He is the best quarterback that organization has had, whether people want to fight with me or about that or not. Like Daniel Jones, basically, if you're a quarterback right now and you want to go to the Giants, like Daniel Jones, if he can get a good career for himself, a 10-year starter, a couple playoff trips, just say he wins a Super Bowl, he will easily then be the best quarterback of that organization. Well, Phil Simms as well.
It's Manning, it's Simms, and it's Y.A. Tittle. Those are the guys, but Y.A. Tittle just played so long ago. But I guess if we're going to give credit to these older players, we might as well throw Tittle in there as well. He just gets lost in these conversations just because quarterback record, numbers look so different than they did back then. So Tittle's in the conversation. Yeah. But I'll just rattle off some quick honorable mentions. Eli, Phil Simms, Harry Carson, Sam Huff, Jesse Armstead, Amani Toomer, and Tiki Barber. Those are the guys that if you were to make a 15-guy Mount Rushmore, that would be the list.
There's Akeem Hicks. What about him? Akeem Hicks not getting in there? Let's see. Who else was there? Like David Tyree, I'm going to just be stupid to say it, but listen, the guy made the most iconic catch in the history of the franchise.
Maybe the NFL.
Don't say that. Franco Harris. Franco Harris is the most iconic.
Okay,
catch.
true. I guess, yeah.
The immaculate reception is still, I think. Oh, what a move there. Also, the catch, or whatever that was called when, what's his name for San Francisco? I can't think of the tight end's name all of a sudden.
Dwight Clark.
That's another infamous. It stopped.
Look, I hate the Giants, and I hate that play, but I don't know that there's any catch that's more legendary than that.
I still will say,
even in the moment we knew.
The immaculate reception is the most, I think, iconic.
I'll give that to you, but my one caveat is that was the immaculate reception actually a catch? Didn't that ball hit the ground? I mean, I know
the camera angle to this day. The camera angle to this day.
I think that kind of hurts it, right?
Yeah. Oh, Edelman Super Bowl catch as Achilles. That's going to be up there, but that for some weird reason that catch is going to be lost in the sauce because the comeback was incredible.
Yeah.
So like his
it's
catch
an amazing
is huge.
catch.
but like people aren't gonna like. It almost didn't even stand out to us, and we're both obviously Patriots fans too. And Hunks. Odell Beckham. That's right. Josh has the Odell Beckham
regular
Monday
season
night.
though, but that catch was crazy.
Yeah, it was just all time. Plex should get honorable mention, says Jordan Lindenbaum. Yeah, but
Plex was good, but he just didn't do it for long enough for that organization.
I was just going to say, I still think of him as a Steeler. I know maybe I'm strange, but I know he's got the rings, the hardware.
If Plaxico hadn't wounded himself at a nightclub by wearing sweatpants and carrying a firearm, he would probably have, been a lot better for the Giants for longer.
Heavy Kevy 56. OBJ catch. Hello. I'm surprised no one has mentioned Odell Beckham just because, recency bias. But no, I don't think he would be. So yeah, I think
just didn't do it for long enough.
So we got Mara, Parcells, Lawrence Taylor, and Strahan. Mr. Good Morning America.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
Who predicted that after his... I knew he'd be in media, but to be the star he's been has kind of been a little surprising to me, to be this big of a star.
That's a good point. I really didn't. I didn't think he was all that personal. I thought he was kind of a jerk.
Yeah. Oh, I remember, I think it was before the 2007 season, he sat out training camp.
He's the guy who started.
He's like, I'm not training. No, it's fine.
All right, so here we go. We'll do this at the end. You know what? I may. You know what? I'm gonna pull a Kaufman later, Madison. I'm gonna be a jerk. Wait, just you wait. But so we'll just really quickly for the Giants. Our Mount Rushmore, the official, at least for us two, DraftKings Mount Rushmore is Michael Strahan, Lawrence Taylor, Bill Parcells, and I always want to call him
Wellington Mara.
Wellington Mara. And again, somebody said it. Like he really did. He changed so much for the NFL game itself. So. In this one, it is 24-3 Patriots all up over the New York Giants. Cam Newton, 0 touchdowns, but our guy Saquon Barkley's got to get grooving now. He's at 69 yards,
nice.
16 carries. We have Sony Michel's got the touchdown, 46 yards. I'm going to tell you right now, what are we doing here? 1 carry for, was it Vitale, I believe? It's him, baby. He's got the touchdown. He was a vulture. And then we also have, for the receivers, nobody even with a bomb shot right now, really. Sterling Shepard's got 44 to get to the bonus. And again, no receiving touchdowns. So defensive touchdown as well for the Patriots. Speaking of which, we're going to get Evan Ingram. Yikes. My captain.
Yeesh.
My captain. I wasn't first. I wasn't fourth. I am in. Whoa, your boat. All the way down to 44th. In first place is Curtis One with Sterling Shepard and the captain. Okay,
I'm in 102nd. Bad.
Okay, so here we go. New England Patriots. Mount Rushmore. Start to line them up. You said, I believe this was, quote unquote, was this an easy one for you?
It was easy, but I'm interested to hear your take on one of the spots.
All right, so we'll start off the most obvious pick. Tom Brady, lock him in, put that beautiful man face right on a big mountain. Don't care where it's located. I'll kiss it. I think he's the most easy lock of the world.
Yeah,
again,
it's not even close.
He's the greatest quarterback to ever play, regardless of what it all ends like. By the way, appreciate that shout out there. We got some people saying DeMarcus Robinson, the one-handed catch, and our girl Madison shared it with us. It was a Simland play.
Oh, yeah. That was an incredible catch, man. That was last night. It was amazing.
The way you reacted, you and Glash, too much. Too much fun. Appreciate that.
It was me and Jeff.
Oh, that's Moose? I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is. I'm finishing it. You guys are going buck wild for it.
Before we move on from Brady, I just think it's stupid to not read this off quickly just because it's so impressive when you list it all out. 6 Super Bowls with the Patriots, 4 Super Bowl MVPs, 3 regular season MVPs, 2 NFL Offensive Player of the Years, NFL Comeback Player of the Year, 5-time All-Pro, 14-time Pro Bowler. It's ridiculous.
Insane. Yeah.
NFL All-Decades team, 100th anniversary team. Come on.
Let's be honest. He's the NFL's greatest. If you were to assemble a team, he's the quarterback.
Yes.
Don't at me.
And I didn't include what he did this past year with the Bucs either. That's just Patriots resume.
Yeah. Yeah, he may have won a Super Bowl there. I don't remember.
Or a Super Bowl MVP.
Maybe. The resume just gets bigger and bigger and badder and badder. The guy is unbelievable. 6 minutes ago here in the fourth, Giants is trying to make it respectable, trying to get your lineups up and going. So let's look here. So now this is where I personally don't think it's all that hard, but I have some issues. So that was my one. Let's go back and forth on this one.
Okay, number 2 is easy for me too. And I think you're going to have him, obviously, is Bill Belichick.
Agreed. He was right there with Brady.
Yeah, and again, we don't need to belabor the point.
No, there's no games here.
A million conference championship game appearances, division titles. I mean, you name it, he has it with this team. What, two losing seasons? He's missed the playoffs 4 times, I think, in 20-plus seasons. It's bonkers what this guy has done.
Yeah. Hooligan, the weekly Tom Brady slobberfest. Boring.
We're done. We're done with Brady.
I'm going to just say this. I don't care. No. Don't be a 2-year-old. Boring. Boring. What are you, 4 years old? What am I, babysitting you? Oh, this is boring. Can you change the channel? First of all, that's it. I'm not making fun of you, but that word, there's a few words that get to me. When people say boring, it's like, what are you doing? You have a million endless options, but I appreciate you being here. And we're not slobbering. We're talking about the Patriots, Mount Rushmore. When yesterday and the next sim, you're never going to hear his name. Unless he's in it. Ooh.
We just talked about the Giants for a whole quarter. Do you know how painful that was for me and Rossi?
Yeah, I hate the Giants.
I hate them.
By the way, Choker says no Frank Gifford in the discussion. Maybe I missed it. You did. We did.
You did.
Promise you. All right, so what number did he wear, Rossi? We talking about Tom Brady? I'll tell you what number. Hooligan. I'll tell you. Anyways, okay. So right there, I think are the absolute no-brainer locks.
Yep.
And here's the thing with the Patriots. Oh, fumble again by the Giants. He looked like he may have been down, but oh man, this would be great for my DST. So I hope he wasn't. Sterling Shepard was in the winning lineup.
Oh, booth review. Here we go.
Let's see. It's coming back. He was down. Okay, so here comes for number 3 for me. So I had a tough time because I want to add some history to this organization because I understand.
I think we went the same way then.
There's 20 years of absolute dominance, right? Like absolutely the best organization maybe of all time. Like the way that they played. All right, the Bulls had a great decade.
All bias aside.
Yeah, like literally, like the Bulls had an amazing decade. The Steelers had a great decade. Dallas Cowboys had a couple of nice seasons. So I looked at the all-time scores. I was trying to go all over the place with this one and trying to see like who is a representative of like the older Patriots. Like who are the guys when it comes to the New England Patriots that I think stand the test of time. And I'm not ready to put this guy on there, but there's multiple reasons why I think this guy's synonymous with this team, and it's Gino Cappelletti. Now, that might be tough one. You might be...
He's in the honorable mention for me, but he's not the old school guy I went with. But I completely understand why you're mentioning.
He was a kicker, and he played... I believe he was also an offensive lineman, right? Am I crazy here?
He played multiple positions.
Yes. So
he's best known for the kicking.
And that's what I love, because I've always said I don't understand. We live in a world in the NFL where kickoffs are done by kickers who can't make tackles. You're basically putting 10 against 11 every time. Where Gino Cappelletti was kickoffs, kicking, all these things. It was the Boston Patriots at the time, was an absolute murderer out there. He also was receiving. He played everywhere. So he of like the old original, like when they first started with the before there was a flying Elvis and it was just the snapping Patriot.
Yeah.
I think
Patriot. Yeah.
Yeah, this is where it could get. I just feel like he represents what the old school football way was. So I'm going to put Gino Cappelletti as at least. And again, I'm not locking him in. I'm just saying he was next. Came up
definitely
in my numbers.
Completely fair to mention him, and then obviously how he became the synonymous voice in the booth for the Patriots radio network after retiring. So, yep, totally get that. For me, old school Pat has to be on there. Lock for me. Didn't even think twice. John Hanna. He's the greatest guard of all time. And look, neither one of us remembers him playing. I wasn't even alive when he played. I assume you were probably very young when he was still playing. If that. Dude is an absolute beast. You look at the resume, great guy in the community. Just an absolute monster. Everyone that's old that watches football tells you John Hanna is the greatest guard of all time. I like to listen to my elders. Watch highlights. He's a beast. So, it's John Hanna, so he's in there for me. I
debated between the two. I went with Cappelletti. Maybe it is a little biased because of the radio and like what he meant to this organization. Okay, so those are our last two. So, and then I wonder if we both went here. Because I think there's only one other player in the organization's history that can.
I went with Kraft. So.
Oh, see, I didn't, and I understand he's important, and I really do. But I actually went with Rob Gronkowski because he's the great.
Gronk's in the discussion. Totally.
There it is. There's the line, baby. Take a swig. I gotta take a swig. Here we go. Patriots. got a turnover on downs before the 2-minute warning. So I put Gronk on there because he's arguably the greatest tight end of all time. And when he's one of the greatest tight ends of all time, the impact that he had, obviously, for that organization, I get, he's in Tampa now. Yeah, he won a stinking Super Bowl. Gag me with a spoon. But I put him on there because I had Kraft, I had Vinatieri, and I had John and Hannah. Those are my honorables. I also had Bruce Smith, but
Bruce Smith's on my list.
But I didn't think he really got that. So let's get it. We're down to less than 2 minutes. There's not going to be much timeouts. So So we're kind of in a mix here. So Brady and Belichick are locks.
Yeah.
So we're kind of toying with Hannah. I think Hannah probably over Capoletti. All right, let's give it to Hannah. Andy's a Hall of Famer. Andy was incredible. So let's go Hannah. So it's Gronk.
The fourth here is tough.
I think Gronk or Kraft.
Yeah, well, Andre Tippett, also amazing. Defensive player of the year, one of the better linebackers in the history of the league. Ty Law, one of the best corners of all time.
Yeah, I still don't. I don't think
I'm going Kraft over those guys, and I know it's sort of like a cliche Boston media thing to fawn over Kraft, but you really got to think about what that franchise was before he got there. It was a laughingstock, and they kept switching ownerships. The stadium was trashed. It was worth nothing. They were going to move to St. Louis.
Okay, hold on. So we're
Stallions. It has to be Kraft.
Man, don't you wish they went to St. Louis? No, you really don't.
No, I don't.
You just wish they had some football there. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a great argument for Kraft. Don't get me wrong, but I still think Gronkowski, like Ty Law, you mentioned some people, Brewski, Will Ford, all this. We're talking the greatest, arguably the greatest in the position of all time. Rob Gronkowski, I still think he is in his prime was better than Tony Gonzalez, was better than Antonio Gates, was better than even Travis Kelce, and guys we're seeing today because it's a little bit different of a league, even just 8 short years ago. And I think he's the greatest blocking, dash receiving weapon during a stretch of the greatest franchise of all time. So I think there's something there. But I'm actually, for the sake of time and the sake of consideration and what he meant to this league, especially during the lockout, Robert Kraft gets that last spot. So
totally. And TV deals and everything. It's just, again, it's one of these cliche things. Oh, we always call him Mr. Kraft. And blah, blah. It's like, okay, take all of that out of the equation, outside looking in. It's Robert Kraft saved the franchise. I mean, he went in, he gave it credibility right away. He hired Bill Parcells, who immediately was the best coach ever in the history of that franchise. Changed the culture.
All right, he's in. You don't have to listen. Stop slobbering. We already got it. All right, you got it. Jordan Lindenbaum says, "What about Teddy Bruschi, Rodney Harrison? Great Patriots, but not going to get on when the top 4. They weren't franchise. Same thing with like
Harrison's better years were in San Diego too."
Oh, absolutely. There's so many. This is such a winning organization, especially with what we're talking about. Everyone remembers the last 20 years, so there can be a bias.
Logan Mankins in the conversation.
No, I love Logan Mankins.
Troy Brown.
No, he is not. I love Logan Mankins. He barreled his way out of New England, held them up for money. He's not in the conversation.
Was the best guard of his decade, though.
Yes, but we already know the best guard is already on there.
I'm just saying he's in the we're just talking conversation here.
I'm putting it on your damn tombstone. Just in case, tune in at 6 o'clock.
Look at this. This is the honorable mentions for the Pats.
Look at this list. It's called typing.
Look at this.
No, you did great. You did great. Listen, Tom, I might have to make these full halves now because you get so much here. You do great. All right, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 10 with 1 second left. Can we get some garbage
quarter,
time?
Though. Then we'd go too insane.
I know. I do it all day. I don't care. All the time in the world. Throws it. Has him in. Is it in?
It looked like a pick.
So that'll do it. 4-3. Before we get to it, before we tell you our player of the game, actually, let's do that first. We'll give away the awards and we'll list out our.
I'd like to see the stats before I give away the player of the game.
Numbers guy. Numbers guys here. As I read my numbers, I must see that the Patriots and DST should easily be the player of the game, but I will let Thomas Theodore Carroll put in.
You're going to go Pat's defense?
No, it's your call. That's just analytics guy talking.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Look, Cam Newton, 12 of 15 for 89, not a factor. Daniel Jones,
quarterbacks stunk.
19 for 29. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and give you Cam Newton as the Babysitter Billy Award winner.
Woo!
Yeah, I said it.
Nailed it. Wow.
Nothing. Right. And that is even with Saquon going 17 for 75.
But he bounced back, dude. He had 6 for 1 after the first quarter.
Exactly, because his first quarter was awful, but he
11 carries, 74.
A game that mattered here.
Yeah. Who's your player of the game, dude? Just give
player of the game. I guess we got to go Pat's DST. We have to do it. When you look at the stats, it's Pat's DST.
Curtis one held on to win our contest. Shepard, Barkley, Ingram, Jones, Michelle, Patriots DST. 19 points, the most. Non-Cal Saquon, a little bit more. Look at Dalton Keene getting a catch. Isn't that cute? All right. For the official DraftKings, well, Rossi and Carroll style, Mount Rushmore, the New York Football Giants, we have Lawrence Taylor, Wellington Mara, Bill Parcells, and Michael Strahan. And for the New England Patriots, we have John Hanna, Robert Kraft, Tom Brady, and Bill Belichick. Both organizations, owner and coach. It's
first time we've done that.
It is. And I think as we get into these more, I want to say, illustrious winning teams, especially at different times, you're going to see it. Spoiler, next up, we have Bills and Falcons. We'll talk about it in the third and the fourth. I'm going to just throw it out there. I highly doubt you'll see an owner or a coach on that list.
Correct.
And I think there'll be some very interesting conversations to be had.
There's only two other teams I would consider owners without thinking too much about it.
Yeah, the Steelers,
and then Chiefs. Lamar Hunt started the AFL.
Yeah, it's a good point. And realistically,
I guess Al Davis would be in the Raiders conversation.
I was going to say Al Davis gives me a little bit of gives me some vibes.
They just had so many good players.
And Shad Khan, just because of his flow. All right, he's at your boy TC Fresh. We're going to be back here in about an hour and 5. And again, we're going to talk Bills. We're going to talk Falcons. There's a contest for you to enter. I finished this one. Absolutely stunk. I was in first for a while. I ended in 14th. Not happy with it.
That's
still
pretty
stink.
good though.
Yeah, I stink.
I'm
you
an
don't,
83rd.
That's okay. That was worse than me. Look at that. Proving it. Did you win $1 million? No. I want to give a huge shout out though to Madison, our producer. Crushed it all day, baby. TP, our technical advisor, give it up for him. Bow, baby. And Kyle on ops, crushing numbers. His eyes, his nose, and his ears are bleeding from all the numbers he has devoured. Remember that game, Number Crunchers? Or are you too young? Did you ever play that?
No.
All right, there was a computer game when you were a kid. If you remember, there was computer labs when I was in school.
Oh, okay.
They weren't in every classroom. And there was a game called Number Crunchers. If anybody knows that, you're my favorite person. On that note, we named our all Mount Rushmores for both. I've never heard of that. Thanks, Madison. Thanks for saying that. Makes me feel even worse.
I have also never heard of it.
Please, TP. TP's probably super young too, isn't he? He probably doesn't know it either.
Lucio Rivera, Arthur Blank. Yeah, we can talk about him later, but he's not on the...
Yeah. Don't get me involved. Okay. Appreciate you all in the chat. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Come back at 6:00. It's going to be a hoot. I promise you that. It'll be the best sim on a Sunday at 6 p.m. in the last 17 months. And it's only been going for about 11. Again, follow him over on Twitter at your boy TC Fresh. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. The Dream Stream ain't going nowhere. Follow DraftKings. Follow the DraftKings Sportsbook. Follow all their outlets. There's like 50 different accounts. Hashtag DraftKings wherever you're tweeting. Go out there, say something nice. Go make yourself a nice dinner if you're on the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, don't care what you do. I'm just jealous it's earlier. Stay positive. We'll see you guys in about an hour. Cheers. DK Sim Fam, what's good on a Sunday night? It just feels right. What else can I rhyme? It's football Sunday. It's me. It's you. It's Tom Carroll. This son of a gun right here. You can follow him at your boy TC Fresh over on the Twitter machine. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. We're talking Atlanta Falcons. We're talking Buffalo Billy Bob Thorntons. We're going to talk Mount Rushmores if these teams come to third and fourth. But here we start the game off. TC, what's your lineup looking like?
You know what? I didn't really love my lineup, but
it's okay. I don't love all the things I do.
Russell Gage, I always throw him in my captain spot when I have the Falcons. 8.8 a sim,
just the cheapness.
$9,300. Yeah. It's just throw him in there, give yourself that flexibility on the back end. And
okay, will do.
Did
Good
that.
Advice.
Rest of the way, Josh Allen, John Brown, Todd Gurley, Hayden Hurst, Lee Smith. So I got the tight end stack.
Oh yeah.
I got Gurley, who's good for a pop off here in the sims. The wide receiver 2 for the Bills. Who's good for 7.3 a sim, $5,400, and then I went with Josh Allen over Matt Ryan, which I usually don't do, but I figured I'd switch it up also. Fine.
I dig it. Lineups are locked. It's 136 you in the DK family and friends, Rossi, Freeze Pop, or whatever I called this one, Tom, Carol, whatever multiple names, Cheese Ball, Smokes, yesterday's turn. I don't know what they call you, but I went with Stephon Diggs in my captain spot. Feeling a big game with that weak secondary from Atlanta. Got Josh Allen, Gurley, Ridley, Lee Smith, and because I just didn't have money left, I put in Zach Moss, who can, he might vulture his way into the end zone. Yes, I believe he counts. Well, actually, he might not be a vulture. We can have that discussion if we get there. But yeah, we're looking good here. Heading to Simlanta, baby. Hotlanta, where it's at. Ludicrous. 112. Jermaine Dupri.
The Yin Yang Twins.
Oh, yes, of course, the classics. Yin Yangs. The whistle song still gives me the creeps. Many things happening there. In this game, Josh Allen, highest owned in this one, Tom. He is 74% owned. Todd Gurley at 54%. Steph Diggs, 54 as well. Julio Jones, 52. Calvin Ridley wrapping up the top 5 with 47%. Should be in for a good one when it comes to these two. Defense not necessarily a strong suit as we saw with our last one with the Patriots. Just dominating the Giants, even scoring one on defense. I just realized I didn't put a kicker in here. And I'm feeling kind of gross about it, but we'll see.
Yeah, indoor game, that should be automatic for you, bro.
I should have smashed that hashtag stack them kickers, but we'll see how it goes. Atlanta's going to be kicking off. Buffalo will start on offense. As you know, Josh Allen, superstar, as well as Stephon Diggs, Singletary, Moss will get involved. John Brown, as you mentioned, Beasley. They do have some good weapons. We'll see how they perform here in Simland. Again, as you come in, smash that like. Hope you're having a heck of a Sunday. Really appreciate you joining us on your wonderful Sunday. Jordan Lindenbaum said, Rossi said the whistle song. Oh, what is it? What is it called? Isn't it? Not the
I think that's
song.
what it's called in parentheses. I don't know what the real name is. You know how songs have kind
it's
of
a
two
whisper.
titles sometimes?
Whisper. It's called the Whisper song, I think, right? Isn't that's probably what I'm thinking?
No,
the
but
whistle
no,
song. No, Whisper. It's the Whisper song, right?
Yeah, I guess, because I'm thinking of the whistle where it's like.
Yeah, that's a different. That's you make my whistle blow. That's a different song.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Different song. Got it.
Either
Both
way,
Atlanta songs.
Yeah, everybody's all down. Oh yeah, Little John.
T.I.
T.I.'s Atlanta boy. That's right.
Yeah. The show Atlanta.
Okay.
Childish Gambino.
Sure.
A.K.A. Donald Glover.
A.K.A. that dude. A.K.A. your boy TC Fresh.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Early.
Going nowhere there. Stopped by Singletary in the backfield. Lane says, I will never roster Beasley again. Okay.
Okay, good to know.
Did he do something to you personally? Tell us about it. It's okay. You can talk.
Rossi, looking ahead to next season, the Falcons are the team that I think take the biggest jump forward.
Way too early for me to follow you up on that, but I will say...
I just think they have too many pieces on the offensive side of the ball to be that bad again.
Yeah, but that wasn't the issue.
They bring in a new head coach. Well, agreed. Their defense was bad. But again, they bring in a new head coach. So that brings in a new mindset. And it's an offensive league. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I just think the Falcons are going to be closer to a 8-9 win team than they are, towards the bottom of the league. They lost a lot of really close games, as we know.
Dude, they blew every fourth quarter lead they had in the first half of the season. They stink.
I just see that being something that you can't. I mean, I guess that's a hallmark of the franchise, but to do it like that 2 years in a row, I find it hard to believe that will happen.
Yeah, our guy Daniel on the 1-1000 says Falcons gonna Falcon. Nothing has changed. Yeah, they're a broken franchise. They make a nice stop here at the opening drive. Bills are gonna have to punt it away, but they're broken after that Super Bowl. There's no reason you don't win that Super Bowl. They really we can have all the jokes.
That's got to be just the worst thing in the entire world. I know a couple Falcon fans, and it still burns to this day.
Oh, it has to.
We're looking at another kind of cursed franchise too here with the Bills. 4 straight Super Bowl losses, or the Falcons blowing the Super Bowl like that? Which one is worse to you?
Give me 4 straight Super Bowl losses because my team made it. That's a dynasty. That gets no credit. Them and the Eagles of the early 2000s, Bills of the early 90s, dynasty. I know you have to win Super Bowls. We can have the whole thing, but they are a dynasty. And then the Eagles of the early 2000s are a dynasty. 4 straight NFC title games. That doesn't just happen. Yeah, you don't go to 4 straight Super Bowls. I get they didn't win. That stinks, and the legacy of it. But no, every year there's not 3 tight champions. There's 1. And for them to get to that runner-up position 4 straight seasons,
it's crazy.
Is insane.
Yeah.
So I would be a Bills fan 50 times over that horrendous loss by the Falcons being up 25 points with 3 minutes in the third.
Oh, it's so bad. Now, I will say this. It's important to include context with what the Bills did. The AFC was really weak at that point. That was in the midst of 13 straight Super Bowls won by the NFC. So that's important to note. But in the same token, I throw that out when the number is 4 straight. Like 2 in a row, okay, fine. You want to throw the NFC thing out there? Okay, but 4 in a row is impressive. I don't care what the league looks like.
Like if the Chiefs go back to the Super Bowl next year, I'm lining it up. They're the current dynasty then. You don't go to 2. They've been to 2 straight Super Bowls, won 1, lost 1. They go to a third. That's business. We're a major business as an organization. Like, just think of every team in the league that has won. Like the Rams, they went to Super Bowl a couple years ago. They haven't even sniffed getting back. They haven't even been to a title game again. They won 1 round this year, which was nice. Nice little caveat.
Continuity in the NFL is so hard because the way the league is set up with the salary cap and the way teams are trying to save money on the fringes at all times. It's so difficult. And when a team wins a championship, those tier B, tier C guys go out and get paid by other teams. We saw it happen with the Patriots throughout the entire 20-year span of that franchise. They have a guy like Dion Lewis be a part of a couple championship teams. He goes out and gets paid elsewhere. He was never a tier A guy for the Pats, but then he goes and gets paid like that for the, I believe it was the Titans. Mm-hmm. Guys like that all the time. And that happens with every franchise. So to sustain success like that, even for 3 or 4 years, is really, really difficult because teams are constantly trying to poach those guys off the roster.
Calvin Ridley, big catch down the sideline. 1st and 10, 4:34 to go. Shout out to our homies over there on Twitch. We got Bugaboo 22, Yogi Dead 444, Smash Lana, saw CJ in there, Fooligan, a bunch of others as I'm scrolling. I see y'all in there. Appreciate you being there, Heavy Kevy. We see Jordan Lindebaum, Bob Daddy, NY Goat says DK is addictive. Oh, no, we sure are. Listen, we like to have fun. Whether you're on the app, playing some games, sports book, chilling with the Madden Sims, love to hear it. DeReal Cree says, Rossi sounds like a bit of a Falcons maybe hater. First of all, definitely not. Definitely not. But I will say, I just don't think they're in a good position. The franchise broke. All right, if the Patriots were broken for a little bit, by the way, even one of the best organizations in sports, they broke. This could Kansas City. You never know. This could break them. We don't know, but Falcons blowing that lead stinks. I used to be a huge Atlanta Falcons fan, by the way. Grew up a big Atlanta Falcons fan.
Interesting.
Want to know why?
Why?
Oh, good. Thanks for asking. It was because I had a starter jacket with the Falcons logo.
Ah, okay.
And I was like, yep, going to be a fan of them.
Nice. So what years we talking?
Like 94. I think I had that starter jacket. There's a run from Gurley, breaks it into the end zone. So I was a big Atlanta fan until about 2005, 2006.
Wow. So you were in it for a while. So you were
they were my
that
other
Super
team.
Bowl year where they lost to the Broncos. You must have been crushed.
Yeah, I was playing like with toys because I was still young, but I was like playing with like headliners, my own little Super Bowl, and they were just they didn't even have a shot really in that game. Like you look back, it wasn't a good game. Don't forget that was right after our Patriots went to the Super Bowl and they kind of had a tough go with my main man Drew Bledsoe. So Darrell Cruz says Falcons will be in the playoffs easy. Who are you, Tom Carroll? You freeze popping to me? Easy?
I don't know that they're going to get in easy, but I just think that they take a big step forward.
But like easy, like I love when people say, like we joke, we're going to get into our Mount Rushmores, and I don't even want to know anything easy yet. But we have a little.
The Bills were easy. Falcons were hard.
There it is. So with that being said, I just think like there's no team right now aside. Like I'm trying to think right now if you're just like that team's locked for the playoffs next year. The way the NFL is, like, you want to say Kansas City, I want to, but like a part of me is like, what if the Raiders do get like a Deshaun
If they
Watson?
take a step forward too, and the Chargers too, like they're going to take a step forward with Herbert.
I'm just thinking, but like Russell Wilson could be a Raider for all we know. And Justin Herbert, taking a big step, and like 2 years in a row playing the most football of any organization is the Kansas City Chiefs. And like I know people want to just pretend like that's no big deal. I think they're going to lose players this year too. Like I don't think Sammy Watkins will be back. I don't think, maybe some of those defenders, they had like, I don't know all the contract situation off the top of my head, but there might be some guys that are moving on. This was the year they needed to capitalize. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't think anybody's just like, oh yeah, they're automatically in. Even Tampa Bay. Nothing's easy.
Yeah,
baby.
and they play in their NFC opponents this year are the the NFC East. So that helps them. That definitely helps them because the East is in flux. So that's 4. Whoa. Okay. Nice play.
Josh Allen just tucking and running, holding on very quickly. Justin Craven says, it's fun to see the personalities behind the articles and past media on these Sims. Freeze Pop and Rossi are no different. Awesome guys.
Thanks, dude.
Justin, way to just
I'm
make
a big
me feel
Justin
like,
fan.
I wasn't until now. No, I'm kidding. No, appreciate that, Justin. Fan of everybody, even the critics.
He's a good dude. I was going to say something.
Sorry,
here.
I totally cut you off to say that.
Yeah, and I completely blanked now.
You were talking-
okay, yeah. So the NFC East next year, Chiefs, that's 4, you don't want to say guaranteed wins, but that's 4 games where they're almost certainly going to be the favorites heading in. So that definitely
It's so
helps
early
them.
right now. We're also talking like we haven't hit free agency.
Yeah, and
so,
plus
like,
they play the Broncos twice, so that's 6 wins, you would think.
Oh, I see. I'm not always ready. In division play, even the state, like, again, I'm only saying this because, who's like the better teams of the past couple of years? Like the Patriots. Like they would lose to the Dolphins. They lost games to the Jets. They lost, like last year, the Raiders could have beat Kansas City, but should have beaten Kansas City twice. Mm-hmm. So like that's why I'm never like I don't look at those, especially those division games, even though some of these teams may stink out loud. And we don't know. Denver, they're going to be hungry because they have if Von Miller's back, and
their offense is sneaky loaded too.
I still believe, and I know I've said this multiple times, I don't think Deshaun Watson's going anywhere. I don't know why he wouldn't look at a team like Denver. The offensive weapons there, the line needs help. But I'll be like, and that's a huge factor. But I like those weapons. I like it a lot.
I do too.
If I'm a quarterback and I have my choice, like Denver's definitely in the top half of the league of overall weaponry.
Yep.
2 good running backs coming out. I think people aren't talking about the weapons for Denver.
2 good running backs, great receivers. Noah Fant's a good tight end. Yeah. That's a really, really solid core
Jake
there.
Butt.
Plus a dude on your roster named Jake Butt. Like,
Come on,
I was just going to say, get Jake Butt in the mix.
Yeah. Buffalo punting again, so Atlanta takes over, already up 7-0 off of a Todd Gurley touchdown. If you're joining us, Tommy Freeze Pops, Jason Rossi, producer Drew in the house with Daniel on the 1 through 1 millions. Jim, that dude in ops. Appreciate him. Appreciate all of you joining us on a Sunday. Hope you're having a great Sunday, chilling out. Hopefully it's a relaxing day, and we're just a compliment to whatever you're doing.
I think the Chiefs are the only lock for next season in the postseason if you're going to make me choose today. Only team I'd lock in.
Wait, say that one more time, because
the only team today I would lock into the playoffs for 2021 is the Chiefs.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not even ready to do
only
that.
one.
It makes total sense. Our guy Darrell Cree, just loving it, says Falcons will win the NFC South with the Saints not having a quarterback. Okay, we're talking it's February 28th. We have the Bucs number. What number is that? And there is no team the Falcons can't beat in the NFC South. All right, well, you just kind of,
if the Panthers get Deshaun Watson, it's a different story.
I don't even think they need him either. I think the Panthers are on the right track. Let's get Christian McCaffrey full year. That defense start to gel, replacing Luke Kuechly. His second year with Matt Rule had that team in the right direction. I personally think the Falcons are 4 out of 4 there still. I like right now, and I know the Saints, and I'm not a fan of the Saints. Saints are just like St. Louis Cardinals. They just find ways to win and be in the conversation. There it is. Everyone take a drink. Be in the conversation every year. It's like, oh, the Saints are probably going to be 8-8 next year. That's what people right now off the top of your head, right? And then like they'll be like 11-5 for absolutely no reason, and you don't even understand how. And by this whole like they don't have a quarterback, well, a lot of teams right now technically in a way don't have like that starting guy. Yeah, and we'll see. Because I think Sean Payton still has the respect of the league when it comes to quarterback. So maybe it's Jameis Winston, maybe it's a Ryan Fitzpatrick, maybe it's Russell Wilson. We don't know. It's so weird this year. So I'm not ready to start counting out.
Not to shamelessly plug the pod here, but
Please
Cam
do.
Jordan on the podcast this week.
What's the podcast you're talking about?
It's called Great Dane Nation on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And that's Dane, right?
Anderson. Great Dane, D-A-N-E, Great Dane Nation. Cam Jordan, New Orleans Saints all-pro defensive end, joining us this week, saying that Sean Payton saying internally that Jameis Winston is up next. And
it makes sense.
It makes total sense from a financial situation because the Saints have like no money to spend. They've spent all of their money. So you take a flyer on Jameis Winston for a season. You had him in-house for a year learning under Drew Brees, and you go out and you see what the kid has.
And you know
does
what?
He have any gas left in the tank?
Oh, he absolutely does.
I think he does. But
he didn't fail out.
Did he get better at decision making? And that's going to be the issue.
I'll be honest. I like everything about him sitting for a year, even though I know he doesn't. But here's the reason why. Not only, Drew Brees kind of stunk, let's be honest. He also saw Taysom Hill. He's like, why am I not out there? And more importantly, he's hungry. He's like, all the conversation
eating them dubs, baby.
Yeah, he was the quarterback for the Buccaneers through like over 30 interceptions for the first time since Eli Manning. And everyone's like, oh, he's not that good. Oh, he kind of stinks. They replace him with Tom Brady, go on and win a Super Bowl. What do people say? What changed? Quarterback. Oh, that guy can't do it for you. The other guy can. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He's kind of had it with him all along. Sometimes it needs that fresh coat of paint, a Ryan Tannehill style relocation. And this guy could be up and grooving for that team.
And you know what? The defense on the Saints is fantastic. Underrated really defense.
Maybe the best defense in the league.
Very solid. Yeah, top to bottom. So they're a very complete team, in all honesty. Breeze was maybe one of the weaker parts of that squad this year.
Yeah.
So if Jameis can come in and be better than Drew Brees, which
shouldn't be difficult with all due respect.
I wouldn't say that's out of the realm of possibility with the way Brees played last year.
Yeah.
The Saints could be a little dangerous in the NFC.
Could be. By the way, Smash Atlanta, huge shout out to Smash Atlanta, also a big Atlanta guy. He says Falcons are 28-27 versus the Bucs all time and 33-19 against the Panthers. Sweet, dude. Awesome. That's fantastic numbers. But right now, even the most optimistic, like you have to be optimistic if you're an Atlanta fan because Ryan's coming back, Julio's coming back. Maybe we'll have those two guys a part of our conversation later. Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage. We'll have to figure out that running back position. I think that's a major issue there. They need a
Gurley flash at times, but
it's not. He's
not your bell cow.
Yeah, I think they need. For me, perfect fit. If I'm going to find a guy who's going to be out there, it's Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell would be an ideal fit for that team, especially with that offensive line that's not outstanding, but can make holes, as we saw guys.
Hayden Hurst, a good tight end, too.
Yes, they have good weapons. They need to shore up the offensive line. Defense, I don't know. You're not turning it all the way around. I just don't think that's realistic. But if you can compete and become, a team that puts up 20, 25 a game and can hang in there, you're at least going to be fun. You're at least going to have people talking. Right now, sorry, Atlanta. Like, I appreciate all the numbers. It's just tough. We'll see Josh Allen here. Third drive for the Bills. First time in positive, or should I say Atlanta territory. Allen searching, looking, thriving, throwing. Has a man in double coverage. Dangerous throw there by big old Josh Allen. So, yeah, I do like it. And I think for when it comes to the Bills next year, as we stand today, minor tweaks, but don't go too far off the system. I think they're built. McDermott gets it. Smash mouth on defense. Make just the right plays, which it seemed like Josh Allen did more than not last year on offense. Maybe you want to add a running back here because Singletary and Moss are good. I know first year for Moss, but they could also maybe find something there. I don't know if Singletary is the guy when they needed a play coming out the backfield. Like, I don't know if he's that great of a receiving back. Like, maybe James White. If he wanted to go to move on from the Patriots, go to another team that contend. But I like their weapons. I think, if John Brown can stay healthy, Beasley showed his worth. You got some, Dawson Knox kind of, their tight end situation, him and Lee Smith are just fine. That's another position. Maybe they find a guy. Maybe that's a draft. But I think you just keep piling that defense, keep stacking them up. And, man, there's not a lot of holes I don't see on the Buffalo team.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see if they're for real, if they can come out and be legit this next year, right? Like, was the Bills' window, like, was this past year their year to win it? Was this as good as this core could be? Or are they going to be a team that's legit over the next few years? It's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah.
Because would you be shocked if the Bills were like 7-9 next season and back to being mediocre?
I
wouldn't be shocked. No. I'm leaning towards them being really good again.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be as good here. There's the touchdown. Stephon Diggs. It was our guy, first time playing Fortnite, saying, "Come on, Diggs, touchdown." My captain there gets his game all tied up. 6:51 left to go here in the second quarter. Buffalo Bills on the board. Bugaboo says, or Buggy Boo, should I really say it properly, says Bills are solid. Believes that's kind of just a nice analysis. Just boom, they're good. I would be surprised if they're 7-9, only for the fact that they have so many pieces and have built things the right way. And I actually have a lot of belief in their coach. So I just think that's going to be that's a big factor to me. Diggs, that's his 6th touchdown last 4 games. Boy, he is rolling. I was noticing that he had like a 30-point game recently, a 20-point game. He's already up to 19.9 in the captain spot. My team, aside from Zach Moss, doing aight. Currently sitting in 3rd place. See what we can do here. 136. I always like to just see who's in 136. I like to give a shout out to our Curtis who won the last one, currently sitting in that bottom spot, is Russell Gage in the captain spot. Smart man, some people say. Josh Allen, Matt Ryan, Jones, Brown, Tyler Bass. Love the kicker. Let's see.
El Paso #1. I too have Malik Monk in my lineup tonight for NBA. I do think he's a sneaky play.
Yeah, well, the Hornets are playing like
roll recently.
I think me and you are going to be coming off the bench for the Hornets today.
Exactly. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries.
I think they have 8 players.
He's been producing.
Yeah, they're a weird team. I thought the Hornets would be a little bit better than they have been this season.
They've been fun.
They're fun to watch. They're top 5.
But they're not going to win the finals, yeah.
No, I don't think. But I thought they'd be like a sure playoff team at this point, where they're still like in that 9-8. Well, things are just moving so quickly.
LaMelo's been so fun.
And there's Daniel says Hornets gonna Hornets. Nothing has changed. Put him in the Atlanta Falcons category. Here comes Gurley out the backfield, bops his way out for about 9 yards.
Yeah,
Gurley
Charlotte basketball fans have not had a nice go of it. It's funny because that's like ACC country, right? Basketball is such a big deal down there, and then the whole NBA existence of Charlotte it's just been mediocrity through and through. They lost their franchise, then they get the Bobcats, then the Bobcats become the Hornets.
Yeah, can we talk about that just for a split second?
I have gone through this lineage before. I don't know if I've done it on DraftKings, but I've explored this with my friends.
Yeah, we don't have to go too deep, but it's embarrassing when that stuff happens in any sport. When a team leaves and they lose a team, and then they bring a team back, but it's under like a different alias because the other alias, like the New Orleans Hornets. Can we cut the crap? The New Orleans Pelicans, at least that's the state bird, but we, as soon as New Orleans got a franchise, should have called up Utah, said, didn't make any sense in the first place. Yep. Give me my bike back. I'm driving this thing to school every day. I'll put on some pegs. Utah, let me guess. What's in Utah? I don't know.
Mountains.
Exactly. Be the Mountaineers. Or, I don't know, maybe like the Lakers should give their Lakers, because we all know we're going swimming in lakes over in LA. What are we doing? Like, that bothers me. Utah is also the B state.
What?
So they could have been the Hornets. No, I don't like that.
That's ridiculous.
Producer Drew's making a lot of sense, and I appreciate his smart brain because he's a very intelligent, handsome, and astute human being.
It's ridiculous that it would have worked out so nicely like that.
No, but I don't want that. The Hornets stay. If you come in as a one team, you don't just move the team. Like the NBA's been the worst with that. Like you look at the lineage.
I just want to break it down really quick, like because it's funny to hear it out loud. Okay, I'm gonna run through it and then we can move on.
Before you do, I just want to say one thing. I know it's super rude of me, but Darwin says Baltimore Ravens ? Yeah, could you imagine if it was the Baltimore Browns?
Yeah, that would suck.
Exactly. All right, continue.
Okay. New Orleans Jazz moves to Utah. Utah Jazz. Okay. Charlotte Hornets become a team in whenever, the 80s. Then they move to New Orleans. They keep the Hornet name. Charlotte doesn't have a basketball team. Charlotte then has the Bobcats, who are in existence for about a decade. And then the Hornets, they decide they want to rebrand. They create the Pelicans. Bobcats buy the Hornets name back from the New Orleans franchise. So now New Orleans has all of the old Hornets history attached to it.
Yeah, no.
The new Hornets have the Bobcats chronology attached to it. So multiple franchises own Hornets history.
Yeah, I'm all set.
While the Jazz have their whole thing in Utah. How dumb is that?
No, I'm with you. But that's all. That's what happens. It's weird sports crap. I can't. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Producer Drew says, good point. Larry Johnson played for the Pelicans. Let's not do this. I'm just so mad. Daniel says, I wouldn't want to own the Hornets history. No, you would, because it was a hot logo in the 90s. Everybody wanted to play as them in NBA Jam. You wanted to be Muggsy Bogues. You wanted Muggsy Bogues. You wanted Larry Johnson, Grandmama.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kyrie. Your character's stink in comparison. Grandmama should have had a movie. I'm just saying. Aside from the fact that the movie shares the name with our astute, handsome producer.
How did he get in?
And there it is, Hayden. Get the hearse out, baby. We're taking the rosters who didn't win to the graveyard. That's what hearses sound like if you ever Miami Misfit says, where's Julio? Can't wait for his salary to get less than $8K. Not going to happen.
Frank White bringing up a good point here. Minneapolis Lakers.
No, I don't.
Los Angeles Lakers is dumb.
No, in the fact that people go, oh, they got 17 titles now. No, they got 11. Sorry, doesn't count. Doesn't count. You moved the franchise. The Lakers, there's not a lake to be seen in the city of Los freaking Angeles or 500 miles out.
It's a desert.
It's legit. The whole area. It's like, oh, yeah, the Lakers. That makes a ton of sense. Why did they not rename that franchise? Dumb.
It's kind of a cool name. Maybe that's why they're like, oh, Lakers is kind of a sick name. We're just going to keep it.
Los Angeles Sandy Lakers, says Daniel, our motherboard from another mother. No, I agree with you, dude. No, it's a horrible. It's just because it has the alliteration. Los Angeles Lakers. That's fine. But guess what? Rename it something else. Take be the Los Angeles Dodgers that are football. I don't care. I don't know the story
the Los Angeles basketball Dodgers.
No, don't do that because they took that from Brooklyn. Scratch what I just said. Los Angeles Angels of basketball of Anaheim of Los Angeles. I don't care.
Great call. Yeah. What would the Dodgers have been?
The Los Angeles.
You know what? The Dodgers still works because Dodgers is in reference to people dodging traffic in a busy city. LA also known for its traffic, so that translates.
Look at this run. Could he go? Singletary just ripping it off. Getting to the 40-yard line with 2:56 left to go. Trade names with Minnesota. I would love it. Yeah, Timberwolves.
Are Timberwolves synonymous with LA?
Doesn't matter. Send them out there. Timberwolves could use anything. They are just an embarrassment. I told you.
That's an awful franchise.
I don't know if it was with you. I recently said next time you're bored, just look at like the ownership issues there.
Oh,
we were talking about
it's
this
top to bottom
with Kevin Garnett and everything. Go buy it, KG.
Absolute top to bottom terrible franchise.
Jobo the Bear God says, Rossi, I like you, but saying the Lakers only have won 11 chips is whack. Well, it's also factual in LA.
The LA Lakers.
The LA Lakers have won 11 titles. Sorry, maybe 12 now. I don't remember. I don't even know how many titles
I lose
have.
track as well.
They won last year, and I'm not the type of guy, as much as I want
They
to.
have 17 overall. I forget how many of those.
So
were
11. No, it was 6. It was 6 in Minneapolis. It's just weird how sports, like if Buffalo loses, let's say like the Buffalo franchise is moved to Toronto. Are they the Toronto Bills? Because there was a rumor about that. Like, no, like you got to come up with a new name.
I do respect the fact that the LA Rams don't hang a banner for the St. Louis Rams in their new stadium.
Because it doesn't make any sense. And that's another one. They were originally the LA Rams.
Yep.
Then went to St. Louis Rams. Actually, I would be okay if they hung it. I wouldn't.
They don't though.
No, I respect it too, but I would be okay if they did.
It's sort of a petty move because, there's this whole looming lawsuit, City of St. Louis versus NFL, because of the shady practices that led for the Rams moving. I think there's probably a bit of pettiness there by Kroenke and his team, but
listen,
that greatest it is disappointing that the greatest show on turf doesn't have a banner somewhere, because that offense for a 5-year stretch was unbelievable.
Yeah, and they won a Super Bowl. Like,
yep, went back to another one.
Lucha Rivera says, they probably aren't renaming them because it's hard to come up with good team names, to be honest. And if you want to know the truth about a lot of team names, especially in like the modern era, a lot of them are like fan votes by like newspapers. Like the Orlando Magic was a fan vote.
Yeah, so was the OKC Thunder.
Yeah, perfect. Fan vote. What do you want to buy?
Well, they want people to come to the games, so they're like, let's let the people decide.
Yeah, but to me, it's like, that's not going to make me buy a ticket. Put a product out there. That's all I care about. Oh, I do like Daniel saying Seattle Kraken sounds good to me. It does.
That was a vote, too, from fans, I believe. Kraken, wasn't it?
At the color scheme might have been. I don't know if the name was. I'm excited for when next year when the NHL is another team, and hopefully we're back to where like the divisions aren't stupid and like stacked in some cases, and like this Canadian division's absolute trash.
Yeah, I just can't wait. We were saying this before one of the Sims, so we just can't wait for the world to just get back to normal. Let's normalize.
It's gonna listen, man.
In every facet.
We're getting there every day. Every day we're a little closer. Everybody stay safe. Keep your distance. Do your thing that you've been doing. We'll get there. We're all in this together, baby. Ain't done till it's done. There's the pass there. Look at it. Is that Julio? No, that's Calvin Ridley.
Kicking Club saying the Jets were originally the Titans. That's true. The New York Titans. I believe it was only one season.
Yeah, the ugly jerseys too.
Really ugly. Chiefs used to be the Texans. Dallas Texans.
Yep. A lot of these things have switched around, but I just look at I love looking at like modern franchises over the last 20 years, like how they came up with it. Our producer Drew says it's the craziest one of the team moves. The Ravens don't have the Browns' former records. The new Browns got all the old Browns record back. No, we didn't mention it.
And we didn't mention that, and it is crazy.
It doesn't make any sense either, but that's how it should be. The city should hold it, not the organization.
So did the Indianapolis Colts have all of the Baltimore Colts banners
raised? Sure do. They sure do.
That has to stay. Baltimore Colts are one of the more iconic franchises in the history of football. Like, that's something that doesn't get talked about enough. Just overnight, just ripping that team away from the city.
That's the iconic part. They just packed up a truck and were like, see ya.
Yeah, bye.
There was no media. There was no Twitter or media coverage. The paper wrote about it the next day. And it was like, we're done. Okay.
The team of Johnny Unitas and, NFL championships and Don Shula and, nope, sorry, John Mackey, all these guys.
So we got 49 seconds here in the half. Atlanta's up 14-7. It was a Hayden Hurst touchdown from Matt Ryan. Todd Gurley popping his way into the end zone for the Buffalo Bills. It was that dude, Stephon Diggs, the game changer. He scored from Josh Allen, so Atlanta trying to score here before the half, 31-yard line, 49 seconds remain. Matt Ryan in the gun tosses a short pass out, kind of useless, doesn't really do much. One timeout remaining here. We're going to talk. Who do you want to go first? Do you want to go Buffalo? Let's go Buffalo first.
Okay.
Actually, I should ask you. I shouldn't have done that. You feel like Buffalo's easier, so should we put that in fourth? Because sometimes we can run away from us.
Yeah, let's do the Bills second. Let's do Atlanta first.
Producer Drew says Buffalo first. He's the boss.
Okay.
Screw it. We're going with the boss. He's the man.
You know what? How about this? The lion is Buffalo. The ice cream is Falcons.
He's showing us a coin for everyone who's wondering what the hell he's talking about.
The one nickel. Ice cream. Falcons are first.
Okay. There you go. Let's just override the boss. He's going to get in so much trouble. So Falcons first. We're going to talk about them.
Wooden nickel is the ultimate authority.
Bring that to the meeting tomorrow. I appreciate what you're saying, but my wooden nickel tells me otherwise.
Hi, this is Tom here. Going to mute myself for a second. I'd just like to talk about the authority of the wooden nickel.
We're going to get Hoyered here, even though it's not really a Hoyer, but tough pass. Doesn't even get any real garbage points, so you got a girly catch. So heading into the half, Atlanta 14, Buffalo 7. When we get back, start lining up. Who should be on the Atlanta Falcons Mount Rushmore?
Justin Craven's throwing a name out there that definitely is in the discussion.
Oh, Cravens, I didn't even see it yet. I'm going to start looking. Glasheen's toothpick. Just love that one. Toothbrush, sorry. So
I was going to say toothpick.
That'd be awesome. He's throwing out names. I'm just looking at Justin Cravens, and I'll be honest, I don't even know who some of these people are. I'm just off because I tell you, the way I look at it is it's a weird franchise. I do it non-numbers wise to start. So I still have, I looked a little right before, but I take it from like just being a national fan of football. Mm-hmm. Where exactly do I see the names that stand out with that franchise? Not just recency bias. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it from a complete fandom standpoint, and what players do I believe should be on there. So we'll talk about that. You got Freeze Pops over here, who's kind of our numbers guy. We got producer Drew, who likes to help out with this as well, and Daniel. And don't forget, our guy Jimbo and Ops right now updating the numbers. 136 for Ryan with the tud. Allen just 60. He's also got a touchdown through the air. Threw that one to Stephon Diggs. Matt Ryan threw his touchdown pass to Hayden Hurst. We'll see if he can pick up his game. Maybe we get some bonuses going here. Todd Gurley's got 40. I don't know what that was. 43 yards. He's got the touchdown. 52 for Singletary. Only 4 carries. Had that big ripper earlier. And not like the rippers my son does. In the receiving category, Gurley, 5 grabs, 42 yards. Nice day for Todd.
Yeah, having a nice day, Todd.
Yeah, Todd, have it. We have first place right now, Dougie Freshie. He's got Gurley and the captain getting 29. Josh Allen, Diggs, Hurst, Lee Smith, and Zach Moss. Also, I have Zach Moss with that big goose egg. All right, so as we're going to get ready for the third, again, big shout out to Jim. Smash that like. You seeing these two handsome stud faces. Look at us, look at us, look at us. Follow him at your boy TC Fresh. Check out Great Dane Nation, where you get your podcast. Give him a 5-star review. Don't be a schmuck. Please do check it out. Pop Culture Pile Driver is where I can be found outside of here with Babysitter Billy. He's got an award named after him. I don't personally call him that. But yeah, check all that stuff out. Pop Culture Pile Driver over on your podcasts. So here we go. We will get through it. Stats are updated through the half. Atlanta. So you ready for the sick intro? It's now time for the Mount Rushmore talk with Tom Carroll. He once sent an email about Freeze Pops to the entire ESPN staff, and he got a nickname, Tommy Freeze Pops. And Jason Rossi, nothing really exciting to say about him. But now we're talking about the Buffalo Bills in the fourth. But right now, third quarter of your dream stream. It's the official DraftKings third quarter Mount Rushmore talk. Take it away, guys. Here is Tom Carroll and Jason Rossi. All right, everybody, welcome into your Mount Rushmore talk. Atlanta Falcons. Yeah, baby. Dude talk, Falcon talk.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, real quick.
Talk about hitting.
Let's talk about football when men were men and women were women. All right. The names of the retired numbers. This actually stood out to me when I looked at it because I was like, huh? You have these names, these numbers. 10, Steve Barkowski. Not Chuck Barkowski from the show Chuck. He's a quarterback. I need to say it because nobody knows. 31, Willie Andrews. You probably heard the name William Andrews if you're not close to him. Jeff Van Note is an offensive lineman, number 57. Number 60, Jamie. Is it Nobis or Nobes?
Nobis.
Him too. Because I'm
Tommy Nobis.
I'm the noob. So yes, Nobis in there. Obviously, very famous name there. That one jumps out to me. But when we look at it, let's go back and forth this time. When you look at this team, the Atlanta Falcons franchise, Mr. Freeze Pops, what are the first name that jumps off the page, or a name that you just go, oh yeah, that guy's like synonymous with the Atlanta Falcons?
Deion Sanders. I'm surprised his number's not retired. I think he's the best player in the history of that franchise.
Ooh.
He's arguably the best defensive back in the history of the league. Prime time, Neon Deion, icon, helped define a decade of football, multi-sport athlete, biggest star to ever play for the franchise. No-brainer, Mount Rushmore. Honestly shocked his number's not retired. I
will take everything you said and kind of poo-poo it a little bit. Don't even think of him as a Falcon. I understand the years there. I understand the impact. But he was the prime time that we all know and love is a Dallas Cowboy and a 49er. I think, his roots are engulfed with the Falcons, but I don't like highlights, everything you see of him, the visuals. It's never Atlanta. And I don't think he's the best player in the history of the franchise, because I'm just going to put this guy out here now. And it's crazy to say it in a lot of ways, because this is a storied franchise. Just don't really have the players, especially historically with those old red jerseys. Sexy number. But I will say the best player, best man to ever suit up in a uniform for the Atlanta Falcons. Could I have timed it any better? I couldn't tell about that ball. But it is Julio Jones. He is the greatest player in the history of this franchise. I know he's still playing, but 9 years, 10 years technically, of just pure dominance. Difference maker. The one guy I think in this franchise's history that you have to take note of wherever you are as a defense. I understand Deion Sanders was a game changer, but different time, because Matt Ryan takes a big sack. So I'm going to I think the true lock is Julio Jones.
Julio Jones is on my list, and he is incredibly good. One of the better receivers in the history of the NFL. Maybe not a stat compiler like some of these other guys, but just pure talent alone, eye test, incredible.
Yeah.
Julio's number 2 for me.
All right, so who's your next?
Deion Sanders for 5 years was incredible. And the reason why people don't think about him as a Falcon and they think of him as a Niner or Cowboy, he only played 1 year in San Francisco and they won the Super Bowl. He had a great season in San Francisco, don't get me wrong, but he wins 2 Super Bowls with San Francisco and Dallas. That's why people think of him with those franchises, but his best football was in Atlanta. And,
no, that was Baltimore.
When he came back. So I just think Deion Sanders for me, number 1, Julio Jones, number 2.
So who's your next?
We're in alignment. Matt Ryan is 3. And I know people like to give him crap because they think he's mediocre or whatever, but look, the Falcons are really not that storied of a franchise. They have a lot of mediocrity in their history. And Matt Ryan is the only Falcon ever to win MVP. He has big offensive numbers for this franchise. He is number 1 in all of the categories that matter. And they've done the most winning under Matt Ryan on a consistent basis, on top of the fact that he plays the most important position in football. So I know it might not be the popular, sexy choice because people love to use Matt Ryan as a punchline, but he's on the Mount Rushmore for the Falcons.
This is where this organization...
I know that might be mind-blowing to you, but they've been to 2 Super Bowls. The most prolonged amount of winning that they've done is with this group with Matt Ryan.
I don't know. I struggle with that. This organization kind of stinks for this conversation in a fun way. And I loved Atlanta. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big Chris Chandler fan. I still think this is where I was. He looked like he was my dad for like 15 years. Quarterbacks used to look
Chris
a lot
Chandler fan.
Yeah, quarterbacks all looked like very old in the 90s. Like they looked older.
They all looked out of shape.
Yeah, they looked like they were smoking a pack after the games. But anyways, it's tough because I see Barkowski's name's retired, and I understand the team was brutal.
They were bad, and it was just a different time for quarterbacks. But he's an honorable mention. There's no question. Yeah. But Matt Ryan is head and shoulders above Barkowski.
Yeah, here's a big run. This should be a touchdown. Could he get caught? Not gonna be. To the end zone. Is that my guy
Jeff
right there?
George.
Zach Moss. Get some, big fella.
There you go.
Okay. It's hard because I see people shouting out who I think the most underappreciated receiver for the entire 2000s into the early teens. That's Roddy White. I just don't think he is a Mount Rushmore guy.
He is in the conversation, but I don't think he gets there because of what Julio has done.
Yeah, I think Julio's a better receiver. I think he's the best player in franchise history, as I said. I get Dion. People are really giving me crap about the Dion thing. I get you. I'm not trying to say he wasn't good for Atlanta, but I think it's not going to be. It's going to be hard not to have him on there with this franchise. I think we got to go with.
He's obvious.
I think we got to go with our guy who I don't say his name right anytime, but Tommy Nobis, right?
Tommy Novice. I mean, you might be saying it right. I always read it as Tommy Novice.
We're going to go with Novice. But I think
Mr. Falcon.
Yes, that's exactly his nickname.
So it's hard to not have him on there. He was the rookie of the year in '66. He was round 1, pick 1. So coming in with high expectations, linebacker out of Texas, 5-time Pro Bowler, two-time All-Pro, NFL 1960s All-Decade teams. Number 60 is retired with the Falcons. Synonymous with that franchise. But I didn't put him in there because, he only has 240 some career tackles.
Yeah, but he didn't play as many games.
He played for 10 years. The game has changed
Falcon.
enough where I'm out on Tommy Novice, man. I'm sorry.
But to me, he's that's their benchmark historian.
So he was the first name off my list. The guy who I have in there instead is Mike Vick. Mike Vick changed the NFL. He was, talk about icons. I mean, for an entire generation of kids, he was the guy. To ignore his cultural impact would be irresponsible by us to leave him off.
Okay,
he is the greatest video game football player of all time.
Whoa, that
is better than Tecmo Bowl Bo Jackson.
That's not true.
First of all, number 7 is worn by a generation of kids because of Mike Vick. Mike Vick ushered in the mobile quarterback era. Unstoppable when he was at his absolute peak. And if it weren't for off-season, I guess these problems happened in the off-season, off-field issues, the guy was destined to have Atlanta in a position to be a very good team. We saw what he did when he came back in with Philly and was immediately an MVP candidate. So,
all right, I'm going to let you stop waxing.
Once in a generation talent.
I'm not ready to say that yet. I'm huge. Appreciate Michael Vick. I'm not bringing video game conversation into this. That doesn't mean absolute jack to me when it comes to putting people's clay faces on a wall here. Michael Vick's end has to justify the means. I'm sorry. It just, I can't have him on there. I understand the impact. I understand everybody's probably watching this. We're watching a video game simulation. He is that dude when it comes to it. But from an organizational standpoint, you have a guy that's a Mr. Falcon. You're ready to take off for a guy who had to be taken off the wall. No, can't be. An organization, we would be disrespecting. You said it would be irresponsible to have him on. Not to have him on there. I think it'd be disrespectful to have him on there. Atlanta Falcons fans, you can't
Mike Vick still to this day.
I'm not denying that, but you can't not have Mr. Falcon, a Hall of Famer, a retired number 60, up in the rafters of the very glorious Mercedes Dome or whatever it's called. Mercedes-Benz, not Superdome, because that's in New Orleans. It's very confusing.
Yeah, I know. It is kind of weird.
You can't do it. I can't be here and say that we're not putting Mr. Falcon in there because the era he played in, but we're yet going to give credit to another player for the player he did. By the way, when you mentioned he's the transitional or whatever, like there was the Randall Cunninghams as our
but Randall Cunningham never got to the peak that Michael Vick did when it comes to running the football. Like Randall Cunningham, great, was the first really like truly mobile first quarterback, but Mike Vick took it to another level. Like it wasn't even close, honestly. Like Michael Vick had like 4.3 speed.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say, and I loved it. He was the most exciting. Every time they're on TV, you had to watch. If he did not end his Falcons run the way it ended, regardless of what he did after, does not matter what they did elsewhere when it comes to this conversation. We talk about these teams solely. You can't do it. You can't put that on a pedestal or on a wall or a mountain, if you will, in Atlanta. So I think I can't have it. I can't. Like I don't think
he's
been
have it.
Can't.
I can't believe he missed 2 full seasons too. Wow.
Oh yeah, well that's what happens, man. And I agree. Like, and again, this is why, and just to keep this conversation and how it relates to today, like a guy like Jameis Winston didn't really play last year. We had a couple spot moments. Like this can be beneficial to quarterbacks. Rest your arm, rest your body. I know you're practicing every day, so you're keeping yourself in that shape. Like I think there's a lot to be said for these quarterbacks. Even a Mariota who played very sparingly throughout this season. There's stuff out there for when, and we've seen it. Like a Michael Vick's a good point, and you have something to prove.
So I think you and I are in lockstep with Dion, Julio, and Matt Ryan.
No, I don't. This is really hard.
Who are your 4 then? Who are your 4?
My main man Nobis.
As a former Falcon fan.
Yes. Well, I if it was up to me, it'd be just.
But
Jamal.
all your biases out the window.
It would be Jamal Anderson all day.
Oh,
the
God.
Dirty Bird, baby. No.
He had one good season.
It's all it takes. I don't want to get into that. I would say
one Mount Rushmore caliber season.
I'm trying to be the thought. LG Crumpler says kicking club. I wish.
He was great.
Crumpler. He's their best tight end. Tony Gonzalez was great.
He was only there for
stretch of time. Yeah.
Give me your 4.
I'm trying to be like biased and unbiased at the same time. For me, it's Julio Jones. It's my Nobis. I'm really trying to argue this point to I liked Keith Brooking. I had him in there because he was also
he's
there.
in my honorable mention. Yeah,
like he was on my list, but the more I'm thinking about it, like do I tip that too? Like Matt Ryan, you're right. I think the MVP, bringing the team to a Super Bowl, one of the two, has to have representation. The MVP bought the argument for me, so I'm going to have Matt Ryan on there.
If you put Keith Brooking on your Mount Rushmore over Mike Vick, I may just close my laptop.
No, I'm telling you, Michael Vick's the non-starter. He's not even close. You can't have things happen that way. It's the same thing that happened with Jalen Ramsey. We had this conversation about the Jags.
Well, then you and I might have a discussion about this Bills Mount Rushmore coming up because
we're going to fight.
Because we have someone on my Bills 4 that
we got 6 seconds, so we got to finish
controversial.
This.
Give us the 4 then.
Then I think we go. Then I'll give you prime time. We'll trade. Vic out, prime time in, or I'm fighting to the death.
I was going to say, if you're going to disinclude Deion Sanders and Mike Vick.
I can. I really can, technically.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not a huge, I think when I think of Deion Sanders, the Atlanta Falcon jersey literally is like, oh yeah, I swear to God, I think about that stupid Baltimore year more. And I know that's dumb. And I understand I'm dumb people.
That's dumb, yeah.
But I'm just saying that's where my mind is. And I guess that's recency bias. By recency, I mean like 12 years ago. But yeah, okay, so we'll wrap it up with the official Mount Rushmore of a very different. Should we just give Arthur Blank one instead? It's going to be Matt Ryan. It is going to be Deion Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to be Tommy Nobis, and Julio Jones. So 2 current Falcons are on the Mount Rushmore. That's crazy.
See, I gave you Nobis, you gave me Deion Sanders. We're just going to have to agree to disagree to leave Mike Vick off. That's what this is about. There's some give and take here.
He can't be on
I think the chat agrees with me more on Mike Vick.
Because they're fans. It's because his impact. I get it, but like if Michael
That's why
Vick,
he should be on there.
But if Michael Vick was your favorite, like the quarterback for your team, and the way that ended, you cannot do it. You cannot celebrate that with all due respect. I completely agree on all the points you made about Michael Vick's impact, what he did, all that. I think there's some other players you kind of discarded a little bit, but it just can't be. But let's move on. We'll pin it. I already look forward to our next Atlanta Falcons sim because I just want to keep that
because we can talk about this again. Yes.
Buffalo Bills. Now we jump into them. They're Mount Rushmore. Okay. It's 14 y'all with 7.5 to go in this sim. All right. So
I'm just gonna give you my 4, and then you can tell me if we're in lockstep because I think we're gonna be.
I wonder if we're both gonna be in the same position.
Jim Kelly.
Got him.
Thurman Thomas.
Those are my top 2.
Bruce Smith.
That was my 4. On there.
O.J. Simpson. Top 5 running back of all time.
Yeah. That one makes more sense. I'm sorry. I know. Don't call me hypocritical. Totally different scenarios.
OJ's problems came well after his career ended, so I'll give you that. For it being,
I was trying to get Andre Reed on here.
Andre Reed is 5th for me.
Andre
Reed and Marv Levy are right there underneath.
Marv Levy was on my honorables along with OJ, but I think you're right. Because, again, O.J. Simpson, for most people of modern day and probably a lot of the people watching, is known as the guy from Naked Gun, which, by the way, he's hilarious. And, obviously, what happened in the 90s, something about a car chase one night during a Knicks game. You may have heard of it. So, putting that aside, I just think Andre Reed's another one of those guys, complete difference maker. Him and Jim Kelly were the Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison before Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison. Like, just 2 guys in lockstep, connection like you don't see often as Josh Allen slides, getting his team for a first down. It's just a damn Kaufman says, if the Bills 4 isn't Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, good start, and Marv Levy, then the list is meaningless. Well, thank you, Justin Damn Kaufman.
O.J. Simpson.
But just why do people put that stuff in there? Then it's meaningless. All right, well, shut it down. It's been nice seeing everybody. No. Let's see. I'm just trying to see what other people think.
I think he's forgetting. I honestly think he's having a brain fart about OJ because when he retired, it was him and Jim Brown were the 2 best running backs ever, period.
I just want to say Susan agrees with me on Michael Vick, and I appreciate you, Susan. I'm just looking to see if other people say. I mean, Morton Anderson was the greatest kicker since legs.
I probably will be fired for not having Morton Anderson on my
Atlanta Falcons
greatest Falcons of all time list.
He
is a great Falcon.
He is, but I don't. With all due respect,
he's in the Atlanta Sports Hall of Fame. Yep. But no, he is not on the Mount Rushmore Falcons.
Justin Damn Kaufman chimes and says, OJ honorable mention, but he doesn't make it before Levy. I think that's nuts. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I want to know what the argument is.
The Super Bowl coaching, I guess, but he's
if he had won 4 straight Super Bowls, maybe.
Yeah, but don't discount the losses. We had this debate as there's another play down to the...
I'm saying that would put him above OJ.
Yeah, that was an incomplete pass, so we're going to probably see a field goal here. OJ was the man, people say.
I'm going to pull up his stats.
Oh, it was insane.
They're stupid good.
Again, having the conversation with my dad about O.J. Simpson, because, again, what did I see and what did the world see during that time as a kid that was of the 90s? And then him being like, this guy was literally, at the time in the 90s, he was, talking about him like Emmitt Smith because he was that good.
Yeah, at that time, Emmitt Smith, it wasn't even Emmitt Smith yet,
Nope. Well, he was in that,
he was ascending at that point, building his resume.
He was Super Bowl champ at this time.
Yeah, he had won MVP already, but
he was the guy.
He wasn't the all-time leading rusher yet. But O.J. Simpson, here we go, 5-time Pro Bowler,
while you do that,
5-time first-team All-Pro.
Justin Damn Kaufman says, really, Free Spot? Does the name Walter Payton mean anything? Again, he came after.
This has nothing to do with OJ. Yeah, said when OJ Simpson retired, he was the 2nd best running back of all time.
We're just talking Bills here. We're talking about the Bills, Mount Rushmore. Yeah. If you guys keep throwing out some names here, I do like it. I don't think we're
Walter
looking at
Payton is a better running back than OJ Simpson all time. But I'm saying when he called it quits, that's where he was. 5-time Pro Bowler, first-team All-Pro. Was the MVP of the league in 1973, Offensive Player of the Year that year as well.
He's
the Athlete of the Year, 4-time rushing yards leader, 2-time NFL rushing touchdowns leader, Buffalo Bills Wall of Fame, 70s All-Decade team, 75th anniversary team, 100th anniversary all-time team. Think about that. With all the controversy of O.J. Simpson, he was still on the 100th anniversary team.
Yeah, first of all, 100%, and I want to mention something, I'll say it again. Lucci Rivera says, how can you include OJ? Write some other words there, but couldn't include Vic because of how it ended. Talk about bias. 100% incorrect. OJ Simpson with playing career. This happened 20 years past his playing prime.
Yeah.
So you can have your judgment on me. I have no problem with that. I'm open to all.
It is different. It is different.
But it is different.
I'm a Vic guy, but it is different.
And I technically am a Vic guy too, but you can't justify. And I'm not trying to justify anything. I just think when it comes to the playing side of this, OJ Simpson as a player is totally separate from anything off the field. Where Michael Vick, it intertwined. That's all I'm going to say. So I'm going to say OJ Simpson. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I think he should be on there. The argument's there, maybe based on things he doesn't go on there. Like, just because.
He has to be.
But, I think, well, let's look at it. I still think there's a huge factor in a thing to be played with a guy like Andre Reed. I understand all the stats. I think, I'm not discounting OJ Simpson. I just think he could be just that close. Again, especially with the evolution of what has happened since then when it comes to running backs and such. Again, my opinion. I think, so you can look at it like Jim Kelly. I think Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, we even have it, and like Jim Kelly, those are not even debatables.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
It's not even Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas. I mean, Thurman Thomas was the MVP of the league. Jim Kelly was the leader of that squad during all that winning. Those are no-brainers.
Yeah, and that's where I think, like, I understand. I know people would be by like Andre Reed, but Andre Reed is like I said, there's very few quarterback receiver combinations that have been successful, like Kelly and Andre Reed. Again, it's my opinion on the matter. I like to see the chat, what they're saying. A lot of people.
You're 100% right on that.
Yeah, so I don't know. And also, just so chat, just in case everyone wanted, I appreciate the criticism, the jokes, but by all means, you're being cuckoo. You're being crazy pants over there, chat, YouTubers. There is definitely an apples and oranges argument to be of what we're talking about, but that's all I'll say. A lot different. We're talking, again, just for the Bills, just for the organization. I think to highlight when the Bills were at their best, that's really when these players stood out. So, these tough conversations. I think we lock in
Kelly, Thomas, and Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith, amazing defensive lineman. One of the GOATs.
And I think
when it comes to that position.
Yeah, and I think Marv Levy, OJ, Andre Reed are debatable. I think when I look at it from this standpoint, when it comes to Buffalo, you're not gonna. I think, unfortunately, or for however you want to put, whatever word you want to fill in here, as we're down to just about 2 minutes. Atlanta driving, trying to get the ball, gets the pass off, getting down to the 4-yard line with a 2-minute warning. I think that was Calvin Ridley there. Oh, Julio getting in on the action. I think it's hard to put OJ on that mountain because of everything. I agree, his stats, his numbers. We're separating all this stuff that people are arguing about, but I think at the end of the day, if I am Buffalo, if I'm representing them, I don't think they would do it. So I guess from that standpoint, I would maybe make the argument more towards, again, I think Andre Reed is more of a no-brainer than Marv Levy, with all due respect to Marv Levy. But I don't know.
I would have Andre Reed on there over Marv Levy.
Yeah.
If we were going to remove OJ, I would have Andre Reed on there because Marv Levy was handed. I mean, it took them a few years to really round into being that great team, but they were good team before they went on that 4 straight Super Bowl run.
Yes.
He was sort of handed an amazing roster put together by Bill Polian.
Speaking of amazing, Todd Gurley bounces into the end zone there for a touchdown, destroying West Dreamer. Said, "Come on, Jones, get in there. You can hear me." Sorry, pal.
Hey, shout out to Steve Tasker, by the way. All-time great special teamer. 7 straight Pro Bowls, the only special teamer to ever win Pro Bowl MVP. Played for the Bills from 86 to 97. Hey, for a special teamer, that's pretty cool.
Now, Tasker in the Hall of Fame?
No, but I honestly think
he'll get in.
He could get in one day. If there's a groundswell for we gotta get a gunner in there. And Steve Tasker's got to get in before Matthew Slater.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think the thing is, in the Hall of Fame, you heard my thoughts. He has a 2.0 Oh, that wasn't a touchdown. Sorry, no, it was not even close, as Daniel said. So he was not in. It really wasn't close. I don't usually make those remarks here because I don't want to get spanked. All right, here's a first. They're still at the 1 yard line. You got a 3rd and goal. Big play here. All right, again, I don't want to hear, I'm going to say something in a second. Let me see what happens here because I have a big issue with when people make a certain part of an argument. There's a pass to the end zone. That one's caught for the touchdown. Atlanta. Dramatics. Hayden Hurst.
Yes.
Twice, going to the graveyard twice. Touchdown, Atlanta. I'm going to say this once. I'm going to glass you, Bruce. Because my dad's name's Bruce as well. And NY GOAT, DK, please get better people to do play-by-play. You are literally telling us how addictive we were earlier, you inconsistent son of a gun. No, we love you. And I appreciate it. It's a good conversation. Just because you disagree with what we say doesn't make anything bad. But I will say this. Bruce, do not play the game of how old are you? When did you start watching? Because you, Bruce, I'm sure, regardless of your age, read and watch and do things with people that are older or younger than you, that are commenting on things that are older and younger than you. People tell me all the time, oh, you don't I'm a big aficionado with music. Well, I wasn't around when the Beatles were first making music, but I can sure tell you a lot about them and give you stats, numbers, and facts. So I don't really like it when people try to discount people due to their age. Just like if there's a 75-year-old guy who's covering the NFL and covering 18-year-old players coming out, should that really be a difference? Or music, whatever argument, movies, everything. I don't put age limits on people. Don't put limits on people in general. That's just my advice to people. Let people, Bruce, if you have thoughts on it, just fire off your thoughts. Don't ask us.
And also, I'm advocating for the older player here, too. I feel like I'm a guy that sort of is obsessed with digging into the old stuff because I want to be informed. I don't want to be the prisoner of the moment dude. So, yeah, I don't really understand the critique.
Yeah,
But I appreciate the defense by my man Rossi here, and I agree.
Let's not be
ageists here.
Yeah.
Let's not have ageism.
No isms at all. You can call me dumb. I'm all about you calling me dumb. That's a bad take. All about it. Call me Kenny Ducey if you want. Let's get real offensive. But with all due respect, I say it to you guys, to DK Sim fam, and right back to you. Call me dumb. Say I stink. You don't like my takes. Totally get it. But let's not limit us or you, because I wouldn't limit you. And I love you guys, and that's what I love about this conversation. 21-17 Atlanta, 112 left in Atlanta, one Tweezy. So I think, do we want to go with Reed or Marv Levy here?
So you're just out on OJ?
Oh, he's
completely
done. Yeah, I just fired him to the moon.
Wow, I don't know, man.
Hurt your feelings today.
I don't know if I can part ways with
you have to.
one of the 5 best running backs of all time.
It came from God.
Okay, we got 47 seconds left. Should we just let the chat vote on it?
Chat, hit us up. We'll give you till the point where we give away our awards.
Okay.
So you have Levy or
Simpson,
Andre
Levy, or Reed?
No, you can't put Simpson in there. He's out. He's been fired.
What?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I've overruled you.
Whoa.
Yep, sorry. Ageism. I did it.
That's ridiculous.
That's my middle name, actually. Rossi Ridiculous.
All right, well, then I guess it's between Andre Reed and Marv Levy.
There you go. Look, and he's done. We just kicked the can on. By the way, I just want to say
we just go on this rant against not discriminating against older
people.
people.
No, we're not discriminating. I said, if you think about it, if Buffalo were to erect a mountain of stone, they would not put him on there, with all due respect to him, or lack thereof. It just wouldn't happen. So I'm not going to stand by and do it. I know. I'm a bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Oh, he just started swearing. He just muted his mic and swore. Or it could have been a sneeze.
All right. Well, then I guess here we go. Let's get these votes here, guys.
Yeah, so Reed or Levy. If you want to drop reasoning, feel free. As there's 26 seconds. The Bills trying to make a comeback here. They're within range at the 29-yard line.
I was just really excited to tag O.J. Simpson in this tweet and have him actually react to it, because
that's the exact reason why you're not.
O.J. is one of those guys that loves to poke around on Twitter.
So Twitter world. He has a great intro to all his tweets. Anyways, so we'll see if Buffalo, one timeout remaining.
Eric Bald's better than Reed. Yeah.
Not in the conversation,
good,
sorry.
But not real. No.
Pick one of the two. Levy, Eric Moulds. I love Moulds, dude.
He was good, man.
I like Peerless Players, too. I like Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Daryl Talley was good. Cornelius Bennett was good. Kyle Williams, very good defensive line.
Oh, here comes Josh Allen to the get in. Nope, slides down at the 4. Last time out, 13 seconds remain here. And dude has flip-flopped more times than IHOP. You know it, baby. Flip them pancakes. Love pancakes. Might have some for dinner. No timeouts here.
He was on my OJ team for a while, but he's out on the juice now.
Saunders says, "Who are you, Rossi? Stop being a jerk." I'm sorry. Sorry if I'm a jerk. I will stop in precisely 2 minutes. Here's the Allen. Game on the line. Quick draw. Incomplete. So 11 ticks remaining in Atlanta. Down 4. Can they do it? Who do you need? Singletary, please, says Smash Atlanta.
John Delfino saying he gives it to Reed because he doesn't know who Marv Levy is. Marv Levy was the coach.
Come on, dude. It's all good.
See, we're just informed.
Rossi hasn't digested the McRib yet. That is true. Here's Allen. Shotgun. Has a receiver. Back of the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. Dramatics here at the end. We're talking Mount Rushmore's. John Brown's talking about W's. I think he's in your lineup, right? Do you have John Brown?
I do. John Brown. Let's see where he
Oh, it's the theme song.
That's what my brother always says that when he was on his fantasy team back in the day. So anytime I hear John Brown's name, I say John Brown. I'm at
11%. Look at you. Huge touchdown. Where am I? Dougie
I think
Freshie.
That was now I'm 12th.
Dude, Dougie Freshie. I've never seen a lead like this late in the game. He's up by like 12 points. I don't think anybody's catching him. I'm in 13th. Oh, I'm right below you.
Wow.
By 0.4. Look at that. Oh, I wish I had Tyler Bass right now. That would have helped. So there it is, 24-21. Does Atlanta have a little magic in their sleeve? Saunders says, "I love that you read that, Rossi. Thanks, bro." Hey, listen, I read everything. Good, bad, and in between. I get it. You don't have to like me all the time. I totally get it. It's all about the conversation. We're bringing up debatable topics in sports. Me and Tom have come up with this brilliant idea of doing these Mount Rushmores because we're geniuses. And we want to have some fun during this, especially during the offseason. If there's a huge ticket item to be discussed for 4 quarters, guess what? We'll park it. We'll get back to it. But this is our last one of the weekend. We've had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So let us know.
Mount Rushmore weekend.
Yeah, Levy or Reed. And I got to look real quick. I'm going to look ahead while this kickoff. I want to know if we're teaming up. I feel like we're a weekend dudes.
Next weekend.
Okay.
Sim TBD on the schedule.
Oh, I'm gonna actually suggest. I'm gonna see if I can put a suggestion to the teams.
Yeah, I was gonna text Madison and say, don't give us any of the teams we've done already.
Don't quote me on this, but I don't know if Madison plugs those in or not anymore, or does. But it doesn't matter. We can get to the powers that be. Like, give me like the 49ers. Because that's
yeah, that'll be fun.
Matt Ryan cocks it, throws it deep, balls in the air. It is intercepted by Buffalo. That's gonna
get him off the Mount Rushmore.
Everybody's off.
Man, no O.J. Simpson, huh?
It's over, dude. It's over. And you know what? You get to pick Levy or Reed, because the chat was got into the game.
The chat kind of petered out on it.
There was a lot more Reed, but yeah, okay. I agree with you. I think it's great. Obi-Wan says, "I can't feel my face, but I love it. And I love you." So there it is. This game was very, very dramatic at the end. Buffalo
very good
scores. Game. Look at them getting their picks
for
in.
A pick. There you go.
Like, look at that's Matt Ryan saying, "Dude, you hear I got on the Mount Rushmore of DraftKings with Tom Carroll and Jason Rossi." So that will do it.
Home, guys. Everyone say hi to
Morgan. Love you. All right, we're gonna let
you brought home barbecue. I'm happy about it.
Oh my God, I have no food in this house. Okay, so Atlanta, Mount Rushmore, Jamal Anderson.
Oh, stop that.
TJ Duckett. Who's the other guy?
Warwick Dunn.
Who's the other linebacker with Brooking? There was another guy. Oh crap. It would have been really good. I think he went to Buffalo after, actually. Doesn't matter. That guy. Okay. Deion Sanders.
Jesse Tuggle.
Deion Sanders. All right. Atlanta's Mount Rushmore here from DraftKings with just Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll with some help from producer Drew, Jim and Ops, and Daniel. We have Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, the greatest man to ever suit up for the Atlanta Falcons. Primetime Deion Sanders and our guy Nobis. Tommy Nobis, retired number. The rest of those all will one day probably be retired up there in Atlanta. For the Buffalo Bills, just go with the 1991 hit play. You have Jim Kelly, most underrated quarterback probably in the history of the game. His tag team partner, Andre Reed. their thumper, Thurman Thomas, and then Bruce Smith. Unbelievable organization, by the way.
Yep.
So
That Mount Rushmore is in contest for me.
Yes.
It's under protest.
That's okay. We'll fight about it.
The win is under protest. I'm going to send it to the commissioner.
I guarantee I'll win on that one. All right. He's at your boy TC Fresh. I'm at JCD Rossi. Tom, who is going to be your player of the game in this one?
Ooh, really good question.
I got one for you if you need it.
Okay. Who you got?
It's Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst, 2 scores. You could have gone potentially with a guy like Moss for getting in, but Hayden Hurst 2 times in the end zone, about that, not super highly owned in this contest. I think, I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do with that wooden nickel of yours, but I'd say
I was going to say Hayden Hurst, so I'm glad you did.
27%.
21 points in the flex, not owned by that many. He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And
who's your
babysitter
Billy?
Bills here? I say the Bills when I mean to say the babysitter Billy.
Who's the freeze pop frozen player of the game?
I'm going Julio Jones. Just non-factor, 2 catches, 47 yards, no tuds. So.
Yeah, and again, big shout out. Oh, look at you. Finished 11th. I finished in 12th. Number one there, Dougie Freshie with the lineup of Gurley and the captain going for 43. He had 2 scores or multiple scores. Josh Allen, Diggs, Hurst, Lee Smith, and Zach Moss. What a game. What a fun time here, DK.
What a conversation.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Appreciate the conversation. Appreciate the debate. Appreciate the love. Glash and Brandon Cristal are going to take you Packers, Colts, Bengals, Cowboys, and I dare you to have a conversation like that with them. Challenge accepted. But no, follow him at your boy TC Fresh. Bring all the hate over to Twitter. That's what it's there for. But aside from that, Tom, this is a lot of fun, man. Appreciate you very much.
Heck yeah, man. We will do it again on Saturday.
Looking forward to it.
Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
One of those. It ends in the day. The day ends with the letter Y. For our guy Jim in Ops, Daniel through the ones through millions, producer Drew, who was amazing. Everybody was great today. Appreciate you, Twitch homies, YouTube chat, for hanging with us for 2 in a row. Follow him. Download the podcast, but most importantly, stay hydrated, stay positive, be well. We'll catch you soon. Glash and Brandon Cristal get you the rest of your Sunday.
Let's play off philosophy without making lists. Someone like Travis Etienne of Clemson is really explosive. When you bring those kinds of explosive traits to the party, that makes him a strong projection in transition. He's a home run hitter. The question with him is, what is he? He was not a volume back in college. To me, he improved as a runner in 2020 because I watched a lot of games from 2019 as well. I thought he improved as a runner in terms of his contact balance, finishing traits. He got harder yards this year than he did in 2019, but he still was not a volume runner. At times, he reminded me of Dalvin Cook, But Cook was a volume runner in college and is a volume runner in the NFL. So we know Dalvin Cook can do that. The question is, do people see him more as someone you mentioned a few minutes ago, Alvin Kamara? Kamara is a much shiftier, looser athlete, and he's more advanced and refined as a receiver. ATN's more straight line explosive, and ATN does line up detached from the formation and is a good receiver, and I think he'll get better at that. So again, now it comes down to how teams see ATN and what's your offensive philosophy. It's hard to say a guy who's never been a volume runner is all of a sudden going to be a volume runner. Maybe he can be, but he's never done that. He didn't do it in college.
I got to ask you about the next guy because I'm assuming this guy's pretty high on your list. Maybe he's not, just in terms of the eval, and that is Najee Harris from Alabama.
Now, there's a volume back. I think you have to understand that that's what he is. He's not a back you put out there for 8 carries a game. I thought another guy that showed really meaningful improvement from 2019 to 2020 in terms of his lateral quickness. His hips were a little looser. I thought those are needed traits if he's to become a higher level back in the league. He showed some jump cut quickness, much smoother change of direction. He just looked like a better back in 2020. The big question, he is a very good receiver, and they used him at times detached from the formation, but rarely do guys with his body type fit the conventional mold of the third down receiving back. I can't really think of guys who've done that. I mean, I guess you could go back, maybe a Steven Jackson, maybe a Deuce McAllister. I guess those are some names that might pop into my head. Those guys were good receivers. Can Najee Harris be that guy? Is he a 3-down back in this league? That's a question I keep going over in my mind. He's not an explosive player, but that's okay. It's not a weakness that you can't take it 60 yards to the house. I mean, obviously offenses would love that and coaches love that, but that's not a true weakness. The concern for me with him is he's a little bit upright. He takes a lot of body shots. He takes on a lot of contact, Ross. Now, he's physical, he's competitive, he's all those good things, but he takes a lot of contact during the game.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me, I think maybe it's the hair a little bit. I've seen some Steven Jackson watching him,
Yep.
The upright and the hair and the size. There's also a little bit like Matt Forte to his game. I feel like watch him.
Now, I thought Matt Forte personally was a little smoother. Like, when I would remember Matt Forte, particularly if it was outside zone or toss plays, he just looked like a smoother back to me. I've seen that Forte comparison. I don't quite see it the way other people do, but that's okay. I mean, that's,
What about, Greg, a guy that didn't play this year? And this is, look, I know scouts will tell you, Greg, that you scout the player, not the school.
Right.
But this is like the 5th good running back to come out of Memphis in the last 3 years. I mean, Henderson and Pollard and Gibson. And I mean, it's really impressive. And Gainwell had a heck of a year a couple years ago, such that he didn't even play this past year because he felt good with his standing.
Now, to me, he's the most like Alvin Kamara in this class. He's not quite the same level athletically and explosively as Kamara, but I think he presents similar value to an NFL offense with his multiple run game experience and his ability to line up all over the formation as a receiver and run receiver routes, not running back routes, receiver routes. And that to me is what makes him, I think, a pretty big time prospect because of his ability to impact the passing game, Ross. I think this guy, of all the top backs in this draft, and I've not done, 25 backs. I'll get to 25 backs by the time the draft rolls around. But for the purpose of our conversation, I've probably done 10 backs. Of the backs I've done, I think that he presents the most as a big-time prospect because of his value in the passing game. I mean, he ran vertical routes and made tough catches on back shoulder fades, on like I said, vertical type routes. And you normally don't see that very often with running backs.
Right. And look, this guy's so good, Greg. Memphis made Antonio Gibson a receiver.
Right.
I mean, think about that, right? Like the Gainwell was so good that Antonio Gibson, who was a third-round pick and had a good rookie year, he played receiver at Memphis because they like Gainwell so much.
Right, and in 2019, Gainwell had 231 carries. So you're right. It wasn't like Gainwell was just like, oh, give him the ball once in a while. He had 231 carries, and he caught 51 balls at 12 yards a catch. And I know those are numbers, and I go way beyond numbers when I do my work, as you know. But just to make the point that this guy carried the ball with some volume, and he was a really important receiver. And like I said, it was the routes he ran. So I think this guy's fascinating. He's not on in the normal conversation because he wasn't on the radar because he didn't play this year. But I loved him watching him on tape. I thought that he was a really good prospect because of the receiving element.
I'm curious to get your opinion on the other North Carolina running back, Michael Carter, because I know Emory Hunt on Monday's College Draft podcast just loved how elusive Carter is.
Yeah. Well, he's 5'8" and about 200 pounds. And so normally that says complimentary back. And he's a good receiver. And my sense is almost all teams will see him that way. But again, now you get down to team and philosophy. Some teams could see him the way the Chiefs saw Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming out of LSU as a quote-unquote primary back in a heavy shotgun pass offense. It depends on your offensive philosophy. I mean, this kid has a strong multidimensional skill set. He can be a factor in the run game. He's a factor in the pass game. The more I watched him, the more I liked him. I mean, I think that he's a darting, slashing kind of runner. He's got compact movement, really good balance. He can re-accelerate. He flashed some power at times when he initiated contact. I like the player. It's just a matter of what he is in the NFL. And I think the sort of gut response is, the immediate response is, oh, well, he's a complimentary back. And maybe that's what he is. But now you get into philosophy.
Well, this time every week we are taking a look at a different division in Major League Baseball as the ramp up to the new season continues. And this week with Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan, I'm Adam Kaufman. It's time for the AL West, boys. And last year you had, of course, the Oakland Athletics winning that division. It was kind of a quiet, pedestrian offseason for the A's. You know, they obviously acquire shortstop Elvis Andrus from the Rangers, but maybe more notably, you have Matt Chapman coming back from that hip injury. So as you look at it right now, Garion, who is the fantasy MVP for this club?
I think it has to be Chapman. I mean, you look at him and Matt Olson. Those are kind of the two mainstay bats in the middle of that lineup. And I know it's kind of strange to say this after Matt Chapman had like a 36% strikeout rate last year, but the volatility of Matt Olson's profile does scare me a little bit. He's someone who could definitely hit 40 home runs this season, but as we saw last year, he can hit 197. Like, he's a little bit more like Joey Gallo that I think people are kind of wanting to realize. So I think someone like Chapman is where you can say maybe the 2020 statistics we don't take too seriously. Like you look at his track record from 2018 and 2019, over 1,200 plate appearances, his strikeout rate was basically 23%. So I'm willing to go with the larger sample here from when he was healthy, from when we had a full normal season, and say that's really the more of the Matt Chapman we're going to get. But you look elsewhere, like Luzardo's a really interesting guy, but does he throw more than 160 innings this season? Like there's so many questions with everybody else. I just think Chapman's kind of like the safe fantasy MVP of this team.
Definitely fair to remember that last year's season was only a third of the length of a normal season. But Bukes, as you look at it, is there a better option?
So it's hard for Chapman to be the MVP because the A's are going to ship him out in the middle of the year because they're ready for a rebuild. If this team starts off slow, the Oakland A's are going to be shipping people out of here because they have some serious budget issues coming up over the next couple of years. So I like Chapman, but I think Chapman's not going to be on this team by the end of the year. Gary already brought it up. I'm on Jesus Luzardo. I mean, this is somebody who quickly ascended through the minors. We've seen him pitch 71 innings over the past 2 seasons, just under a 26% K percentage, limits the walk, 6.8 walk percentage over the past 2 seasons. He limits hard contact. Really, really nasty slider that he has in his arsenal too as well. I think they're going to get, kind of lift the chains off of him a little bit this year, see what they have in him because they are going towards a youth movement. If it's not this year, it's going to be in the next couple of years. He's going to be an anchor of that rotation. So I have Luzardo down for me.
So Buke, staying with you, DK Sportsbook has the A's as the favorite to win that division plus 125. You like them to repeat over the course of a full normal season?
I'm not crazy about this team. I'm really not crazy about this team. So at plus 125, I don't know. There's no one really in the AL West that I like to win. I mean, somebody has to win. But I'm just, honestly, I'm not crazy about this team. So I'm definitely not on them at plus 125. It's, pretty decent odds, I guess. But, the Astros are still in the division. Maybe the Angels start making some noise this year. But I'm just not crazy about the Athletics this year.
Garen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be, too seduced by star power alone because we know Oakland has kind of had this ability to come together as a 25 or now a 26-man roster and be the better team. But, like Buke said, they constantly have budgetary issues. You never really know when they're going to start selling off pieces. And, maybe you take the projection systems with a bit of a grain of salt, but like Pacoda hates the Athletics. It's not even close. Like, they have Houston to win 93 games and Oakland to be a sub 500 team. And I kind of get it when you look at the way those projection systems at least gather their data. I mean, they're looking at who supplied wins to Oakland last season. And if you look at FWAR, they lost 3 of their top 8 players in Marcus Semien, who didn't even really have a good season last year. Robbie Grossman was strangely important. I mean, people forget he's like a good solid defensive outfielder and a really good OBP guy. And then obviously Liam Hendricks, who might have been their most important player, especially considering some of the length issues they have with their rotation. So I look at Houston at plus 160. They've got a much better lineup, especially if Jordan Alvarez comes back healthy. They've got 2 of the best pitchers in the division in McCullers and Greinke. Like, I just think that's amazing value in Houston right now.
Let's talk about those Astros then. We'll stay with you here, Garion, because obviously George Springer is gone. In fact, goes to your favorite team, the Blue Jays. But then beyond that, you have Altuve still there and Correa's still there. Bregman's still there. Obviously, it's a good rotation, especially when healthy. So, 1, I mean, should we be giving this Astros team more respect than we are? And 2, who's the difference maker fantasy-wise?
I think we should. And I think one player in particular, it's funny. I know he had a really bad second half of a season that was already a third long. So, take those stats with a grain of salt. But he had a bad playoff run too. And that's when everyone was kind of watching. But I checked Alex Bregman's ADP this morning, and he's going like towards the back end of the 3rd round in a 15-team league. Wow. I remember getting him towards the back end of the 2nd round last year and thinking that was an absolute steal. And I know he had a lot of the like cheating scandal baggage on his shoulders at that point. And having a bad season doesn't exactly – it kind of validates everyone's frustration from last season. But, Derek Carty's projection system, the bat, it projects Bregman to be the 7th best hitter in baseball by WOBA. Like, that's not crazy either because we've seen it time and time again. So I just think the value you can get right now on someone like Alex Bregman, I know it's the obvious choice, but I just think he's the best hitter on this team and he has the potential to be a top 5 hitter in baseball. So as a 3rd round pick, that's crazy.
Obvious to Gary. And what about you, Bukes?
So You lose George Springer. Big loss. It's a big loss. If only they had somebody who only played 2 games last year that can come back and provide some pop. Oh, that's right, they do. His name is Yordan Alvarez. I mean, a huge power bat that they're getting back this season. This is someone who, when healthy, has 30-plus home run potential when he is healthy. In 2019, just over a half season, don't forget about this, 27 home runs, 78 RBIs, and an isolated power of 342. Now, do I expect him to replicate that in 2021? Probably not. But you see the potential that they have with him. So while they're losing George Springer, and that's not a loss that you need to discount, Alvarez is easily going to step in, provide a massive power boost to this Astros lineup that, quite frankly, needs it because they have no depth on that bench. And, you know, while most teams have struggles in the bottom half of their lineup, their bottom half of the lineup is brutal. So they need Alvarez more than ever to produce. He's healthy coming into the year. Hopefully he can stay that way.
Bukeskarian here expects a bounce back for Alex Bregman. The DK Sportsbook certainly respects the man as well. Plus 1,000 odds to win AL MVP. Only guy with better odds is Mike Trout, who, as we know, is a perennial candidate to win Most Valuable Player. Would you lay some money there on Bregman to win this award?
So reportedly, him and I have the same off-season regimen. He put on 27 pounds of muscle, as did I. So, we're definitely on the same path. But here's where I start to get a little, because last year on pace, if we played a full season of games, he was only on pace for 23 home runs, which is a far cry from the prior 2 seasons when he hit 41 and 31. Now, obviously, his off-season routine, he recognized that and is trying to rectify that. But I need to see it first before I take him with the second best odds on the board at MVP. You can find so much better value with some other players on the board. So, you know, could Bregman do it? Absolutely. You're getting much better odds than someone like Mike Trout. No doubt about that. But for someone who's coming off a really bad season, this is not exactly a buy low spot with how the odds are set right now. So don't like the odds at all. Would be staying far away from that. You're just not getting enough for the season that Bregman is coming off of.
Gary, and you think Bukes put on that Saquon Barkley muscle, real quad heavy, since we can't see it?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's all lower half muscle, which is that's the best kind of muscle. I think he made a perfect point in the latter half of his answer, which is just you're not getting any value. You're not getting any discount in the odds for how bad Bregman was last season. And I think it's not going out on a limb to say this guy will be better in a normal season, but you know, we should get a little bit more juice here. And the fact that we're not, it does kind of dissuade me from making this bet, even though he fills the exact archetype of the type of player you want to bet for this award, because you need someone who impacts the game, not just with his bat, but also defensively. We know Bregman can be one of the more talented third basemen in all of baseball, but when you're looking down this list, and we know it's a very narrative driven award as well. I mean, I look at someone like Luis Robert, who I know Steve's going to love this, but 25-1 to win AL MVP. This is someone who last season was 99th percentile in outs above average. He has a case to be the best defensive center fielder in baseball, maybe the most impactful position defensively on a baseball diamond. And he could be a 30-30 guy in a year where the White Sox maybe win the AL Central. Like maybe the counter argument to that would be, are they really going to give a White Sox the AL MVP 2 years in a row? I don't know. But if you go 30-30 and are the best defensive player in baseball, there's a pretty good case to be made. So I think there's odds I like more farther down the board.
Well, let's start at the top then, because it seems like every team, it's funny, like when we thought about it earlier, it's like, oh, well, if Miami keeps their pick, they're probably not going to take a quarterback, but it seems like there's like 20 quarterbacks in play to somehow go inside the top 10. Like you only read about quarterbacks. So I guess we'll start at the top. There's no chance Trevor Lawrence doesn't go number 1, right?
No, I can't see him getting past the Jaguars. I mean, I wrote up a piece for FTN Bets today talking about NFL draft props. And I mean, the way I started it was Trevor Lawrence. Did you think there was going to be another name here for the favorite? So I don't think he gets past Jacksonville.
What do you make of him as an NFL prospect, though? Like, what do you think his chances of being the best quarterback in this draft class are?
So I like him as a prospect. I think obviously, I don't know if he is necessarily, because the moniker gets tossed out there constantly about him being a generational guy, the best to come out since Andrew Luck. I think he's extremely, extremely good. I don't think that he's 100% lock set going to be the best quarterback out of this draft class. Percentage wise, I mean, is he 70% possibly going to walk out as that? Sure. I mean, all the things that you're looking for as a NFL ready prospect, the ability to go through progressions, step up in the pocket. I think that some of the questions that he answered in 2020 was fantastic, because last year, walking into last year's draft, we had Joe Burrow and coming off a historic season, and what could he do with, if he didn't have all of these massive pieces like some of these guys we're going to get to later at the receiver position around him. Trevor Lawrence answered those questions in 2020 without having T. Higgins, no Justin Ross, and dealing with a lesser, not a terrible, but a lesser supporting cast around him. So I definitely think that he is definitely NFL ready, and you can't peg him outside the top 2 as far as like just in this class and overall prospects.
Well, on DraftKings Sportsbook right now, Trevor Lawrence to go number 1 overall is minus 10,000. So you bet $10,000, you win 100 if he ends up going number 1. Seems pretty unbettable to me. So we'll just pencil him in at number 1. Number 2, I guess, is where it starts to get interesting. Is there a chance the Jets don't take a quarterback at number 2?
The only way they don't take a quarterback at number 2 is if they trade down. I really think they're probably going to go quarterback. I mean, considering especially with the new head coach there, and he's going to want to tie probably his tenure as a head coach to his guy. I think they go ahead and select a quarterback. I mean, I really don't see, especially if some of the rumors are true of them getting possibly a 2nd-round pick back for Sam Darnold, then I think that, they probably go with quarterback there.
So if they do, okay, so I guess the way that it plays out is they could trade down, keep Darnold. The best reason to get rid of Darnold at this point is A, he's not any good, so that's a problem. But the Jets don't seem to know that. They might just continue to roll with him. But even if you roll someone into who's a similar prospect to Darnold, whether it's like Zach Wilson or Justin Fields in this spot, at least you reset the rookie contract clock that you don't need to sign him to this larger extension, which you probably have to. I mean, with Darnold right now, you would, opt into his year 5. You probably wouldn't give him an extension, because if you gave him an extension, it would probably be too much money. Or you sign him to this really short deal where if he ends up being really good, then you have to sign him to this like mega deal, and you probably don't want to lock yourselves into that. So I think it makes sense probably to move on. They may not choose to go down that route. Maybe let him run out his rookie contract and assess to see what's going on at quarterback next year, and then build up the talent around him. Those are all options on the board for the Jets right now. But let's say they're picking there and they're picking a quarterback. Which way do you think they go? And whether it be Fields, whether it be Wilson, as the 2 most likely candidates right now, Wilson being the betting favorite to go number 2 overall to the Jets at the moment, are these guys substantially better than how Darnold was as a prospect?
I was a little bit lower on Darnold coming out of USC.
Smart.
Than many, considering there was just a few questions I had about his game, some of his accuracy and ability to push the ball outside the numbers, as well as what he did versus pressure. So I had a few questions coming out. I think that Justin Fields is probably where I'd be laying my money if I'm going to bet who's going to be the 2nd quarterback taken or the 2nd overall pick. I personally like him as a prospect, at least in the early going right now, and all the prospect work that I've done so far. Justin Fields is my quarterback too. I think that there's just Zach Wilson's getting a lot of love, and I'm not saying that he's a bad prospect. He is definitely not. But for all of the the pluses and the great things about Zach Wilson, the downside's not discussed as much as some of these other prospects.
What is the downside with Wilson? Like, what's his floor? Like, would he just be a colossal bust if things just don't break the right way?
So I don't know if he's necessarily going to be a bust at the next level. I think that a team taking him inside the top 5, which is pretty much where he's being rumored to go. Like, I don't know if he makes it outside the top 3. If he does, he could be one of the guys that precipitously fall in the draft. Although I do still put the money on him being inside that top 3. The floor is, I think that he's a guy that could flash in the NFL. I think the ceiling's extremely high, but my mentions got torn apart the other day out on Twitter because I used his name and Mitchell Trubisky on the podcast in the same sentence. And that, of course, strikes the ire of people, and they don't like that name, and they don't like that name, especially when they're tied to Zach Wilson. So I think that that's the floor, is like him being possibly this guy that a team is spending a top 3 pick on, tied to him for the next 3 to 4 seasons, if not maybe 5 if they pick up a 5th-year option. And at the end of that contract, they could be saying, okay, it's time to go get another quarterback.
All right. Hello. How are we? Good? Everybody good? Brandon, how are you?
I'm good. Are we? Oh, we're live. Oh.
Yeah, man.
We're doing it. I thought you were asking. Everybody behind the scenes how everybody's doing.
Nah.
You look like you're turning into me, showing up a minute before we start.
Oh,
that's my move.
With the bus, really nice.
That is my move.
All right, buddy. Look, we've got the Colts Packers Sunday night sim football dream stream. How is everybody? We can talk in the chat. Who do you like in the captain spot, my friend?
I think I went with my trusty old Devin Funchess, opt-out captain. It worked out for me once with the Packers, another time not as much. It allows you to play some more good players. So Devin Funchess is my captain.
Okay, just a seltzer.
For better or worse. For better or worse.
Yeah, I got Funchess in there. I kind of put this together last minute. So here's what we came out with. Rodgers and the captain. I've got Adams. I've got Funchess. Mercedes Lewis.
Our lineups are very similar. Wow, you're going all Packers.
The Lazard King, and then my only Colt is Trey Burton.
Okay. I think I have 4 of those same as you. I think maybe I have 5 Colts too now that I think about it. Or 5 Packers and Pascal. I think but I have the Packers D because it seems like the Colts underperform sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see if that strategy works. But I guess I like my team. It sounds like a lot like yours. If Funchess doesn't score a lot, I'm going to definitely lose to you.
Yeah, this is a risk, but I love Aaron Rodgers inside, and I've just kind of had enough.
Well, I think the last game I did of Rodgers, he accounted for 5 touchdowns. Was that you and I together where he threw for 4 and ran one in? It might have been. I mean, it was either, I don't know, it was either you, might have been the one I did with Jeff. We do a lot of these. They kind of blend together.
Yeah, man, you get it. I mean, we're coming up on a year now. I don't even remember what I did yesterday. I mean, I didn't work yesterday.
A year for you. I started in August, right? His training camps were delayed. It was when I started. It was a week or 2 before we got to go to training camp. Training camps were starting. We just didn't get to go that early.
Yeah, brother. I mean, they all blend together.
Sure.
We've got Marv Albert in the chat. What's up, Marv? Fernando, Eric Court. Evening. Oh, my God. What am I looking at? Why are you a pirate?
So I've got these sweet glasses that my 2-year-old decided to make his own. And when I went to put them on to leave the house, it can be really sunny here in Colorado. It's obviously a mile above sea level and close to the sun. And I was running to grab the 14-year-old from school on Friday. I turned to the 2-year-old and said, hey, did you grab Dad's sunglasses? Yes. Okay. Do you know where the other lens is? And I just get the hands up. I don't know. He didn't even say it. He didn't even say no. He just looked at me like, what? So I have one lens and one not. So with cough the last couple of days, I was joking that I could see better with them on.
Well, can you?
No. I mean, they're not prescription. So obviously I can't by putting on one sun. It's a little disorienting with one lens. But here's the thing. My anniversary is a week from tomorrow. And I immediately get on the internet and I find some Ray-Bans on eBay that I will like, that I kind of like more than these. Even my wife got me these, like more aviator rounded frames. So I'm like, here, I'm going to buy these. She goes, no, you can't. Our anniversary's in a week. And I was like, well, you weren't planning to buy me these sunglasses. This literally just happened within the last few hours. So not that I have some great thoughtful gift. The 7th anniversary traditionally is wool. I guess I could get her a cashmere sweater. But the point is, she is using this circumstance to kind of, I don't want to say, I guess shirk her responsibilities of having to actually get a nice gift. Not that the glasses wouldn't be a nice gift.
No, for sure. And I am one that's been in this chat, this forum before about some meaningless holidays. I do not put anniversaries in that category.
Because you're not married yet.
No, I'm not. Yeah. But funny how we're 2 weeks out from Valentine's Day. Oh, did everyone have a great Valentine's Day? You're still talking about it 2 weeks later? I hope it was really, really special.
That's a little more contrived. You could make the case. Your anniversary is something special to only you and your significant other.
Oh, what a great, memorable Valentine's Day in a pandemic. I'll just never, ever forget it. Anywho, it's 4th and 1. Ball at the own 31-yard line of Green Bay. So Aaron Rodgers rostered in 78% of lineups. Aaron Jones, 54%. They're giving the ball right back, or actually to the Colts, for the first time. Andre says, why is Glash here? Great question. Great question.
Where are you supposed to be?
No, I'm supposed to be here.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, on the schedule, man. Good to see you too, Andre.
So when I try to click on DraftKings, because this is Colorado, they automatically redirect me to the DraftKings sportsbooks, and I have to go into our chat and click on the contest to see if I'm already winning. Slightly annoying. Not that I don't love the DraftKings sportsbooks as well, but still, I'm trying to focus on my lineup in this game.
Good start for the Packers defense. Zadarius Smith making a stop. Superstar linebacker. So, what's new? David says, does your Glash have a nice sheen? Oh, yeah. Andre says, love you, Glash, just not Elmo. So the question is, why is Elmo not here? And we can keep Elmo away. It's a Sunday night. Elmo's probably back Monday through Friday. It's more of a Monday through Friday kids programming schedule.
I just like that every time we work together, you're in a different location. I think, were you jealous of Tommy Freespouch being in the kitchen? So you're like, you know what, I can broadcast in the kitchen as well.
Nah, Sarah wanted to watch the Golden Globes.
I just started recording them when I saw it pop up in my Twitter timeline. So they're funny.
I made the.
You let her go into the bedroom.
That's brutal. It's the bathroom.
Well, you got a big TV in there. Some people do, but I can't imagine that your apartment right now versus when you move into a big palace together.
Yeah, big cat palace. Just meowing everywhere. That's what I want.
Raheem Meowster ruling the roost.
Andre, yes, PBS takes the weekend off. So I'm just doing it out of respect of Elmo and his rest. Hit that like button. It's good to have you all here. I see the Twitch fam. Delt Fish, Energy. What's up, buddy? Energy 311. CEH 1300. Big Colts fan. Did you play a lot of Colts today, CEH? Hey, guys, latest TikTok video went up about an hour ago. If you want to check it out, it's at Brendan Glasheen on TikTok, at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. The TikTok is a few weeks old.
How's it going?
Now.
How's it
Yeah,
going?
Is it
the responses have been positive from other TikTok users? TikTok fan? Okay. Sounds so confident.
No, I mean, it's going good. I mean, it's a learning experience, but it's been fun. I think, my goal is to be relatable and have some fun with it, and I'm enjoying it. And I enjoy the collaboration with the Sim fam. They've also strapped on in and enjoyed it.
That's good. I'm in 9th place right now, by the way.
This guy, halfway through the first, pumped about 8th place.
Koff and I on Thursday decided at halftime we were tied with a different lineup. We had a lot of the same players, but it was stacked differently, and I had Joe Mixon in the captain spot. We decided to put actual cash on it based on our normal $1,000 bets that we do in NBA or NASCAR or whatever. So at halftime we bet it, and he's beaten me. He had Kenyon Drake. Kenyon Drake scores, has like a 70-yard touchdown run. In overtime, Joe Mixon with a touchdown run to win it.
Oh, wow.
And I was the victor.
Joe Mixon delivering for someone?
Joe Mixon, 3-touchdown day as my captain.
Wow.
And it still only finished like 36th. Because I don't think I had Kenyon Drake. Anybody that had both, because both of them went nuts.
Brixton is in the chat, not to be confused with Grady Sizemore. It's Brixton. Is this the last day of the Dream Stream?
No.
Oh, hell no.
Why do people always ask that?
We're not going anywhere. Stay here. Stay. All off season. We have plans in the works.
I'm going to be participating in, I believe, 7 this week, starting Tuesday.
How many you got? 7. Holy bleep. Let's get cracking. Mr. Deeds is 7 cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor guy. It was a terrible moment in Mandrake Falls.
Mandrake Falls.
Where are you from? Pam. Winchesterton Fieldville, Iowa? Manchesterton Fieldville, Iowa. Get out of here. It's just a damn cough, man. The only way Joe Mixon delivers is if he gets a part-time gig doing dishes. Or who's...
I'll call it. I'll say it now. Joe Mixon has a bounce back year this year.
Hot takes.
You like that one?
Pretty good.
Sizzling. Yeah, tomorrow 6 games. You're working a nice split shift. You got the 2 o'clock Eastern and then Madden After Dark.
Perfect. I'll mark my calendar.
You and I work Madden After Dark Tuesday together.
Ooh.
You got a split shift there where Emerson and you are working together at 4 Eastern, Colts and Cowboys.
Yes, Emerson and I failed on my end. I had a conflict come up, so I had to cancel. We will be together in a sim, Emerson and I, on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. So get out of work early, take a half day, call out, don't call out sick. It's kind of a bad time to do that. But, do what you got to do to be in front of the screen and, spice up your life.
Have you guys done streams together? I know you and Koff finally did them around the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think, when Madison puts the schedule together, she's got to prioritize to get it filled out with hosts and, just how it goes, man.
No, I'm just asking how many times you and Emerson have done games.
Oh, it's our first time. We haven't done it before.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, first time. First time? Yep, first time. All right, who do you need here? Who are your Colts again? You got second and goal from the 5.
Pascal, that's it. That's all I got. I'm sure plenty of other people. Naheem Hines, his time is done. 2 carries. That's it. No Naheem Hines. But Pascal. What? Oh, no. Is that Hines again?
Yep, it was Hines.
What a putrid. Oh, the first one was to get the first down. So he got 3 carries in a row.
We got 10,878 entries in the big public free showdown. 3rd and goal, 2-yard line, 2 wide right.
Pascal in the slot, maybe?
Yep. Hilton's at the bottom. They're going to Hines, and he stopped short.
Group of play calls there for, I don't know if Frank Reich or Nick Sirianni call the plays in virtual Madden. That's his name, right? Sirianni, the new Eagles head coach.
Yep.
This would have been a week where I would have left the combine yesterday and had seen the faces of all the new head coaches and watched their press conference and be like, oh, that guy's younger than me. Maybe I should have been a coach. I do that a lot these days. I want Sean to take up. That's a touchdown.
Burton, let's go.
Look at you. Your lone Colt. You know what would be disappointing, though, if that's the only points your team scores because the Packers have a terrible day offensively. I don't think that'll happen, but it would be fun. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah, I dropped to 92nd. You're probably in first.
It's just a damn cough, man. No, I read your comment. I just get afraid I'll say something inappropriate and get in trouble. So I didn't know what you said and what it means, so I skipped over it. But I can read this. You gonna do the sim from Emerson's porch? No. He's in Boston, the Boston area. Kind of a spot, just not a good spot. I'll leave it at that. It's not good enough, not enough space to make it happen.
It sounded a little insulting. Now look.
No, it's not insulting. It's beautiful.
First, the way you said it. But I have to think that, I guess going into the office would make the most sense if you guys are going to work together. But at some point, because things are getting better in lots of parts of the country as it relates to COVID and restrictions, that you guys could work together if you and Koff had to do a game together, you and Emerson. Or Koff and Emerson.
Yeah, you're right, because we've got the studio, and now we've also got our pod studio. There's a 3rd studio that was built for all those commercials you guys have been seeing on TV with Jesse Cofield.
Oh, yeah. I think I have seen 1 or 2 or 4 million of those.
Funny enough, that's been being filmed in our office, like in the big office space where the kitchen used to be. It's kind of funny. Like they just kind of said, well, no one's here. We'll just make use of all this space.
Okay, yeah, it works.
Now that's like me putting a GoPro on and giving you guys the inside on the office. But yeah, so, you're right. I mean, I think at some point, maybe, I don't know. I can't tell you when. I have no idea. I'm just going to keep staying home when they tell me to, you know?
Here's a question. How soon are you going to pitch the bus idea to bosses more publicly than just, I get this is very public, but bring it up as something to look forward to because things are going so great with the Dream Streams, regardless of Brixton's concern that they're going away. We know you want to have this big bus that you could get it going before next year's Super Bowl week or leading up to the Super Bowl, but could be really fun.
Hey, man.
You'll also have to take off a couple weeks from calling games in New Hampshire, so there's that.
Well, the college basketball season, I think, for me, is over. It ended today.
No, I mean next January.
Oh, next year.
The bus thing. Are you going to bring it up soon?
Yeah, I mean.
You can do it tomorrow.
All right, you going to vouch for me?
Hell yeah. I'll even throw in my ideas about you get to the AFC or NFC title game, whatever makes more sense geographically, and kind of work your way, hit the Pro Bowl, and then get to LA Super Bowl week.
Something tells me that, I'll say, hey, Brandon was in on this, and he'll say, I don't know what he's talking about.
No, I'm happy to throw out ideas. Big ideas, guy. It's the execution part. That's what somebody else will figure out.
Yeah, you're right. But waiting for the right time. As producer Drew says, we got a spot in Denver to park the RV.
Yeah. Of course, you don't want to do it at my house, but I can find much better spots. My house is fine. It's just not close to where anybody wants to hang out other than just my neighbors because we all live around here. A couple good golf courses.
Sorry,
maybe you get Jesse and Tara Lynn to show up. Some of the other Dream Stream reporters, as Tara Lynn calls us, or announcers.
Bozos.
Points along the way, bozos. Like, you don't subject Jesse and Tara Lynn to being on the bus with you really for any stretch beyond maybe a day here, a day there. But they can fly to wherever and then meet you in another city a couple days later.
MVS making a catch to the Colts, 48, a 27-yard gain. Luke Murphy says, you look like you and your loved one broke up. I did not have to drink my way out of grief. I just got out of the shower. Full disclosure. So
appreciate that. Thanks for cleaning up for us.
Yeah.
I too got out of the shower.
I wanted to sim in the shower, but a little dangerous.
I needed to wake up. Sim in the shower is going to be tricky. Rossi really wants me to do a sim from my hot tub, so I was trying to figure out the logistics on it.
That was insane. Aaron Rodgers just went completely across his body against the entire other side of the field, hitting Devin Funchess.
You're captain to my captain. I'll take a whole lot more of that, buddy.
Edward says Glash looks like he's no, I'm good, man. Edward Pride, I'm good. Fine. Then we got a challenge. Why is Green Bay challenging?
Oh, they say incomplete.
Receiver had possession. No, because I saw they spotted the ball at the 20.
Yeah, his toes are in.
Yeah, so why would they challenge, I don't know. I don't get it, man.
I don't know what's going on here.
Interesting.
Dave says Brandon's question seemed to confuse Glash. I just don't think you were dialed in on exactly what I was asking about the bus, but we're back on the same page.
Well, when you said bring it up, I thought you meant get the ball rolling to do it this summer.
No, well, certainly. I just mean, I don't know. We got that
your pitch, I know, we've talked about this. You think next playoffs, next year, leading to the Super Bowl. That's,
yes. Well, or you could do something twice. You could do a smaller something in the summer, but people are all kind of scattered all over the world in the summer, right? You may not get the participation you get during football season if you showed up somewhere where lots of football fans would be.
Right.
But the summer is the summer, so that could kind of be your test run. Maybe you swing down from Boston through New York, Philly, DC, and then back up, something like that. Or up through Pennsylvania, up to Pittsburgh, Buffalo, and swing back over.
Wow. If we actually get to a point where we get to hype up tour dates, be amazing.
I think it'd be great.
It'd be really great. I want it to happen. You know what? I will bring it up tomorrow. I can't wait for you to jump on my back and watch us make it happen.
Sure. It's easy to do because I don't have to deal with any of the budgeting, so it's easy to come up with ideas. The question most bosses always ask, great idea. How are you going to pay for it?
Yeah. Plus a little thing called insurance.
Yeah, that's not that hard to figure out. It's the hard cost more than insurance. Not that you don't have to have it.
Aaron Jones just missing. So it's now 3rd and goal from the 1.
I'd like him to throw it to Funchess here. Or Mercedes Lewis, but I'm voting Funchess. I think I have Devontae Adams too, maybe. I do have Devontae Adams. So I'll take any of those guys. He's going to hand it to Aaron Jones.
Oh!
You know who else knew that? DeForest Buckner.
Nice play. From out of the woods comes DeForest.
Showing off the superstar traits. I do think they do a better job. That Matt LaFleur may be as close to accurate depiction of a head coach of any of the virtual head coaches on this game.
I haven't given it much thought. Next time he comes up on camera or up on the stream.
Sure. When the director cuts to him. I'm in 135th place, so that's not awesome.
I'm in 94th.
All right, there he is. Oh, you can't really tell. He's got his hat in his face.
K Nut 67 is in first place in our free roll. Trey Burton captained. Phillip Rivers, Hines, Funchess, Hilton, and the only Packer MVS.
I was reading Drew's comments in our behind the scenes chat.
Yeah, Daniel, appreciate you, the observer, not observing tonight. What if we put the pressure on tomorrow in our meeting and just, hey, how about we take it to a vote? Who wants to do it? And if everyone raises their hand, they have to do it.
Edward Pride, before the meeting. Hey, boss, just a heads up. Glash has some dumb idea. The dang kid is off a little. No, I fully support it. If the Broncos aren't that deep in the playoffs, and right now no one would think that they would be, I'd happily try to tag along if I can do it around Senior Bowl schedule, if we end up doing it around that time of year.
All right, well, you know what? Let me get out an important piece of paper with my most important pen. I'm going to write down Edward Pride. If we end up going to your neck of the woods, you're not allowed on the bus.
Well, let's find out where Edward Pride is, because if he's somewhere super cool.
Yeah, that's true. Where do you live? Then I'll figure out if I want to come visit you or not.
You don't have to give us your address. Just, ballpark city is good.
Yes. But if it's somewhere, we don't really care about, then you're not on. You're not allowed.
If you're in one of the Dakotas, odds are bus isn't swinging by. Apologies to both of the Dakotas.
There's Burton again, extending for first.
Hey, so I wasn't paying that much attention, really, to anything today. But I watched a little bit of the Bucs game towards the end and some soccer early this morning. Did MLB Network show a bunch of baseball games?
You got me, dude. I was doing college basketball today.
Yeah. How about those Jayhawks taking out number 2 Baylor?
Good win.
If we would have beaten Texas, that game went to overtime, he'd be back in line for a top 8 seed, or one of the top 8 teams, a 1 or a 2 seed. Right now, Joe Lunardi on bracketology has us as a 3 seed. That's the last 3 seed. But if KU wins the Big 12 tourney, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, damn. Edward Pride is in Atlanta. We maybe have to.
Edward Pride's going to have to meet us somewhere cool, probably. Atlanta's got plenty of cool spots after being there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I take back everything I said, Edward Pride. It's a bad idea, but if it passes, you're in.
You know where the cool part of town, or it seemed kind of cool, it's not as cool as other parts, but where they've got the new ballpark, that whole area up in Cobb County is cool. That's where a couple of events Super Bowl week were. Shaq had his big silly party there.
Where was the old Braves Stadium?
Right in the city. Well, the old one, Fulton County, or the
second oldest.
Or is that the one?
Or second youngest, whatever.
The one that it was like right near Georgia Tech's campus, I think. Turner Field. They built it for the Olympics, or around the Olympics, right? I guess they didn't build it for the Olympics. Durango's better than Denver, BK. You're going to have to road trip. I went to Durango this summer. Durango's all right. I don't think anyone's saying it's better than Denver. It's different. It's smaller.
Second down, 13, ball at the 29 for the Colts, leading 7-3. TK in the chat. He is the one pacing our free roll right now. Good stuff.
Well, it depends on what metric you're using, because if you want the most uniform numbers, I'm in 111. So I'm the only person that's got 3 1s. No, I'm actually tied with other people, Main Mac and Sparks J 5940 and PhD 1974. So 4 of us have that. So I don't even have that to claim. Jeez. I'm all about the next sim anyway. That's where my lineup's really going to shine.
Yeah, coming up after this, we have
Cowboys
and Bengals.
I rostered 6 Cowboys. That's all I'm saying, including Roger Staubach.
Banded Caterpie on Twitch. Glash, I know you like Elmo, but you don't need to grow your hair like him.
I don't think you're growing your hair like Elmo, because I can guarantee of the 2 of us, I am much more immersed in the world of Elmo these days than you, with a 2-year-old who, at every turn, grabs my phone to watch Elmo, wants to watch it on TV, sleeps with the stuffed Elmo, has a plastic dancing, singing Elmo. I don't think your hair looks like that. It kind of looks more like Bert's than Bert.
Hey, Ernie. Hey, Bert. Hey.
Yeah, your Bert also sounded like Ernie.
Hey, Bert.
More kind of whiny or nasal.
Hey, Bert. Yeah. Hey, Bert.
There you go.
Hey,
a couple years ago, you were watching this, dude.
Well, I have nieces. They're young, and they like this stuff. Yeah. I mean, I might enjoy it, too. Just, I'm a good uncle.
Well, that's a good thing about being an uncle, or if you got kids and you realize. I was talking with a friend last night who's got a 2-year-old and was talking about how great all the Pixar movies are and all these Disney movies that are, not that the old ones aren't fun, but they do a good job of making all those movies for adults and kids.
Right. They're more relatable, too, for older people.
Some funny lines that kids gloss over but make adults laugh.
Hey, did you see these buses that Daniel put in the chat?
Sure. I think the Sunday Night Football bus is probably, well, the one that's just a touring coach is awesome, but the Sunday Night Football bus, it's going to have some serious DraftKings artwork, but maybe you get some sort of partner to jump on board along with DraftKings to help kind of cover some of the costs. There's Matt LaFleur. Oh, you missed him.
Quick cut.
It's all about Blankenship here.
Rodrigo from 44 yards.
I told you the story when I saw him at the Senior Bowl last year, right? Or I might have just told Koff. I told one of y'all.
No, I haven't heard it.
So the Senior Bowl is kind of a free-for-all. It's pretty wild in the lobby of the main hotel where the teams stay.
Yep.
They have a little very mini radio row, 6 or 7 tables set up. There's obviously a local station from Mobile. Sirius XM's always there. We've been there the last few years, obviously this year notwithstanding. SI will have a table to do podcasts for Albert Breer and other SI people. And so there's a couple more, Raider Nation Radio was there and the Browns. So it's pretty minimal. And where they set us up, it's where you have to walk if you're the teams, because they do everything in the convention center, all these meetings, they walk through this walkway and back into the hotel. They have to walk right by us. So I see this kid walking wearing the Senior Bowl, jumpsuit that all the players are wearing. I'm like, oh, that's cool. It must be a manager. He's carrying a bag. And then I see him set it down, and it says, whatever his number was, 98, Blankenship. And, he's got the glasses and the mullet. So for sure, I thought it was a manager. I still didn't even connect it. And then I had a roster the next day at practice. I'm like, oh, that's the kicker that certainly looks like a kicker. There's no doubt about that. But it's just funny because you just see a parade of 200 kids. How many kids? I guess 150 and 50. And obviously there's small wide receivers, but there's lots of really big linemen. So you're like, football player, right? No doubt about it. They're all players.
Right.
And then you see this kid and you're like, oh, that's cool that they let managers be a part of the Senior Bowl. Was the way I was thinking. He must be the best manager around. That kid's a heck of a kicker.
Yeah. He was something. I mean, he was a great fantasy guy this year, season long especially.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I had him on a few teams by the end of the year. El Paso #1. We know reps El Paso more than any person we've ever met. Said, BK, you saw Steven Montez at the Senior Bowl. I did, indeed. Air Montez is his Twitter handle. He was a great kid to chat with because you've been a quarterback a bunch of years. You're used to talking, and me being from Denver and at the station that carried all the Buffs games, he gave me a good 15, 20-minute interview.
X Factor lit for Aaron Rodgers. 40 seconds left in this second quarter. There's a first down pickup for Green Bay. Down 7. Aaron Jones making his third catch.
Yeah, Rob Rance has a segment called Hop on the Bus with Brendan Glasheen.
Who said that?
Rob Rand. I feel like that's a little wordy. Should call you Glash for the sake of the bus. But we can do better than Hop on the Bus. It's not terrible.
Rob also says Glash should do local reporting of odd sports-related stories. That's where you're at. And then air them throughout the day.
Yeah, you can do a lot of fun stuff when you're on the road. It's about being able to turn it. You can certainly do it on TikTok. You're going city to city. You can do all your editing.
All right, there's Funches again.
Get me out of the bottom. I got to pass 100. I'm at 131.
Nice.
I beat Koff today in NASCAR for the second straight week. And then missed our basketball deadline. He beat me by like 80 last night, so I need to take another break.
NASCAR. Good. I mean, all the power to you. I wouldn't even know where to start.
You know how to read. It's there's not much more to it.
Yeah.
I don't want to pretend like I'm texting Marty Smith asking him for updates or one of those guys or Shannon Spake or whatever.
Yeah, and producer Drew is right. If you want to learn more about NASCAR or any sport you're unfamiliar with, we have Jordan Lindenbaum's been in here saying he's playing NBA for the first time. It's pretty cool. Check out us, of course, here on the Dream Stream between Sims, and then head over to the DK Playbook, DK Nation. Funches is, wow, I look very red.
Yeah, Drew points out Pierce is great on NASCAR. Now, after you told me that Koff's doing stuff with Osimo, I read one of their NASCAR things. Then I made a point of reading a couple of other people's thoughts, then tried to find a consensus. And I should go look at the score just so we know how bad I beat him.
Really?
Let's find out.
Pierce Dietrich, good guy. Koff just gets his strategy during his interviews. Yeah, I mean, he asks good questions.
I beat him in NASCAR, 266.55 to 199.1. For all I know, 266 might have won me $1 million if I would have entered a big contest. If there is one of those. I assume there is. Well, I got Reddick, and he finished second, so that was a good pick. And Kyle Larson finished fourth, and Ryan Newman finished seventh. So I had 3 guys in the top 10, Hamlin and Dillon. So I had 5 guys in the top 12. It's good work.
Well, there you go.
I'm NASCAR aficionado. I have been to one race at Kansas in 2003. It was awesome, but the Chiefs were playing the Broncos that day. That was when the Chiefs went 13-3 that year. And I didn't get credentialed to the game because I went to the race instead. And I watched the game the whole time in the back of an RV. But it was cool. It was cool. You got a racetrack near you?
Right? Yeah,
Loudon?
I've never been, actually.
How far is Loudon, New Hampshire?
It's close to Concord, right? I think 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's about an hour. I go to New Hampshire to do basketball, and that's only an hour and 10. So yeah, you know what? You make a good point. Should do more of that.
Just go once.
Kenny's Kitten, formerly James Farrell. Hey, Glash and Cristal, y'all are missing some awesome Texas smoked brisket that I'm smoking.
I'm sure we are. My wife did chicken tonight that smells amazing. Can't wait to grab that in between the Sims. But look, as a kid who grew up in Texas, you're going to have a hard time getting me more excited to eat really anything than amazing Texas brisket, especially from some of those places in Austin or Dallas. Although Nick Wright went on Dan Patrick's show and said Texas barbecue is not only a fraud against barbecue, it's a fraud against food. And then they had some barbecue editor from Texas Monthly come on and kind of smack all of that down. But he's biased towards Texas. Look, I went to college in Kansas. I lived in Kansas City. I love Kansas City barbecue, and I probably have some restaurants there that I like more. But Texas brisket at a place like Salt Lick or Franklin's, you're not going to beat it. But I'm sure, who is it that said we're missing it?
It was James Farrell.
Yeah, James, you're right. If you want to send it our way, go for it.
Yeah, send it to the DraftKings office.
Right after we had the baby, though, Andrea's, my wife's uncle and aunt in D.C. sent us barbecue and sent it from my favorite place in Kansas City, Joe's. And we didn't even ask for it. And, like, we didn't even tell them that was our favorite place. They just went online, wanted to send us some meals so that we didn't have to worry about cooking. And it happened to be from my favorite place. So it was awesome. Extra awesome.
Perfect.
We have a thing called the Denver Barbecue Festival out here that I host, that they do in the parking lot of Mile High and Power Field at Mile High. That was canceled last year. They may do it this fall, or may just wait and have to do it next summer. Because I think it's already been postponed for Father's Day when they normally do it.
Yeah.
It's awesome, though, because it's not a contest. It's just a showcase and have a good time. It's like 10 or 12 great barbecue places from all over the country come. That'd give you a reason to come to Denver.
So our guy Trey Burton again can't break loose, but the ball's at the 44. Colts are having their way here. I liked Aaron Rodgers being in the dome, but only 3 points to show. We're 2 minutes into the third quarter. I am sitting in, 125th of a total of 174. Where are you at?
That's a good question. I will get off my NASCAR page and go back. I'm in 123rd, but I do have the Packers D, so I probably just jumped up to top 5. That big sad.
MC Sub said my NASCAR lineup did all right, except for Bell, who stunk today.
Did you do better than 266.5? Because I don't know if I would have won the big contest. Probably not, but 5 guys in the top 12 is pretty good.
Stephen Kennedy, we can get the disco light out for Madden After Dark.
Yeah, Koff and I were getting criticized for not having disco lights. So I could borrow something that the 14-year-old has in the other room. But that's your thing, just like the buzzword is your thing.
Hey, anybody can use a disco light.
Congo Cap says, I'm in D.C. Where in D.C., BK? I'm not even sure what he's talking about. Where will we... I was saying Casey. I wasn't saying D.C. Casey barbecue. Kansas City barbecue. Oh, where in D.C. do they live? They live in Rockville. So Maryland.
Right now, looking at the free public showdown, Daniel 39, first place right now by 0.1. Burton captained, Jones, Rivers, Funchess, Hilton, and the Colts defense in the flex.
Obi-Wan brings up a good point. There's only good barbecue and bad barbecue. Yeah, that's probably true. It's like pizza, right? You have a threshold. If it meets it, great. If it doesn't, well, then you're just disappointed. It ruins your day.
My
so
brother's
what part of the
been...
country makes the best barbecue is the question, though, that I saw here. KC, Tennessee, Texas. You got to throw in North Carolina, Memphis, in Tennessee, obviously. But there's some places there's a place in Phoenix that's unbelievable that I'm drawing a blank on the name. There's a couple places. St. Louis has a few that are awesome. There's a place in Ocean Springs, Mississippi called the Shed. It's right off Interstate 10 that has won the big barbecue contest before. The Q and the Lou, or the Memphis and Miami. Anyway, you're about to say something about your brother.
My brother's been to Denver a few times, and he really liked the food out there.
Yeah, Denver has a lot of good food and a lot of chefs that people like and, kind of can generate an audience. But Denver doesn't have any food that's unique to Denver other than Rocky Mountain oysters, and people aren't always lining up for that. But you can obviously get really good sushi out here. There's a couple okay barbecue places, some really good Italian places, but not like the ones like you. Some really good just new American stuff. And then this guy from Israel, by way of New Orleans, has one of his restaurants here. That's good food here. I'm glad your brother enjoyed it for the restaurant.
Yeah, he's a big skier, so he's been a couple times. Anything big in the NFL break today? I mean, I know it's a big,
I think it's just one of those days where there wasn't much going on.
Yeah.
We're 2.5 weeks away from
free agency.
All of the pro days start this week.
Okay.
So in place of the combine, not that the pro day wasn't going to happen. Anyway, the pro days weren't going to happen. But here I can tell you the lineup. So if you want to tune in at some point to NFL Network, I'm sure they'll have people at a lot of these places. Oh, they don't even start till Friday. And guess who's kicking off the first pro day? Maybe setting the standard. I'm not sure how many pros are coming this year, but my alma mater, the University of Kansas, is the first school to hold a pro day on Friday, and then everybody goes after that.
Oh.
So there's a chance that all the scouts and GMs and coaches that go to pro days will go to Lawrence and then not go to any more pro days after that. They'll have seen all they need to see, and they'll just be fighting over Jayhawk Club. There's a chance.
There's a
chance. Then on next, so a week from Tuesday, K-State, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Whitewater. Let's see. Arkansas is coming up. I mean, all the big schools, Arkansas, Wisconsin. Clemson is Thursday, March 11th. We probably don't see Trevor Lawrence, right? He had his own pro day, so he's done. We'll see some of the other Clemson players that can really ball, though. Georgia's Wednesday, March 17th. I'm trying to see any other powerhouse schools. For Bama, Bama's March 30th, the day before my birthday. Florida is on my birthday, the 31st. So is Notre Dame. I'm sure Ohio State somewhere there. I missed one. This list has about 70 schools that are holding pro days. And what I think they're letting the NFL/NCAA has gotten better about letting people from small schools, if they just let a scout know and they let the league know in the school, like, let's pretend Boston College is having one, maybe a kid from New Hampshire that has a shot, like my man Jerry Azuma is New Hampshire, right? A million years ago. Does that sound right? I think that's right.
Yeah, they've had guys playing the Canadian Football League.
I'm pretty sure Jerry Azuma went to New Hampshire and won the small school Heisman thing that Walter Payton named after Walter Payton. So, my man Zoom, a player like that would go to Boston College, or some of the small schools, near Syracuse would go to their pro day.
Oh, Aaron Jones almost got in.
This could be setting up a Funchess touchdown for me.
Speak it into existence.
Well, we've definitely opened up a can of worms. Thanks, James, for barbecue chat in the YouTube chat, at least. Energy 311 says this game sucks. Well, when the Packers tie it up here, this could make for a really exciting fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But 10-3, yeah. Not great.
Edward Pride says, let me use your social security number for a while. All right, you ready? Here it comes. Here comes the number.
Florida's getting a lot of FaceTime, man. I think I've seen Frank Reich once.
Guys, we're almost at 300 likes. Smash that like button. Tell us who you need to score in your lineups besides Funchess.
I guess I'll take Mercedes or Adams, but I got Funchess in my captain spot. Quit handing it off.
Oh, Jones stopped again.
That LaFleur's play calling is really bothering me.
Gosh.
I'm pulling for the Colts now. Do you see all the golfers that wore black and red today?
No.
I think Rory did. A bunch of them did. Shot Tiger out, obviously. Let's see if I can find some of their names.
All right.
Tiger touched as golfers wear red to honor him.
Oh, we got stacked up.
Colin Morikawa, Brooks Koepka, Billy Horschel, Victor Hovland. Oh, no, those are just the people in contention. Here we go, though. Oh, wow. Oh, that's maintenance stuff.
All right, so both quarterbacks have had double-digit completions. Neither have hit 200 passing yards. Jones has 4 catches, 36 yards. He's been failing to get in the end zone. Let's see. MVS 3 for 35. Adams 3 for 44. Funchess 4 for 56. Burton has the lone touchdown. It's been kind of a snoozer. I mean, it's
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, happens.
what are you gonna do?
But we'll see. When Funchess scores here, I'm going to jump in to the top 80. So Jason Day, Tommy Fleetwood, Cameron Champ, Sebastian Munoz, Rory McIlroy, Patrick Reed, John Rahm, Justin Thomas all wore some sort of red. Oh, Thomas is the shade of red appeared to be in red. But everybody else wore red and black pants. Cool.
There's Aaron Jones
Ooh.
for a touchdown.
I don't know if I'm allowed to openly boo players, but I'm doing it.
Yeah. You're just booing the virtual guy, not the actual person.
No, in fact, I interviewed the real Aaron Jones at Super Bowl in Atlanta, and he was super cool. I don't know why he was like promoting some book or something that he'd written, even though at that point he'd only played in the league like 2 years. But he was great to talk to. I think is he from El Paso or something, maybe? Yeah, there's El Paso #1 jumping on. See, UTEP Miners. Tiger Woods, I think he may have actually written this tweet. I don't think he runs his Twitter as actively as Tom Brady runs his, or so I like to believe. But here's what Tiger tweeted. It is hard to explain how touching today was when I turned on the TV and saw all the red shirts. To every golfer and every fan, you're truly helping me get through this tough time. So whether Tiger wrote that or somebody on his team, it sounds enough like Tiger wrote it. Which is cool. Cool.
That's great. What did yeah, you never can really tell, right? Like I think Brady, I'm not even sure Brady operates his own Twitter. Like
not much. I feel like sometimes he does where he's like, these refs are terrible, let them play. I'm guessing that's not somebody on his social media team doing that or whatever when he was calling out pass interference or whatever, or holding last year. But I just think it's funny, the idea, all these super nice videos that he's like a whiz with iMovie or something on his phone or on his laptop or his iPad and is putting the videos together. It seems almost impossible, but it would be amazing if it were the case.
Got a message from Bill Hamilton on Twitter about the sim bus. He's spoken with folks that help operate tour buses. He wants to help.
Well, there you go. That's the best way to come at this, is with ammo, not just ideas. But yeah, we've got a bus company that can help us out, or Bill's got a bus company. I'm sure it won't be much to find a rap company that can do a cool DraftKings rap. Here's a question. Does the DraftKings just have logos, or is Jesse's picture and like her pointing part of the artwork on one of the sides of the bus?
I don't know.
She's kind of become the face of DraftKings.
Hey man, if she wants that, wow, great.
I don't think she gets to decide the bus wraps. I'm guessing bosses do.
Yeah, but I feel like she might have a say. Like, I'd prefer not to have myself on a bus.
It seems easy to think that, I mean, she's on literally a million commercials a week. I can't say literally, but seemingly a million commercials a week, and that's just in Colorado.
Yeah.
Neville cleanup hitter, we appreciate that. We're gonna skip that though. Lashkoff and Emerson posing like Charlie's Angels on one side. See, that's good. And Cedr's got good ideas.
Barbs, I am not in a hotel. I am just in my kitchen. You can see my microwave behind my shoulder. It's like every other sim announcer. Gotta have the microwave shot.
The only person I've seen in the kitchen for the most part was Tommy Freeze Pops.
Rossi moved for a few.
Oh, yeah. And when you and I first started doing this, you were in that weird office setup in the living room, and you could see the kitchen.
Yes.
Or whatever that setup was.
Yeah,
Tommy just sits in his kitchen, similar to what you're doing, right in front of his fridge. Look at that, another sack for my Packers D, which is good because I'm in 150th place.
that is a pretty bold move, right? Just, perfect. Lounging right by the fridge.
He said
Plenty
it's
of
his
access.
personality, and he can get the snacks the easiest.
Yeah. Let's see. Mark Mantelli. What's up, Mark? Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Hello. John Delfino. Matt King. Timothy. Thank you guys for making us part of your Sunday night. We're here for Madden After Dark as well. We'll have Bengals and Cowboys at 10 p.m. Eastern. Second and forever, they run the football with Hines to the 41, still third and long.
Are we getting free football right out of the gate? I say right out of the gate for us.
Nah, we got plenty of time for another score here, but it could happen.
A field goal and a field goal. Rodrigo and Mason Crosby.
Choker, you're right. Sometimes Jesse will do the dream stream from her kitchen too.
Kenny Clark with the sack. That's what I'm talking about. I just want to get over. I want to crack 100. So we need either a defensive score or Funchess to score when the Packers get the ball back here. Yeah, Jesse will do the dream stream from her kitchen. Terrell at, I think, various points has been in a kitchen type setup. Producer Drew says we can get Airstream, the Air Dream Stream. The only issue there is that as awesome as Airstreams are, they're not that big. Even the biggest ones aren't that big. Not as big as a full tour bus.
Let me look it up. I mean, do they come in different sizes or?
Well, also, I'm pretty sure I don't think Airstream makes a one that has a cab that you can drive from, so you have to pull it on something, which means unless you're pulling it on a flatbed, you can't be inside. And I don't think you can be inside even though it was on a flatbed. So you would have to just be in like a pickup truck until you got to wherever it was going. Is that Funchess? That's what I'm talking about.
Anyone have a pickup truck we can borrow?
You can get a new all-electric F-150 that's coming out this year.
Anyone that owns a truck, we need you to put the make, model, and year. You can even put your plate number if you want, but you can leave that out. And we'll run a raffle, and if you let us use your truck, we'll get you a T-shirt.
We have a camper that I pull on with our Suburban. It's only a 22-footer. It's not an Airstream. My brother-in-law has an Airstream. And a truck.
Someone's wife or husband in the chat, girlfriend, boyfriend. Oh, where's your truck? Oh, I just let some guy from DraftKings borrow it. But I got this
back in a few weeks. Yeah, look at this shirt. And I got a beanie.
Want the beanie, honey? There you go. No, where's the truck? Oh, they're in like the middle of nowhere.
Throw it to Funchess or Lewis or Adams. Oh, you did throw it to Adams. Huh? I'm in 104th.
Third and 11. 10-10. Where's my lineup at?
Did you hear any of Tommy Pham's press conference or what he said after he was stabbed?
No.
So I didn't know that he was stabbed. He certainly said he feels lucky. Let's see. It wasn't muscular. He was stabbed in the lower back during an altercation in the parking lot of a strip club. Hey, we've all been there. And the thing that I thought was, he said, I'm lucky to even be able to play. It's not the type of news you're expecting. This is good. But he said, I gotta find this.
Hold on, I gotta say something quick.
Go for it.
I gotta correct myself. Bill Hamilton messaged me in all caps because I screwed up what he said. He said, I do not have a bus company, but we are getting a bus.
Oh.
Let Brandon know that we are a band and have distribution down Route 66.
Okay. Well, Route 66 will get you over this way a little bit. Here, let me read this quote from Tommy Pham. I got it texted to me earlier.
Yeah, please do.
He said, if anything, I'd probably spend more money and stop saving as much because if I die, then I feel like I have too much money in the bank and I didn't live well enough. So, I don't know if Tommy Pham has kids, so that might be part of it.
John Delfino wants to emphasize clock management, the creators of Madden 22. Sorry, Bill. Hi, Bill. Thanks for being here, Bill. Bill, I haven't forgotten about you, pal. You know, just you got to understand that this is such a wacky idea. I think it's great, but there's a lot of crossing of T's and dotting of I's. I mean, think about how long it's taken for you guys to want stuff changed to the dream stream. This stuff takes time.
Right. Le'Veon Bell's still on the Jets, so getting a bus tour going, different level of.
I feel bad doing that because I'm like calling out people, but I you know.
No, it's just things sometimes, you know, when you have a big operation, you can't always pivot on a dime. But we do know that we have about 10 months to get it going. So there's that.
Yeah, so when Le'Veon Bell is finally on the cheats, we'll get the bus.
That'd be great if you bring it up and that's the response.
Brendan, we can't do this yet. We have to make the roster changes in forever. Break the Curse says, hey, you idiots. What's up, Break the Curse? What do you want? Get it off your chest. The day we change rosters, Bell will probably get cut. Yeah, it's possible.
Well, Bell's a free agent.
Oh, yeah, true. It was a one-year deal.
So where are you putting him?
Does he get picked up? He'll get picked up.
Well, at this point, you change what I would do if I'm, and maybe we bring this up tomorrow when we're talking to the bosses. Wait until free agency. Don't worry about the draft, but once free agency hits, update the rosters to reflect that. So let's pretend free agency and trades, Deshaun Watson, and then have it ready to go if Deshaun Watson gets traded. Make that move with Russell Wilson, right? But put Stafford on the Rams and put Goff on the Lions and all the free agent signings. I think that could be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madden doesn't really update it, but they update it to the championship games. And then you could you can delete, like you just take Le'Veon Bell off the Chiefs if you want, but never leave him. Yeah, all summer with those rosters, that's fine. But I think everybody would love to see that at least. I don't think we're speaking out of school. I know that it'll happen at some point.
All right, the Colts are just about in field goal range. I don't know about the people, but I wouldn't mind this one just being flushed down the toilet. Let's get in Blankenship range. All Blankenship's thinking about is how he met Brandon Cristal at the Senior Bowl, and now he's got a pressured kick in sim.
No, we didn't even really meet. We just you know, a little head nod. Trey Burton again.
Yeah, but he knows he sees you again from the boot.
I don't know about all that, but Trey Burton there coming up with another big play. Did he hit the bonus?
Remember the joke you made about imagine he's like the only guy that does anything for your lineup?
Rodrigo? Close.
If Burton's the only guy who's doing anything for me.
What place are you in?
They're in field goal range. I'm in 111th place. The only guy who's done anything for me is Trey Burton. And fun. Little bit of fun.
Well, and Aaron Jones, you have Burton, who's been awesome. You have Jones, who scored.
No, I don't have Jones.
Oh, if you had Jones, you'd be in much better shape.
Yeah. I put Rodgers in the captain. My Lewis and Lazard have no catches.
Daniel's an 88th. You definitely should have captained Burton or Jones. That's what I would have done if I was you.
Well, you always have that analysis.
That's why they pay me the biggest bucks. Biggest buck.
All right, 1:20 to go. Packers are now out of timeouts. All right, first down. That's the game. Kick it.
No, he's going to run it one more time.
Sure.
You will need the play clock.
Guys, again, we'll be back at 10 o'clock for Bengals and Cowboys.
Saw this note just come across in the last 20 minutes. Irv Cross, former Pro Bowl player, was a broadcasting legend at CBS. He passed away at age 81.
Oh, that's too bad. Hey, guys. Just do me a quick favor. It's my niece's birthday today. She turned 6.
Well, happy birthday.
Her name's Juliet. She's a sweetheart. FaceTimed her earlier. She's doing great.
What'd you buy her? Did you offer to bring her Chinese food and then not, like you did with coffee?
I got her some presents. They're still here. I haven't seen them yet. I'm gonna go over and visit her this week. What the heck's the name of this? Where did I put them? All these new action figures. I don't even need them.
You got little kid action figures for your 6-year-old niece?
She loves this show. It's called Bluey.
Yeah, my 2-year-old's not into Bluey yet, but I guess my little nephew is.
Yeah, Bluey. She loves the show. I don't know.
I still cannot find that end zone. Zach Pascal touchdown here, although I don't know why they would throw it. And I jump out of the top, or into the top 100.
You guys are so nice. Wishing her a happy birthday. I should take a picture.
Yeah, screenshot this.
That should be the buzzword tonight. Juliet!
Or Bluey.
Or Bluey. Wow, you guys
Marlon Mack.
Wow, Marlon Mack!
Vulturing all those Nyheim Hines owners.
I'm going to text my brother right now. Look, DraftKings is wishing her a birthday. Happy birthday.
I guess there were some fun college football games on this weekend, too, that I just didn't keep track of.
College football, basketball?
Football. Like these conferences are playing in the spring.
Oh, the SES? Yeah. I'm starting up Friday. We get Albany, New Hampshire. That'll be fun.
You playing or calling it?
Starting up, like, calling the game.
Oh, that'll be good.
NBC Sports Boston. That'll be good.
Sure. Great Danes?
Great Danes. And the Wildcats.
NBC Sports Boston. I think I have that on my DirecTV package, so maybe I'll watch it.
Oh, well, 7 o'clock Friday night.
I clicked on ESPN Plus, and my buddy was calling KU women against West Virginia, and Jayhawks were down 2 or 1 maybe, and then this girl that already had 24 points nailed a 3 for West Virginia. So I texted him, brutal 3. He's like, "You're watching this?" I go, "Yeah, we're pals and my alma mater." Damn, I'm in 161st place. That might be my lowest finish if I stay there. Out of 170, well, no, rookies aren't even allowed out of 172. I'm gonna need some stat corrections, Jim. Well, here, so
Jim.
we were talking about Tom Brady's tweets. There was one 2 hours ago. The Bleacher Report Gridiron put out the clip of Steve Sable reading Tom Brady's draft profile to him. I'm sure after a few Super Bowls. Looks young enough that it probably have to end when Steve Sable passed. Probably like 3 Super Bowls. Look at Rodgers. Is that caught by Funches?
Get out!
Yeah!
That's the game! That gives you points, brother!
He hit the bonus on that?
Easily.
Did he have 77 yards before that catch?
Yeah, he had 5 for. I have it up right here.
5 for 77.
Yeah, that's the bonus for sure.
Oh, look at me. What a great pick. Funches. Oh, but so Brady tweets after looking Bleacher Report Gridiron. Brady tweets, still gets me fired up, ... There's a chance that one of his social media team did that, but I could believe that Tom's seeing it and tweeted, still gets me fired up, ... Right?
Yeah, I believe it. You know, you guys know me. I'm a Brady guy. I'm kind of.
Wait, you're a Brady guy?
Like Tom.
Tommy?
Don't we kind of like get it now, man? You're a 6th-round pick. Like, there's a lot of good stories that were drafted late. Like,
are you still fired up? You've won 7 Super Bowls, dude. Like, how fired up are you? I guess that's the difference, though. I mean, Michael Jordan says his Hall of Fame speech, brings the guy that beat him out for varsity in 10th grade just to point out to him that he's in the Hall of Fame. It's like, hey, MJ, pretty sure, I don't know, when you hit the game winner as a freshman at Carolina, that guy probably thought, oh, MJ has exceeded me, or any other point along his career. But no, at the Hall of Fame, Mike's pointing him out.
Yeah, but at least Michael Jordan's not on Twitter all the time. And that's why this is Brady, or it could be his people.
It feels like this is Brady, or is at least signed off on. I would have to think that, like the Tiger Woods thing, where I still think that was him today. Brady, maybe even more so than Tiger Woods, wants at least some sort of editorial control. Tiger probably does too. Before, maybe not when the updates are going out about the medical stuff. He trusts Mark Steinberg or whoever else is doing that. But Brady sitting around on a Sunday, I'm guessing he might have tweeted it.
Could be. All right, who do you like for player of the game and the Not My Kid award?
Well, it was going to be Funchess now, but it's probably still, I'm going to guess, Trey Burton. Is he the captain in the winning lineup? No, Funchess is now in ours.
Yeah, that changed a lot right there, that play. 44 Steeler 5,000, the solo winner, the Shoto in the Madden Stream $250 free contest.
And Funchess, wow, what a swing. What a dramatic swing. 33.6 points for a guy that wasn't owned. Well, I guess he's on 40% of the time in ours, and probably similar in the big contest. I can pull that up here real quick. He was owned 28% of the time in the big contest. Yeah. Funchess did it. Meaningless garbage. Although his team lost.
It's all right.
Burton had 25 points. Where's Burton's ownership?
We're here for fantasy, man.
Sure. Funchess, congratulations. Not enough to help me even get in the top 100. I finished 101 on ours, but whatever. Oh, 85th. Hey.
79th.
Look at you. Look at me.
Well, I mean,
Rogers
captain helped, right, with that pass.
Sure. Not My Kid award. Devontae Adams kind of quiet, 3 for 44. And he's owned second most, 66% of the time in the big contest, big showdown. MBS had that one catch. Did he do anything other than that?
I think that was it. That was early in the game.
6.5 points for MBS, who was third most owned at 55. And because he was so much cheaper, you would think you would have gotten value, but you didn't. So MBS, congratulations. Neither of us had him because we knew not to play him. Like we've been accused the times that he had a really good game and neither of us played him.
You guys can find us on the social medias here below. TikTok as well. Check it out.
Yeah. I don't have a TikTok, but just watch Glash's TikToks and think about me laughing at him.
Think about
in a good way, laughing with you. But subscribe, smash that like on Glash's TikTok.
All right, we're going to be back in 40 minutes, 45 minutes to probably closer to 46, 7 minutes.
I got to go eat some of this chicken, dude.
Yeah, I'm starving too. We'll be back. Bengals and Cowboys Sunday night sim football. Madden After Dark. We'll get the disco lights going here in the kitchen.
91st? Where'd you finish?
I was in 79th.
What, I just in 85th a second ago?
Now I'm in 83rd. Final updates.
Okay.
Wait a minute. More movement. Yale exciting. 97 is now in first in our free roll.
Yeah, with Funchess in the captain spot. So that still feel good about that. Still feel good about the MVS Not My Kid award. All right. Yale 97 Disney.
All right. Thanks to producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jim operating scores, operating the game center. He's out of the call, so he just finished up. We'll be back very soon here on the Dream Stream.
The reigning American League Rookie of the Year is Kyle Lewis from Seattle as we move on to the Mariners. And when it comes to a fantasy outlook, there's not a lot there for the M's. You know, it kind of starts and ends with Lewis as far as potential studs. You tell me, Gary, and is there anyone we're sleeping on here?
Yeah, Mitch Haniger. Classic buy low candidate. This is someone who has dealt with a myriad of injuries the last couple seasons, really unlucky. Just hasn't been able to get on the diamond. But you go back to the start of 2017, which that's the exact moment he began his career in Seattle. He's got a 128 WRC plus over that span of time. That's better than Manny Machado. It's better than Nolan Arenado. This guy can hit. He really can. And yes, there's obvious concerns about how much he can be on a diamond. But when you're getting someone right now at pick 275 in NFBC formats, you're taking the risk. It's a lottery ticket at that point. Maybe he only does have 60 plate appearances this season. All right, drop him because he's the fifth outfielder on your team. You don't care. So he's just someone with so much upside and potential that, you know, where he's going in drafts, it's a steal.
Bukes, who's screaming upside to you?
Yeah, Jared Kelenic. You probably don't know about him yet. But believe me, by the time the All-Star breaks rolls around, you're going to know who this kid is. He's probably not going to be with the team right away. He's likely going to get the call up in mid-April because teams like to screw with service time. So they're going to do that with him. But he was the centerpiece of that deal that sent Robinson Cano and Edwin Diaz to the Mets. Mets fans are happy right now. They're not going to be happy when he starts playing. He boasted all power and speed. This Mariners team, I don't want to do a hot take as of yet. This is my dark horse in the AL West. They have a ton of potential, which leads us to our next question.
All right, well, let's go there. A team with potential and a whole lot of unknowns, I suppose, and that is the Angels, who just are, I mean, this is a team, while you got perennial MVP candidate Mike Trout, you also have a perennial disappointment in terms of, you know, these Angels every single year. You look at the offense, the questions really mostly exist on the pitching front, but the offense, you have Trout, you have Ohtani, you have, Rendon, you have Pujols, who it's looking like it's his final season. That's what his wife says anyway, and I'm inclined to trust her. So what are the odds that Bukes, this team actually does make a little bit of noise in that division?
I'm not crazy about it. I mean, look, they do have some potential. They have a lot of big names there. And like in looking from a betting perspective, I mean, the A's minus 130 to make the playoffs, not crazy about that. Astros minus 112. That's probably the better bet there, but they just have a lot of things to work up. Not crazy about that bullpen. That's going to be a big problem for them there. That rotation has a lot of question marks in there too as well. If everything aligns, they no doubt have the talent. So I have no problem with that. They just haven't got it right for year after year after year. Not crazy about that. You know, the outfield mix, either signing Dexter Fowler, that's kind of going in the reverse direction than going forward. So it's a team that has some potential. I'll give them that, but I'm certainly not looking to lay money down on this team.
Any fantasy relevant pitchers here, Garion?
I mean, Bundy is like a top 100 pick this season. He was really good last year. High strikeout rate, really good FIP. So I can definitely understand people taking a look at him seriously with where he's going in drafts right now. The issue you have with their rotation is just, you know, generally with these types of teams that have great offensive potential and a couple question marks in the back end of the rotation, you sign guys like Alex Cobb and Jose Quintana and et cetera, and you hope that maybe one can pan out. If the Angels are going to make the playoffs at plus 160, they almost need every single one of their like flyer pitching acquisitions to pan out. And then they need last season's flyer pitching acquisition, Dylan Bundy, to continue pitching like he did in that shortened season against, I would say, like questionable competition. I believe in Bundy, but, you know, for being honest, he faced like the Rangers 3 times, Oakland 3 times, like not exactly the cream of the crop when it came to his pitching opponents last season. So I just think the American League is like strangely deep this season. Like the AL East, depending how you feel about the Red Sox, could be 4 good teams. The AL Central is 3 good teams, depending on whether or not Cleveland can kind of survive their salary purge. And then, you know, we've already talked about, you know, Steve kind of likes the Mariners to maybe be a dark horse. We've got Oakland maybe falling off a bit, but they're going to be competitive. Houston's going to be good. Like, there's just not that many playoff spots, and there's a lot of good teams. And I just don't have a lot of faith in the Angels.
All right. Well, I feel like you've kind of answered the question, but at plus 160 odds, it's one thing to say all the things that need to go right for the Angels to snap a skid of 6 straight years without the playoffs. But do you believe it'll happen? Does any part of you want to make that bet?
No, and I think the thing that I look at most is you talk about last season. Not only did we have more than half of the American League make the playoffs, and they didn't, but we also had 2 really good seasons from their key offensive players. Mike Trout will tell you that he had a subpar season, which I guess by his own standards he did, but he was still a top 10 offensive player in baseball. And Anthony Rendon was amazing last season. No one talked about it because the Angels were so bad, but you already had like 95th percentile results from your 2 best offensive players, and you couldn't make the playoffs in a year where everyone made the playoffs. So I don't know why I'm supposed to think they'll get better this season. I know they were heating up. They had a really bad start, and then they kind of heated up and ran out of time, but I don't have faith in the Angels.
Bukes, you're only allowed 1 dark horse per division, so I have to assume you don't like the Angels either.
No, not really. Because, I mean, let's just say that the Astros win the division. So that means the Angels' path to victory is the wild card. That's not going to happen. I mean, teams like the Blue Jays are in contention now for the wild card, potentially. The Twins will be right there in contention for the wild card. Are they better than those teams? I don't think so. Because like Darian said, everything has to work for this Angels team to sneak in, whereas the Blue Jays, the Twins, they can kind of get away with some guys being average because they can pick it up in other areas. So I think their only path to victory, to get to the playoffs, is in the wild card. And with how this American League is set up, that ain't going to happen.
Rangers Bukes openly rebuilding. You got Joey Gallo, and that's it, right? When it comes to a fantasy perspective, is there anybody else worth keeping an eye on?
Yeah, Nate Lowe's someone to maybe keep an eye on here. Has some decent pop, career 196 isolated power and 245 plate appearances with the Tampa Bay Rays. He's got to beat out Ronald Guzman, though, for the first base spot. They could end up platooning there, but this is just a really, really bad Rangers team that looks like they're years away from being in any serious competition. But I think Nate Lowe's someone that you can watch for at first base.
Anybody excite you, Garion?
Yeah, I think offensively, just because it's a good ballpark, especially in the summer when it gets really, really humid out in Texas. But, you know, kind of see who trickles to the top of that lineup, who's hitting around Gallo a couple weeks into the season, and maybe you jump on them because they're probably going to be available in the waiver wire, if we're being completely honest. Dunning is kind of an interesting guy in their rotation. I think he's going to make it just because they don't have anyone else. The nice thing about a team that's openly rebuilding is, you know, we talked about like Jared Kelenic earlier. You sort of have to wait on him to actually get to the majors, where with Dunning, I think he's just going to be there. He's already 26. So like the prospect years, quote unquote, are sort of behind him. This is his time to come to the majors and actually pitch. And he started 7 games last season, had a strikeout per 9 above 9, had a swinging strike rate of about 11.5%. So the potential for strikeouts is there. I think he could be kind of an interesting guy, especially considering he's going around pick 300 right now.
All right, so in this strikeout or homer sport, you can't ignore that Joey Gallo does have plus 1,100 odds in the DK Sportsbook to lead the American League in home runs. Guys that, have better odds, in fact, in the majors for that matter, Mike Trout and Pete Alonso, and that is it. So, Garion, do you at least, feel good about the long ball here?
I mean, you have to. I'm not saying these are great odds because, again, we're kind of cherry picking from the top of the board here. But if you talk about a guy who was created in a lab to hit home runs, it's Joey Gallo. Among active qualified players, he has the lowest ground ball to fly ball ratio in baseball, and he has the second highest home run to fly ball ratio in baseball. So he only hits fly balls, and 28% of the time those fly balls leave the park. He's always a candidate to hit 50 home runs if he can stay healthy. So these are reasonable odds. I tend to like deeper odds in these like hits and home runs and all these kind of props, but it's fair. I'll definitely say that.
Bukes, would you put money on him?
Nah, it stinks. I think these odds stink. I mean, look, last year he only missed 3 games. He played 57 games. Last year he was on pace for 28 home runs. Like, I'm not comfortable. I mean, I get it. Like Gary said, he's a home run, building machine. This is the guy that's going to hit home runs. But you look at someone like Jose Abreu, who's 30-1. In this category. Last year, he was on pace for 52 home runs. He's been over 30 home runs in 4 of his 6 years in the majors. I would much, much rather put the amount that I would put on Gallo and put it on Jose Abreu at 30-1 for somebody who is consistently hitting over 20 home runs, even in that shortened season. He was 1 away from hitting 20 home runs for every single year in his career in the major leagues. I'd put the money on that. That's the guy you want to target.
All right, for Garion Thorne, Steve Buchanan, a man who was created in a lab to spit hot fire. I'm Adam Kaufman. The division previews continue on each and every week as we ramp up to the start of the new year.
Cam has made it clear he wants to stay with New England because he might not have a choice. But do the Patriots want him? And do you think Bill Belichick, puts his trust in Cam for another season, Steve? Or are they going to go out and get another bridge guy and perhaps draft someone?
I mean, we saw it. Like, there's absolutely no reason to believe that they think they have anything in Jarrett Stidham, because there was numerous times where Stidham could have been the guy this season, especially in the second half of the year. But what's most important is that not only do they need a quarterback, they need offensive weapons. It doesn't matter who you bring in right now. That receiver core is about as worse as you can get. They have the cap space that they can make big moves in this offseason. They have the capability to land somebody like Allen Robinson, or maybe go a little bit down the road, take somebody like Corey Davis or Will Fuller for a little bit cheaper. They need those guys for any of their quarterbacks to succeed. They can bring back Cam Newton, but if he has nobody to throw to, what's he going to do offensively to bring the Patriots back up to another level where they can compete? They need wide receivers and they need the quarterback. They have a lot of work to do, but good for them because they have a lot of cap space to work with.
Jeff, should they find a better option, or they might end up settling for Cam again in New England?
Cam is definitely in the basket of, quarterback situations that could end up being for, the Patriots options for 2021. There's no doubt. But I do think that they're going to look elsewhere. I mean, Marcus Mariota is a name that I just want to bring up briefly. I mean, he's $20 million in guaranteed, or $10 million in guaranteed money, and then he's got incentives up to $20 million. He's probably going to get released by the Raiders because they just don't want to hang on to that for another year. And he might get traded for as well. But if he's on the market, I just can't see the Patriots looking at Mariota and be like, that's not a pretty big upgrade over Cam Newton. Same kind of rushing mobility, but much younger. Quite frankly, a better passer at this point in their careers. So Mariota is definitely a possibility. I mentioned Jimmy G could get released, or something could get worked out there with San Francisco. I think that's going to be an option. And then, Steve mentioned, I mean, they have a ton of cap room. So they could definitely go after bigger names, or just go after some free agents like a Jameis or something like that. And I think the other thing is they're at 15. Do they possibly look into moving like Stephon Gilmore to move up in the draft to draft a QB? That's on the table too. I think there's a lot of multiple options for the Patriots. If they strike out in every different areas, Cam is on the table, I guess. I just can't see them thinking that is like plan A though, or really relying on that. They've got too much cap space. They've got good draft capital. I think they either try and go after a free agent, like grab a Garoppolo or a Marcus Mariota, or they try and trade up in the draft. I think they're going to do everything they can not to bring back Cam.
All right, let's go to the Seahawks. Russell Wilson has been more vocal than ever in his career. He's made the playoffs in 8 of 9 years, but they've set a standard there to win championships. He's voiced some frustration. He's brought up speculation, which he never does. He never says anything about what it would take to acquire him. There's been speculation brought up on that front. How much, Steve, give me your package, if this even happens, but play along. What's the package to get Russell Wilson, and is there a team that would be willing to give up this package?
I think it's so hard to gauge what type of package it is because there's a lot of question marks with Russell Wilson. He has a full no trade clause in his current contract. He also has a potential opt-out after this season. So something would almost have to come together before a trade is executed, because if you're paying up multiple first-round picks or first-round pick and a couple second-round picks for Wilson, is it worth it to potentially lose him after this season? If he doesn't do the opt-out, then he's under contract until 2023. Everything is kosher there. But I think that is so important because Wilson can dictate where he goes or where he doesn't go, for that matter. And if he's unhappy, he's out. Does he want to take that chance as he's getting into the wrong side of the 30s? I don't know, because we really haven't seen that potential because, like you said, he's sick of getting sacked. That offensive line has been atrocious for him. So there's a lot to take in here. So I think the package that is needed to get Wilson is a lot harder to figure out than people might realize without knowing he has that full no trade clause and that he has a potential opt-out.
Right. That willingness, there's an impact there for sure with the no trade. Jeff, is there any... Do you believe in any of the speculation? I mean, look, he's upset. I think we all know that, but Seattle's got to work this out.
Pete Carroll is a stubborn guy. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to work it out long-term. Maybe this year it settles, but I think Russell Wilson is a guy who's smart. He's in control of his own future. He's turned into a bit of a businessman, right? And I think it's a good thing. I think it's good. I think he's going to get himself into a situation he wants. And, let's look at the Stafford trade. 2 first-round picks for Stafford, a third coming back, and Jared Goff. There's definitely going to be more involved for Russell Wilson. I think you're adding a first, maybe even up to 4 first-round draft picks if you don't have a player coming back. Well, let's speculate, though. Let's do it, because I do have a team in mind here. I think the Washington football team would be a fantastic spot. You got rumors of potentially a new owner, one of the richest men in the world, being involved there in Washington. They have cap space. They have defensive players to send back too. You're telling me that Pete Carroll wouldn't be interested in like Antonio Gibson, Montez Sweat in a package coming back? That's right up Pete Carroll's alley, defense and running. As crazy as it sounds, man, I think that Washington, they have a pretty attractive, basket of offensive players involved. If it's going to happen, I think the Washington football team will be involved. Steve's right. This would be a massive trade. Lots of things going on here. But, again, we're speculating here. If I'm throwing out a team right now, I'm going to throw out Washington, going to be in the mix for Russ Wilson.
Short commute to New York City for Sierra. I mean, it all works.
Stop it.
It's part of the deal. All right. And one of the trade rumors surrounding the Bears was that they were looking to trade for Carson Wentz. They were very much connected. That didn't happen. And he's off the table. The attention has turned to Derek Carr. Do you think the Raiders are willing to make an offer, Steve, for Derek Carr?
It's a tough one because when you think about Derek Carr, like he's definitely not amongst the elite, but he's like consistently good, like good enough, like 3 straight seasons, over 4,000 passing yards. He's very accurate and he does it with a lack of weapons. Like other than Darren Waller, like who really makes an impact on the Raiders? Granted, Nelson Aguilar was a nice surprise for the Raiders last year. We didn't see a ton from Henry Ruggs, but they don't have a lot of cap space to work with either. And like Jeff mentioned, like they'd love to get out of that Mariota contract, the $10 million guaranteed. Like they have very little to work with as it is. So Carr's an interesting one because I feel like if they get rid of Carr or if Carr ends up leaving, like it's a rebuild, right? Because they have so little everywhere else. Like, I don't want to say like Derek Carr's like the crutch of that team, but you take Derek Carr out of the mix, then you're looking at the rest of the team and you're like, what do they have? Like, it's amazing that Carr is like that pivotal to the team because he's someone that really we don't talk about at all, but like he's sneaky good. And like, he just does enough to keep the team in contention, to keep him competitive in games, but we just rarely hear about him. So I think Carr is one of the more amazing storylines this year because he's so under the radar, but he will keep you competitive in games. So he's an interesting one for sure.
And then rumors of him moving tie in with Mariota's trade market drying up because of his contract incentives. But Jeff, you brought up his name. Like maybe if Mariota goes to New England, Las Vegas might have to hold on to Carr. They might not be able to find a better option, or as Steve said, it's a rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, what exactly? Like, if they move on from Derek Carr, either they're keeping Mariota. I guess that's fine. I mean, I do think it's a downgrade. I mean, Derek Carr like 2 straight 4,000-yard seasons. He's been in the MVP conversation before. He's not that bad a quarterback. I think Steve is right on in saying he's kind of been the crutch of that team. He's kind of kept them from just being, terrible over the last 3 years. But what are their options? Are they going to move up in the draft and spend all their draft capital to get like Justin Fields? Maybe John Gruden does something like that. But I think the other end of this is the Bears are a mess. I mean, they're over the cap already. Like they have to do some serious finagling just to like get some cap space here. So maybe they can work out a trade. Maybe they send like a defensive piece and that gets the Raiders' attention, like a Fuller or something or a Hicks. But Khalil Mack's not going back there. But the Bears just have this is a mess. I know they're hot after trying to get a quarterback and upgrade over Trubisky, but they would take some serious moving around by the Bears to do it. So I don't know. I think the Bears are interested. There's a lot of moving pieces here. I just don't know what the Raiders' incentive is to move on from Derek Carr right now, because unless they got something going on in the draft, they got some target there, or they're confident they can get a guy they want. I don't know how they're going to even remotely replace Derek Carr. And last time I checked, QB is a pretty important position. So,
all right,
they can maybe move from that. They can move from that backup they got.
Potential for movement and a change of scenery for many quarterbacks in the NFL. Steve Buchanan, Jeff Ulrich of DraftKings. Hey, that was fun. Thank you.
It was okay.
Kyle Pitts seems to be like the runaway favorite to be the first tight end off the board. But where are any of these teams going to feel comfortable taking a tight end? Like, I've seen some people say, oh, he's definitely a top 10 pick. Then I look at it, I was like, Carolina? Maybe? Like, I don't think that the Eagles are going to go for another tight end. Like, are you really going to spend that high of a draft pick on a tight end right now? Like, how good is this guy?
I think he's extremely good. I mean, whether you look at him as a tight end or even a wide receiver, because he did play a good bit outside, and looking at his skill set, he can win on the outside versus press or man corners. It's something we've seen him do, and he's one of the big reasons. If you want to put a reason as to why Kyle Trask's name is even being mentioned in the top 2 rounds of the NFL draft, Kyle Pitts is a huge, huge part of that. The guy's got an insane body control. He's a mismatch for size and speed, no matter whether you line him up inside or outside. Now, saying all of that, Pat, I don't see him going inside the top 10. I think the Panthers could make some sense, especially with Robbie Anderson basically having 1 year left on his deal. So and Curtis Samuel's out the door. Do they address possibly that secondary role behind DJ Moore in the years going forward? Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I think they need a quarterback more, but I think Pitts falling into the mid-teens makes a ton of sense. And I love, if he were to land with the Los Angeles Chargers and they don't re-sign Hunter Henry, I would love that fit for him.
I think that's entirely viable just based on looking at the team needs of what everyone has. Maybe the Giants move on from Ingram and end up going with Pitts and have Ingram's barely a tight end too. He's essentially a receiver. So if they move on from him, they take Pitts. Maybe they can upgrade at that spot a little bit. Obviously, like, the Niners aren't going to draft another tight end. The Cowboys probably aren't in that market right at the moment either. Although Jarwin coming back from injury, I mean, they could upgrade, but they just spent another pick on CeeDee Lamb a year ago. Are they really going to go with a tight end at number 10 the following year? Probably not. The Broncos have Fant. The Panthers would be the one logical team because the Lions just spent the Hawkinson pick. And I think everything above that, like Eagles. I mean, the Eagles are a real wild card. I have no idea what they're going to do with their pick. I really don't.
No, and that's the one thing. I mean, depending on what you looked at and where they could go wide receiver, they could go one of these skill position players, they could go quarterback. I think that it makes a ton of sense for them to trade back. And I know I mentioned that for multiple teams, but you have a lot of these teams. The reason they're at the top is because they're not good. So they have multiple needs on their depth chart. So them moving back a few slots and reloading their entire depth chart, especially guys on rookie contracts, and as bad as the salary cap situation for the Eagles is right now, makes a ton of sense. But they're a wild card. I mean, what the Eagles do is going to be really interesting in that side, that top 10. What the Dolphins do is going to be extremely interesting as well.
I guess after that, if the Chargers decide that they want to protect Herbert and they go offensive lineman and don't go tight end, like, can Pitts block at all?
His blocking, I mean, we talked about this with Josh Palacci over at FTN. His blocking is definitely the weak point of his game. And it's honestly why he's getting a lot of hype, and for good reason, considering how good he is in the passing game. But I'm not going to rule it out that Pitts is a guy that just because of where he could get drafted in the NFL, and if he gets stuck in one of these NFL teams where we can't assume rational coaching, we can't assume these head coaches, because we've seen this insanity in numerous seasons. We can't assume that he's going to end up in a spot where they are going to maximize his skill set. And his weak link is blocking at this point. So he goes top 15, top 17 to a team, and they ask him to be an inline blocker and an inline tight end and block a ton. I've got my concerns, Pat. I definitely do, considering that is, if you're looking at holes in Kyle Pitts' game, he improved as a blocker in this past collegiate season, but it's still not pretty. It's still not great.
baseball still a little ways away. Opening day scheduled for April 1st, barring everything going all hunky-dory. But if there's one thing that has been on schedule is the DraftKings Sportsbook dropping all the betting markets for MLB. Basically everything you would want to bet on for baseball has been released to this point. If you go on the sportsbook, team futures, players awards, player totals, season leaders, and then all the subcategories after that, all up right now. We'll be getting into this more as the season draws closer, but there was one thing in particular that really kind of baffled me. And we're going to shift over to the American League MVP odds. Not surprisingly, Mike Trout is the favorite, plus 200. A little bit of a gap there after that to Alex Bregman, who is 10-1. And I look at those odds and I go, where is the value here? This is somebody who's coming off a season that only played 42 games, but I think it's fair to say it was really a down year for him. If this was a full slate of a full schedule last year, only on pace for 23 home runs, ended up slashing 242, 350, 451. You look at his future total for the over-under on his home run totals for this year, which is over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, it's at 30.5, which is one of the lowest on the board. But then you have him as the second best odds for MVP at 10-1. Like, coming into this and looking at the numbers that he had last year, for me, that's like, okay, this would probably be an excellent value to get on Alex Bregman, because supposedly, reportedly in the offseason, put on, I think, like I said, 27 pounds of muscle. Him and I are on the same routine. So we're both him and I bulking up, getting ready for MLB. But I look at those odds and I'm horrible. Like, where's the value here? There is none. Like, this is what I would expect if he had a year like he had back in 2019 or 2018. 10-1. I mean, he has the talent. He has the capabilities to be there. But, I mean, these odds just don't make any sense to me at all.
So I'm with you for a couple of reasons. Number one, Houston is not even favored to win the division. That would be the Oakland A's. So Houston might not have all that great of a year. So why is Bregman going to win MVP coming off an awful season, even though it's, that would just be considered a cold streak in a normal season in those amount of games. But still, it's hard to win a MVP award if you have a 40-something game cold streak. Guys are going to be better than that. The second thing is Springer's gone. That's the leadoff guy. That's the guy that, I mean, he's kind of like a home run leadoff guy, but he's a guy that's going to get on base and be in front of Bregman and help Bregman have a better season. And that's not there anymore. Altuve will be there, but it certainly doesn't help Bregman. That's more of a, that's a basketball thing. A guy, whatever, Kevin Durant leaves OKC and Westbrook gets that MVP award because he has to do everything. That's not how it works in baseball. You want those good hitters in front of you so that you can put up bigger numbers. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. And we've talked about this before in the AL MVP because it has Trout on that side. Having Trout, the cheapest price in the NL is plus 750, and there's a bunch of guys kind of jumbled together in that range. Having a guy like Trout thrown in there at plus 200 just gives you everybody else at steeper odds. And if we think Bregman is also mispriced at the top of the field, that means everybody below them is probably mispriced. Now Trout could win it. He's won it before. He's kind of like I say, he's the default numbers guy. If nobody stands out like a dominant player on the best team, oh, well, Trout had this WAR and this average and that stuff. I don't know, baseball nerd stuff that I don't even know. But the Angels don't really make the playoffs. They don't win. So I'm not afraid of that necessarily with Trout. So let's take Trout and Bregman and throw them out. Is Judge good at 1,200? Maybe. Jose Ramirez plus 1,200? Maybe. I'm looking, I don't know, maybe the White Sox guys, Jose Abreu and Luis Robert are both plus 2,500. That seems like pretty good value. I don't necessarily have a take on who to bet, but I'm just telling you there is value in betting the AL MVP if you do have a lean or a take because Trout is definitely way too high, and Bregman being second on the list just opens up more value.
reigning American League Rookie of the Year is Kyle Lewis from Seattle. As we move on to the Mariners.
Hello, Sim fam. It is Madden After Dark on a Sunday night. We've got the Bengals. We've got the Cowboys. Brandon Cristal is here. The disco lights are here too. What do you got, buddy? What do you like on the captain? What are you thinking?
I'm captaining Amari Cooper. I know that can be a bit of a boomer or bust play. I'm almost feeling like I need to go get disco lights too, because if you've got them, I can have them. I can't have them without you, but I could probably have some brought in.
Wow, look at this guy. Full service in the Cristal home. I feel like you're looking and making this happen.
Yeah, we'll see. This is where I'm using my production assistant.
All right. Well, I put John Ross in the captain because when I made the free roll, I did put his name in the free roll. The title is Glash and Brandon Cristal, IDK, which means I don't know, in case you're new to, those things. I don't know if the Magic Mirror can keep up with John Ross. The Magic Mirror is a TikTok reference, so you got to check out the TikTok, know what I mean. But yeah, man. Wow, the production assistant has made his way.
Well, I don't think he made it. I don't think he came.
Now.
I don't think he came in. I don't think he came all the way into the shot. But here, we'll get it real quick. Just talk amongst yourself.
Okay, very good. All right, chat, just you and me. What do you guys want to talk about? All right, I'll tell you the winning lineup. You guys have been so well behaved. So John Ross is in the captain. Joe Burrow, Zeke, Gio Bernard, Uzama, Greg the Leg. That's the plan. So if you want to X out and not watch, I can understand because you already were told what the winning lineup is. So sorry to spoil it. That's the winning lineup. I happen to have it. So thank you very much. And we're waiting. Brandon Cristal's got a couple of ring lights still. He's trying to get it all straightened out. Wow.
Almost,
wow.
Right?
Is that like a projector? Projector?
That's a projector screen that I pulled down because the black screens of the TVs weren't great. So
acronyms. Thank you, Kaufman. You know I'm bad with grammar.
Will this work?
Good.
Will this work? Sure.
Yeah. I don't even think you need the ring light. Try shutting the ring light off.
Okay, let's see.
Try it out. I think we're off camera at this point, but it's important. Oh. Yeah, that looks cool.
There we go.
Wow. That is sick. Wow, I can't wait till we're on camera again. It's going to be great.
Looks like I'm in a planetarium.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar. Yeah, it's way better than what I have.
Well, I don't know if that's true. It's just...
No, it is. It is true. Stop being humble. That is like, you look like you're underneath a beautiful sky of stars. Like, that looks real. Mine is like,
loopy. Like you're at a disco. I don't know if this has a strobe effect.
Spenny Mac, I don't believe you. Spenny Mac says he's in the Zoom chats all the time. Oh, cough, it is a form of grammar. Cough, why don't you guess who's producing? What is Cough doing here? What do you want?
I think he's feeling bad about our NASCAR showdown. Let's see if he could beat me in this contest tonight.
Yeah. All right, Joe Burrow. So I played him over Dak. I had Dak in there. Decided to take him out. When you want to play a receiver and the captain, you should probably play his quarterback too. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Let me give you my full lineup so you know who to be cheering for. Amari's my captain. Got both QBs in, Dak and Joe Burrow. Uzama, CeeDee Lamb, and then Greg Zuerlein, who is good at making a lot of kicks.
Yeah, plus it's his home field.
Yeah, That's the dome. Cool. Although it looks like the roof is open.
Well, I'll tell you what. The roof in Dallas cannot compare to our roofs. Or roofs.
Roofs.
Speaking of grammar.
Our roofs.
That's actually, you know what? I'm going to call the grammar police. It should be roofs.
Probably should be.
Honestly, I'm right.
Or roofs.
It should be
Or
roofs.
roofs. CJ71 says Madison, I thought, had 6. Oh, thought Madison was doing all 6? No. Guessing she did less than that.
Talk about getting in the grooves. See?
Well done.
I'm making up grooves.
No, there's Mixon trying to pick up where he left off. I
That's
wonder if
Gio
Koff.
Bernard,
I wonder.
actually.
Oh, it was Gio. I
Yeah.
wonder if Koff captained Mixon after the performance he put on against him the other day.
Let's see. Gio Bernard, 27.4% owned. Top 5 owned in the free showdown. Elliott, 77.5%. Prescott, 59.6. Burrow, 55.4. Cooper, just shy of 46%. CeeDee Lamb, 42%. Here we go. Burrow, spin move. Delivers a strike for a first down. That is, it was AJ Green.
Yeah, it looked like AJ Green. Should have been
Green.
Uzama.
Hey, how's Joe Burrow? What's the progress on Burrow? Is he going to be ready for opening day next year, or like what's the deal?
I think so. I had this conversation the other day. I want to say with Rossi, where we were looking at quarterbacks, young quarterbacks that are good that got hurt, and then I realized that Deshaun Watson, 8 games in, tore his ACL. I think Burrow's was a little more extensive. I haven't heard beyond we saw a video of him going to the facility a lot, and I'm sure he's just there every day rehabbing and will be until training camp starts. So I imagine, though, that it'll take a couple of games for him to get comfortable, but who knows, because he heard it later in the year than when Watson did. Everybody's knee is different and every injury is different. So we'll see, but we haven't heard anything to indicate that he's not on track, if you will. And that may be the only thing you hear this kind of time of year if he had to have something extra done.
Right. So you're probably thinking it happened, his injury occurred in week 11. So probably midway through the season, right? Or I don't know. Maybe there's a miracle thing.
Here's the thing, though, is that I bet you he starts week 1.
Really?
Yeah. It's just when will he feel comfortable? And he'll wear a big knee brace. You won't see him run as much. And then when he runs and when he gets hit, he probably doesn't take any game snaps in the preseason, I wouldn't think.
Yep.
But I bet he starts week 1.
Okay.
Got plenty of time here. He spun twice.
Yeah, he can be mobile. Luke Murphy says it's going to be a big CeeDee Lamb game. Bengals are bad against the slot wide receiver 3. Luke Murphy, I thought you were leaving forever. You're here. Can you explain yourself, Luke? You gave us all these sappy goodbyes, and now you're back in the chat. I'm happy you're here. But what changed your what changed? I love the background. It looks so cool.
I miss the sappy goodbyes. He should run it.
Oh, little shovel.
Okay.
Uzama.
I should have gotten picked, but okay. I'll take it. I got Uzama.
By the way, when you had that light set up, I think the same way as you. Like, I kept the ring light on, and you think, oh, I probably need the ring light because it would probably look better. It just looks 1,000 times better without it.
Okay.
You blend in. You look like you're floating in the sky.
I feel like I'm at a planetarium.
Wow. Space Crystal. Crystal in space. We're just shy of 300 likes. That's good stuff. We had 178 entries in our free roll. That's good stuff. Pull up the public showdown here in a moment. Mike Bauer, that's right. He passed him the shovel. 4th and inches, going for it. And
fullback.
a handoff to the fullback, Carter. Wow.
I did not have him in my lineup.
Yeah. I already told everybody the winning lineup. You were busy getting your lights ready. He was not in there.
Antisocial has him in the lineup right now in ours.
Burrow, wide open man. There's a touchdown.
AJ Green.
Bam, bam. AJ Green, opening drive touchdown for the Bengals. I like doing Bengals sim. They're fun.
AJ Green's a free agent, right?
Yeah, he will be. Oh, he is. Yeah,
He'll
be in free
he
agency.
goes and how much money he can command.
Can anybody here confirm, production team, if we know who Spenny Mac 84 is? Jim, is that you? Jim from Ops. because Spenny Mac always predicting stuff. And I want to know who he is. I want to get to the bottom of this. I've had enough. So please, anyone? Any inside scoops? Let us know. Relly Rel, how are you? Tom's microwave heating up. Speaking of microwaves, that's where the disco light is right now. It's right by the microwave.
That's how you know it's kind of a slow day. I know some basketball games, baseball's getting started, but nothing NFL related because of the way my Twitter feed's set up and TweetDeck is that it's been an hour since I looked at it until just about now, and literally nothing has changed in my NFL information column or one related to NFL players. Nothing. I mean, there's still stuff going on that people are tweeting about Golden Globes, tweeting about other stuff, but nothing NFL related, which is fine.
Hey, we got other stuff going on, right? I mean, like you said, hoops, baseball.
Yeah, there was a UFC fight last night. Some good soccer if you like European soccer.
Yeah.
Tennis. Dak. Ooh.
Oh, going to Cooper.
Hit a flag. Should have gotten picked. That's too bad because I've got Koopa as my captain. I could have used that.
I can't trust Amari Cooper in Sims. Always lets me down.
I think it's gone both ways. Going back to the Golden Globes quickly, obviously we've all moved into a Zoom world. Case in point, with what we're doing right this second. But it's interesting to see some of the most famous people in Hollywood and their setups. And like Bill Murray was clearly out by his house in the Hollywood Hills. Very famously doesn't even use a cell phone. Or if he has one, nobody seems to know it. And if you want to get a hold of him, you call a voicemail. And then he goes and checks in and decides if he wants to do your project or not. He doesn't have an agent. I'm curious who set up his Zoom for him, because there's no way he's doing it himself. Now, he didn't win and he didn't go on, but...
Oh, there's your guy.
Koopa twice, back-to-back. Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Amari Cooper comes through.
Told you I was more dialed in on this sim.
I like this sim way better than the last one already. Both teams scoring on their opening drives. Cooper 46% in the flex, 9.6% in the captain. Talking the larger free showdown contest. AJ Green scored the touchdown for the Bengals, if you missed it. 39% flex, 6% captain.
Spenny Mac 84 predicted it.
Yeah, I'm saying, man, this guy works. I think he works for us or something.
Or he's
Notice Jim hasn't said anything in our little Zoom here since I said, Jim, is that you? Jim says, not me. Ha ha.
Patrick Kane scored his 400th career goal for people that like Patrick Kane or hockey.
You could be watching on Twitch. That's true.
Patrick Kane?
No. Not Patrick Kane. Smash Lanta. How you doing, Smash? You looked away for a second, buddy. It was Cooper. Amari Cooper. Wes.
I'm in ninth place, by the way.
There you go.
I got my sights set on Get That Cheddar, who was in first place, because he has Cooper, he or she, Cooper, Prescott, Burrow, and AJ Green, CeeDee Lamb, Randy Bullock. So the Green and Cooper combo. Get That Cheddar's in first place in our contest by more than 3 points.
The Freak of Nature says Elmo, please. Guys, again, Elmo has to get his sleep for PBS programming. All right? A little late for... What's Elmo's, nickname? You know how, they call... what is Elmo's, slogan? You know how it's Clifford, the big red dog? What is Elmo? The little red puppet?
But I do know Elmo's last name is Monster. And the reason I know that is because well, at least at one point it was, because he was sitting on Santa's lap for a Christmas episode that you can see on YouTube, because I've watched it, 1,000 times. And he says, well, Elmo Monster, you're a good little monster.
Oh, Wes, you're right. Sesame Street is on HBO.
Yep.
Cookie Monster's real name is Sid?
Huh.
What?
I got some Cookie Monster socks today.
Sick. All right. Well, we just dove into that. They comfortable socks?
I'll let you know. I didn't try them on.
You're gonna be floating.
Look uncomfortable.
You're gonna be floating in space with those socks. I'm so looking forward to everyone seeing your setup. So that's a projector, right?
Yeah, it's like one of those things you'll see at the holidays when people have a bit. They're too lazy to put up Christmas lights, so they just put this in the ground to point at their house. But 14-year-old keeps it in his room. So psychedelic, whatever.
You definitely look way cooler with that.
Well, that's what I was going for. What was that? Why do you have it? Why do you have it? Oh, it's for anxiety.
I mean, it kind of goes with your last name, like Crystal. You know, you got that crystal.
We'll see. Here we go. End of the first quarter.
Wow.
See how it's received.
All right, everybody, get on the bus. Here we go, off to the planetarium for the big field trip. Wow, yeah, you look really cool.
You play Dark Side of the Moon.
Vid always says DK warned Glash about the Elmo. Not true. Actually, I haven't heard a word about it. So.
Well, you're not.
So I want to move my life. Now I feel as they got ruined here.
I guess I can give you the stats real quick. Dak Prescott, perfect passer rating, 2 for 2, 100 yards.
They put it right here.
And a touchdown to Amari Cooper. Burrow, the touchdown pass to AJ Green, and you're caught up on the scoring. Burrow, perfect 8 for 8. Pretty good. Pretty good start for both QBs.
How's that look?
Looks good. It looked good before.
Now I just got colors all over me.
What's funny is so the projector kind of moves slowly, and it doesn't shine on my face, but one of the ways it turns, it shoots right into my left eye for like a split second every 3 minutes or so.
You guys see this photo? That's me and Sarah on Space Mountain, Disney World.
That's exciting. I went on Space Mountain the last time I was at Disney World.
The problem is I can't show it to you guys because Sarah may have used a finger on her hand that we can't do in public. It's actually pretty hilarious. But, yeah, that's us on Space Mountain. You know, we got all the nice pictures.
Do you know how fast Space Mountain goes?
No, do you know? You tell me. You're in space right now. That's actually really funny. That is Space Mountain, and then looking at you. This is wow. This is great.
We can double check it, but I want to say it goes like 30 miles an hour. But because it's dark, you're disoriented. Here, I'll look it up right now. I swear.
No way.
All right, Space Mountain.
Wait, that's so cool that you're in space and I just have a picture of Space Mountain behind me.
And you're at a disco. 28 miles per hour.
Really?
The Seven Dwarfs Mine Train is faster at 34 miles an hour. Rock and Roller Coaster, 57 miles per hour. Yeah, you turn all the lights off and it totally changes the way you perceive it.
Spencer's in the chat asking Glash what happened to the costumes. Ran out. So now I just do lights. I do light shows.
Ran out of all costumes. Like after you use them, you throw them away.
Jay Tharp, what's up, man? How are you? Call me. Edward Pride.
Next up, fireworks. We'll wait until there's a buck sim and do it in honor of JPP.
Hey, well, we have done fire pit sims. I was doing those when I was in Parts Unknown with Sarah. We'd go up to the mountains for a weekend. Oh, whoops, that's the unknown, the mountains, and we just get a fire going. By the sim.
I'll try that again. We'll wait and do fireworks when we have Tampa in honor of JPP.
Oh gosh.
Okay, you caught it this time. All right, Bruiser B caught it the first time. Thank you.
Ooh, a jet sweep that might work.
Almost. You got John Ross? No, Boyd. Second carry for Boyd. Says Six Flags Great Adventure New Jersey has the fastest roller coaster. There's one that pops up that says, well, where's the Rock and Roller Coaster? 57 miles an hour.
Retease, did you know on Twitch, Sarah also has a picture of her and Kaufman on the log ride. You bite your tongue. That's hilarious, though, and really, just really well done.
So right now they're not doing fast passes at Disney. I talked to a friend who just went to Disney last week, and the fast pass, and actually another coworker went about a month ago. You can't get the fast pass going right now. And maybe it's because they limit the amount of people in the park anyway. So like, hey, if you're here, you're waiting 6 feet apart in the line.
Burrow glides to his right. Now he'll run for the first. That's
touchdown.
Give it to him.
Van Der Esch, come on. Look how fired. Why is Van Der Esch so excited? He tackled him on the inch line, and likely that was a score. I could have used that. I could have used that. Yeah, Daniel says that was in. Challenge it, virtual Zach Taylor. Let's see if his left knee touches. No, left knee touches. That's how they're ruling it. We don't have to like it.
All right.
So we can throw it to Uzama, I guess, because I get more points. No.
It's Bernard. Touchdown.
Easy. Gio with the sweet mustache.
Did I play him? I did. Let's go.
Congratulations. Look at that sweet celebration.
Sarah now in the chat says, I wish Kaufman would take me to Disney World. Excuse me, everyone. Everyone, pardon me for one moment. I took you to Disney World twice, and you didn't do this for your birthday. All right? That's not cool. I take it back. Bye.
Bye. I'm glad there was a bye. Like it was a phone call.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I'm glad that you said bye like it was a phone call. Why don't you just FaceTime? Just FaceTime.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. But, you know. We're all one big happy family here. David, don't. Let's see. Kevin, are you going to do the Marv Albert voice tonight? Well, if I don't do it, will you stay?
Can you do Kenny Albert? Or his brother Al Albert? He's called Nuggets games back in the day.
Hold on. Noah Moon, you were the last person to tell anybody of the 370 watching to chill out. So don't tell me to chill out, Noah Moon. No, I just do the Marv. I can't. Kenny, I gotta have to listen to more Kenny. I don't really get to hear Kenny all that much.
Well, he's starting to be the main voice on hockey now.
So he does hockey, obviously, with the Rangers. And then when he does football, he does all those NFC games that I don't get on TV here in Mass.
Yeah, you don't get them as frequently.
Right. So we rarely hear him. Mark Mantelli, appreciate that.
Zeke stuck. No game. Oh. They give him 3 yards.
Bill Hamilton is loving it. He's in 5th place now.
Noah Moon, Fantasy Hawk.
Hey. It's that Albert.
Yeah. Bill Hamilton, because he's killing us. I'm in 22nd place.
Oh, he was open. Come on.
CeeDee Lamb, he's in my lineup. Come on, Rook. Grab the football. Cedar Point is really good, says Jordan Lindenbaum. Talking to Monster One there. Cedar Point is that place in Ohio that has like the craziest roller coasters. Like it's supposed to be the best roller coaster amusement park in America.
Jimmy B says Kenny Albert is underrated.
Oh, Dak, if you just go to your left instead of spin back around, you're probably walking. There's noted Seattle Seahawk, Carlos Dunlap. Hey, Jay Cutler's hanging out in Vail.
Trying to think of it. Let me mute myself for a second. I'm trying to see if I can do Kenny. The Boston Bruins leading here in the 3rd period at the MSG, taking on the Rangers. Here's the opening faceoff, leads to a goal for the Bruins. I don't know. Thoughts?
Not bad.
You can tell me.
Yeah, I think it's passable.
At the Madison Square Garden. I feel like I'm doing him a disservice. He's better than that.
Yes, but
yes.
It's also like saying that your Marv Albert is is a 100% match for Marv Albert. It's an impression. No one's confusing you with Frank Caliendo or Joey Molinaro, who's coming big on the sports impression scene.
Joey does Colin Cowherd. It's so good.
Because Colin's good. You see Greg Giannotti do Francesca talking about vaccines the other day?
No.
That was as good as anything I've seen. I'll send you the clip.
Cadence needs to be slower, says Jimmy B.
For Kenny or for Marv?
Kenny Hubbard's unique. I mean that in a good way. Yes. Oh man. I listen to Colin a lot, so I should be able to do Colin, but I can't. Joe, I listen to Joey and I'm like, wow, I have no chance. Oh, big stop on 3rd and 3. Gio Bernard denied. Who did you captain again?
Cooper,
that's right. Okay.
That's why I'm in 24th place.
Oh boy. Hey guys, smash that like button. Let's try and work our way to 400. I know we've got a little less than 400 watching. Ernie Johnson. Kenny, Shaq, Charles, back here in the Atlanta studios. That's like me doing myself. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty good rhythm, though. I think you nailed that.
Shaq, let's go to the highlights and have a look at Kyrie Irving just doing everything he can through this defense. I don't know. I mean, look, you know something with Ernie?
The one thing EJ does is he trails off, gets a little deeper right as he's ending his last sentence.
Give me an example.
So, like what you said, Kyrie Irving, let's go to Brooklyn. Like it's not dramatic that. It's not dramatic. It's in the same kind of.
Let's go to Brooklyn. Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets.
He just drops down a little. Drops down one octave, but kind of at the same pace.
Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. But you know what Ernie does the best, and this is a good lesson for all. Just get out of the way and let those three guys do their thing.
He does do a good job of redirecting every now and then, and/or.
Right, he's a facilitator.
Calling them out or moving them along if they need to move them along, or going back to something if they try to move on, and the producers are telling them to keep hammering it.
Fantasy Hawk, Mr. Hawk, has arrived in the chat. Mr. Hawk, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
Tony Pagano really wants Michael Gallup to make a play here. I'd like to see Amari hit that bonus. Not on that play. Dak's taking 9 years to throw it.
Brian Anderson in the chat. Now everyone's on caps lock. Brian Anderson with Reggie Miller, Grant Hill.
I think Brian Anderson does a good job.
Excellent.
Very, very just solid. He's like Dan Shulman.
Shulman's got the pipes, man.
You know what Shulman does as well as anybody is go basketball to baseball and radio to TV without you noticing.
Yeah.
That's Koopa again.
Brian Anderson, what's up? How are you? That's 14-7 sim right now. Bernard and A.J. Green, the touchdowns for the Bengals. And for the Dallas Cowboys, Amari Cooper. 53 seconds left in this first half. David Israel says, what's up? Just came on. What happened to your boy Curry tonight? The one night I played Steph in NBA and he got sick. Like he was in the starting lineup and then all of a sudden he was a late scratch.
So now you're never playing him?
Yeah, I mean, but he's not my guy. I didn't play him tonight. No, I'm hanging. I'm doing all right.
Wonder what he's doing.
The Lakers are kicking the snot out of the Warriors tonight. That's what's going on. Oh, go! Amari again! 51-yard touchdown.
I'm coming for some of those folks above me. We'll see how it works out. They probably all have Cooper captain too. Yeah, only difference is they all have AJ Green and I don't. So.
Yeah,
but,
I didn't play Amari Cooper, and wow, I feel bad about myself.
I feel like a stupid idiot.
Yep, sure do.
133 yards, 2 touchdowns on just 4 catches in my captain spot. 48.45 in the first half. I'm in 5th place, but still 9 points behind Cristobal Cast and 8 points behind Get That Cheddar.
Get that cheddar, baby. Looking at the public free showdown. 2-way tie for first. AJ Green, Cooper in the captain. Duh. Prescott, Burrow, Green, Bernard, and Dalton Schultz. I like that lineup.
Curry has 37 fantasy points, says Congo Cal.
Jimmy B, yeah. Boog Shambi, who just got the Cubs job. He's my favorite on Sunday Night Baseball. The Pitch.
Yeah, Boog does a good job. But, Sunday Night Baseball the last couple of years has been Matt Vasgersian, right?
Yeah, I'm talking radio. My bad. Yeah, Sunday Night Baseball and radio. Yeah.
I wonder, did that go to Benetti, or will it?
Good question. I think he's, no question, interested in it.
He's in that ESPN pipeline.
Yeah, could be him. Could be someone else that should have been at the top of my head, but I can't think of it. I mean, Schulman. Schulman had it. Schulman had it. Yeah.
Well, he had it on TV, and he was just kind of over it, I think.
Yeah.
It was too much travel. Now that you can do it from your house, although I think he's
the Blue Jays guy.
I think he's having to stay in America more with college hoops. Like he's not going back to Canada because of the quarantine rules. Look at that Cowboys.
Fumble scooped up. Dallas ball inside the 15.
Don Terry Poe, former first-round pick of the Chiefs, scooping the almost score. Big fella who once threw a touchdown pass against the Broncos to rub it in a few years ago.
Gaming Dynamics says, "Remember me?" Oh, of course. No, Jimmy B. I think Boog is still at ESPN. He's not doing. I think he's still doing baseball, so he'll do both. He'll do Cubs games and then.
Are we sure? Are you sure he didn't just become the? I thought he just became the main guy for the Cubs network, Marquee Sports or whatever.
Right.
Throw it to Koopa. Throw it to Koopa.
He can do both.
Oh, Gallup. I was about to get really excited.
Yeah, he's doing both.
Oh, I have Gallup. Oh, I don't have Gallup. I have someone else's lineup. Feel That Breeze 101 has Gallup. I'm going to drop down a little bit here, I think.
Brixton is asking if Elmo will be announcing tomorrow.
That could be a good captain's play right now as well.
Elmo, yeah. Yeah, Cooper. I mean, Gallup. Yeah. So here you are in 5th place. Oh boy. Spenny Mac starting to really creep me out, man. I'm kind of here for it.
I'm typing on my laptop, looking at the big computer, and like, why didn't it show up?
Yeah. So Boog Shambi is going to do games at ESPN, so college basketball, and then he'll do some baseball.
Okay, so maybe he will.
Cubs baseball.
He'll keep doing the Sunday night game. Here's what'll be interesting.
I like him. I like him, Mendoza, even A-Rod. A-Rod's good in the booth.
Will Boog double up at all?
What do you mean, do
a Cubs game and then call Sunday Night Baseball?
I guess he could. Pandemic times.
Yeah. Right. Next year he can't. But
possibly.
Can he? Well, because here's the thing, too. ESPN probably just wants him to have a fast connection, right? So while he could easily do that from his house, let's say he's calling a Cubs road game from home, from their studios, why can't, I guess you just need to be careful in case the game goes to 9 extra innings or whatever. And maybe someone jumps in for him on the Cubs. They have 2 studios set up or whatever. Why couldn't he go from one studio to the next and just start calling Sunday Night Baseball?
Yeah. I mean,
maybe overthinking it.
If he really wants to work the game, I'm sure he'll he's got that say to make it happen. Burrow's going to take off, work his way back inside the hash for a first down. Freak of nature. Elmo is hiding. I did not think I'd walk into Elmo requests / wondering where Elmo is tonight. I really didn't. But
people want to hear the hits.
Elmo's a family friend. As producer Drew says, that seriously, the chat needs to make up their mind. He's still typing. He has something else for us. There's another catch. John Ross. Yeah, whenever normally Elmo shows up, they tell him to go away. Interesting how that works.
This is encouraging.
What do you got?
Timeline for COVID vaccines, 50 and up in Denver, or Colorado, March 21st. As my wife, who works in healthcare, told me, Johnson & Johnson getting approved is going to be a game changer in the world of vaccines for everybody because they distribute the most flu vaccines, so they already have the infrastructure in place to scale it and distribute it, and it's only one shot. So maybe they'll accelerate this thing and we can start going to games and concerts again. Like really going.
Yeah.
How great would that be if instead of it being end of July, June 1st, things can feel more quote unquote normal?
Yeah, it's 12% right now here in Boston. As of what day? March what? It's
March
coming
20.
up?
Oh, I don't know. March 1st is tomorrow.
I know, crazy man. We're coming up on, I think 4 weeks from tonight is the year anniversary of Sims. Yes, 4 weeks from tonight. Holy cow.
So my birthday is Wednesday, March 31st. While you can't deliver Chinese food to me directly, I can give you my address and you can send me DoorDash or the Asian place around the corner. They'll deliver.
Just to troll Kaufman, I actually might do that.
I'll send you their menu and I'll tell you
Please.
what we want from JP's Asian Bistro.
Wow. Just walking into all these requests.
Well, now you should do the buzzword as Elmo. That way you kill two birds with one stone.
No, I think the chat actually they responded. They don't want it. That's fine. That's good.
Okay.
It's good. I haven't talked to Twitch a lot tonight. Hi Twitch. Sorry. I'm a bad person. J-Man says, get the ball to Lamb.
He tried. Lamb didn't feel like catching it.
So Deltfish says Jeff Passan, who is at ESPN, and
yeah, of course.
Dan Levitard, apparently they do Elmo voice.
Oh, Passan's Elmo is really good. Passan's Elmo is as good as his Elmo is as good as his baseball info.
So now I don't feel as bad doing Elmo because I figured, this is really weird that a DraftKings announcer is doing Elmo.
No, he'll go on Levitard's show.
Guy at ESPN's doing it.
Yeah, he'll go on Levitard's show because I think one of the early times that Dan had him on, he's like, Jeff, what's something we don't know about you beyond obviously you covered all this baseball? Tell us something you don't know. He's like, I do a great Elmo impression. And then every time he comes on, Levitard, I think, wanted him to do something as Elmo. I've got a good story about Passan and I sneaking into a concert, Dave Matthews concert in Kansas City a million years ago.
Good time in concert. Does a good job.
Oh, Dave Matthews, yeah. But
yeah,
so does Passan. Yeah.
I went to a Dave show by myself once. It was fun.
I might have done that. I've definitely gone to a handful of concerts by myself. It's a band I really want to see, and I have a ticket and or people I want to go with can't make it for whatever reason.
Retease, did you know, Glash, make sure you're eating Chick-fil-A when doing the sim with Emerson. That's a very good idea.
Yeah, you should definitely. Well, are you guys even on your Chick-fil-A bets? Have they been paid off?
Yes.
Square?
Yes. Just
so
to make them jealous.
The third In-N-Out in Colorado opened this past week in the same parking lot as the Chick-fil-A that's really busy by the super busy mall in a pretty busy part of town. And they literally had 6 sheriffs out there, like, helping direct traffic. And cones everywhere. You have to line up almost a mile away in your car to get through the drive-thru line. Or you can just walk right up if you can find a place to park, which is what my 14-year-old and I did. We got our food in 5 minutes.
So I just looked at Spetty Mac's Twitter. We have some mutual followers. Interesting. Spenny.
Anyone of note?
Pat Mayo.
Okay.
The PME.
Who's your most famous follower? Koff? Emerson? Jesse?
Spice Adams follows me.
That's pretty good. Spice is great. That's who you should model your TikToks after.
Spice and I we did one of those Sims. It was April. I can't remember what month it was, but we hit it off. We had a great time. It was one of my favorite Sims we did when he came in and we did a Sim together. And then we hit it off so well, he ended up watching another stream the following week just on his own. He's in the chat and he's like, "Yo, what's up?" And like this was not even like a DraftKings thing where they were like, "Hey, Spice, we need you to be here." He showed up on his own. I send him a DM of the link to our Zoom, and he hopped on the call for a quarter. It was freaking cool. Awesome. It was me and Gary and Thorne. We had a great time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we've become, he thought I was nuts when I shaved my eyebrows. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Well, you're like, I'm nuts for way sillier things than shaving my eyebrows. Look at that getting planted.
Yeah,
Joe Mallet says, don't get this deadhead started on Concert Stories. Is Joe talking about himself in third person? I wonder if he's seen Bill Walton at a dead show. Bill's pretty easy to spot.
Yeah, so I guess, Spice and I are similar in that regard, that we're kind of nuts. So
yeah,
it worked out really well. We had a good show.
Hugh Jorgen says the Spice Adams Sim was classic. Was he just one and done?
Like I said, he did one as scheduled, and then he decided to hop in the chat, and I sent him the link to the Zoom, and he joined a second one.
No, that I get. I'm saying in general.
That was it.
Yeah. He, though, to me, is the gold standard for what a team's website should be. Now, he does a lot of other stuff kind of on the side, calls other games, I think, but he's pretty well featured on the Bears team site. And not that everybody has a Spice Adams, but in general, to me, I think every team should strive to have someone with that kind of personality that will be good with all the players in the locker room, will entertain followers or, the viewers of the team website, right? So whenever I talk to people that work in team web stuff that I'll just bump into, or I talk to Broncos folks, I'm like, this is who you need to duplicate. Now the Broncos use Steve Atwater. So he's in the Hall of Fame, and Steve's always got that smile. That's why he's a smiling assassin. But he doesn't have the same gregarious, bubbly personality that Spice has.
Sure.
All right, so yeah, I'll agree. Spice is more famous than Koff and Emerson. Although Jessie, with all the FaceTime she gets. Yeah. What's interesting about Jessie is that her name shows up on every commercial. Like most commercials, the spokesperson's name doesn't show up next to them. Like the girl that plays the AT&T girl, you don't see her name next to. I'm not being rude. I think it's cool.
J.E. says the early Sims had the cool guest commentators. Yeah, we had Michael Rappaport on. We had Nate Olson.
Well, you knew Nate wasn't going to be in for the long haul in this. He's got a couple other jobs that keep him pretty busy.
Yeah, so Emerson did the one with Rappaport and Nate. Kaufman did one with Scott Zolak.
That's fun, just because Zoe's so crazy.
Yeah, and then I worked with Spice. It was cool.
That is cool. Y'all couldn't get Ross Tucker to do him?
That's a great question. I don't think, have we asked him? Maybe producer Drew knows. I have no idea.
Ross is really busy too, though.
Those were done, Brandon. Those were done like when sports were not.
Right. Everybody was available.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The fact that Spice was in the chat with 1,600 other people at that moment was pretty cool. He actually, the sim that he worked, Spice Adams, was during the NFL draft. That was kind of cool. He was like monitoring the picks by the Bears. It was pretty funny. Oh, nice run here.
Dustin Stevens says, we talking Chicago Bears? Yes, we need Russell. There's about 28 teams that would take Russell Wilson or need Russell Wilson. Mike Ament says, I have to say, Cristal's too cool for school. Demeanor's grown on me, and I love it. I've been accused of being a lot of things. Too cool for school is not usually one of them, but I guess there's worse things to be called.
Embrace it. Back to Bernard.
I don't know who my most famous follower is.
Any Broncos players?
Sure, but I can do better than that. Melissa Joan Hart, but she follows 100,000 people.
I mean, you started me with Kaufman, so.
Yeah. No, there's a handful of Broncos players, former Broncos players like Chris Harris. Steve Atwater's in the Hall of Fame now. But we were co-hosts together. Kevin Durant follows me.
No way.
Swear to God.
That's pretty cool.
Schefter,
is it actually Kevin Durant?
100%. Yeah, I can show you.
Well, you know, the burners and.
No, right. I don't know if any of these burner accounts follow me, but it's a real number. Schefter and Ian, but that's because, you know, they don't want to get scooped, I guess. They're always worried about me scooping them on Broncos stuff. Just kidding. But they do follow me. Pat 40 just started following me. He's a Broncos fan, though.
You are, you're following, you got the ins and outs of a NFL organization.
Oh, Kenny the Jet, too, but Kevin Durant's more famous than Kenny the Jet. Yeah, you see it? You see it on the screen there?
Hold on, keep it there for 5 seconds. Oh yeah, that is pretty cool. How many people does he follow?
1,465. Whereas Melissa Joan Hart from Sabrina the Teenage Witch,
you got me thinking now. Like, who does follow me? I think it's Spice. I think that was the one that rolled off the tongue.
Melissa Joan Hart, this appears to be her account, follows 162,000 people, but has 658,000 followers, and somehow Melissa Joan Hart of Sabrina the Teenage Witch follows me. I don't know why. I don't think she's a Broncos fan. Bonzo says that Durant follows you. That's a cough follow.
That's exactly what I was giggling at.
That's funny.
And you know what? It's not wrong.
Throw it to Uzama.
It's not wrong.
Uzama.
Come on, Joe. Go. Touchdown. Bengals, man. They're fun to watch in Sims. I like Bengals Sims.
You know who that might be good for? Is me. Because I have Joe Burrow and the three people ahead of me do not.
Ooh, I have.
Get that Cheddar, who's in first, though. Oh, Hasbro. So I'm going to jump to second, I think. Get that Cheddar is going to be too hard to catch. Unless Uzama scores.
Someone from our production team screenshot Noah Moon, said something nice about the play. Said, nice juke. Hey, Spenny Mac 84, I found you on Twitter. Shot you a follow, buddy. Looking forward to following your content.
That's the one thing I do feel bad for people that follow me that aren't Broncos fans. If I show up in there, you know, it's a weird algorithm, right? But like someone like Kenny Smith, who we used to work together. During a Broncos press conference, or a series of press conferences, like on a Wednesday where the quarterback will talk, the coach will talk, Von Miller will talk, one other, right, in a normal year, there could be upwards of 40 tweets from me about the Broncos, or post game or during a Broncos game.
Part of the job, though, right?
Yeah, I think they get it. I guess they could stop following me. The Melissa Joan Hart one is the most perplexing, or the most curious. Because, one, why does she follow 162,000 people? Like, how are you getting it? What does her timeline look like? And she has 658,000 followers. Wait, how did I not jump up higher? Oh, I got 6 points for the touchdown, but I'm still on the heels to feel that breeze and Cristobal cast. No one's catching Get That Cheddar. Unless he's on gonna have to be my guy here.
You've won first in one of these, right?
A couple times. I think I've got 2 wins, not even a third recently. Herb Albanaz, BK Superstar trait, name dropping.
I've won twice too. I think that's it. I haven't won in a while. I've been bad. Like, I've been really bad. Like, I haven't finished like top 15 in like a while.
Bill Hamilton says I have Burrow too, BK, but he's my captain. And then you get 4 laughing emojis.
Kyle, yes, buddy. I'll be on Madden After Dark tomorrow night.
And Tuesday.
With Brandon Kristoff. Jimmy B says,
Go to Koopa.
It was a bad decision. Oh, there's Zeke, midfield. Mike McDonald. Yep. Spenny Mac dropping the golf knowledge. Mayo, Reed Fowler doing their thing as well. Check them out. PGA website also DK Nation, the playbook. Reed was on the golf broadcast on Friday.
Yeah, on the website or on Golf Channel.
So I think he was on the website and also NBC Sports Gold.
Okay. They always ask me to subscribe to that when I try to click on it on my app, and I decline because I don't care about the Olympics when they aren't the Olympics enough.
Joe here on YouTube says Google Analytics follows me on Twitter. I'm one of
That's
only
pretty cool.
404. It has 1.1 million followers. No idea why they follow me.
They just want to track you as part of their algorithm. Pete Yorn used to follow me during Tebow Mania, but then he stopped like a couple years later.
All right, so we're at the end of 3. Yeah, and guys, by the way, if you're interested, speaking of Twitter follows, you should go follow me on TikTok. Trying to get the TikTok growing.
You should download TikTok, create an account, and then follow Glash.
Yeah,
I'll get my 14-year-old to follow you. Are you Brendan Glasheen, or did you try to jazz it up?
I took the Brandon Cristal advice, first last name.
We're brand building for you, bud. Especially with TikTok now. Hey, Andre Vlakakis says LeBron follows me. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. Are you from Ohio, Andre? That's like, what's the connection? Any connection? I mean, it doesn't have to be. I'm just interested. Spenny Mac, good stuff, buddy. Way to plug it. Hey, I have no
Bill Hamilton's on my heels. Billy X is 4 points behind me, give or take 3.5. He's in 6th. I'm in 5th. He's calling me out in the chat. Let me look at his roster so I know who to cheer against. He has Zeke, so we have to cheer against Zeke. He has Gio. He has Schultz. I don't think we've said Schultz's name. He has zeros. But Koopa and Burrow, good stack.
Oh, Mike, amen. Great, thank you. Gas car. I'm on LinkedIn with Kurt Schilling. Does that count?
There you go. Mike's 14-year-old's following you too. Great, perfect.
Hey, I mean,
that's how you build up followers. Text Spice Adam, get him to follow you on TikTok.
He's got to have a TikTok, right?
Well, when you tweet at someone, right, you can say, hey, tweet at me or whatever. When you tell someone to send it, like, how do you interact? You say, hey, TikTok at me? You wouldn't say that. That vernacular wouldn't sound right.
Follow me on TikTok. That's it.
Yeah, but I'm saying to communicate. Like, you would say, hey, tweet at me.
Oh, I see. I mean, you can direct message on it.
Sure, but
TikTok me?
Yeah, TikTok me. That can't be. I don't know. You're gonna have to find out what people say to each other.
You're asking good questions.
How about Dak? Bad underthrow, and Gallup wasn't even aware of where the ball was.
Ken Freeman in the chat. I'm not wearing hockey pads.
I really need to use TD here. That would be huge. Joe Burrow outside shot at the bonus. I don't love his chances, but if he passes for this whole drive, then I'll be way closer to it.
I'm not wearing hockey pads. I watched Dark Knight Rises the other night. I was getting basketball prep work done last night.
Yeah.
It's like just one of those movies. Like, I mean, I come in here and I do Batman things too, and I'm just like, that's great background noise. Just epic. You know, he's doing the push-ups and he's getting out of the hellhole and climbs out of it. Oh, it's got me all fired up.
Do you ever watch the show Jesus and Miro on Showtime?
No, but I've heard good things.
Yeah, so the other day they were talking about superheroes. I'm not sure exactly how it came up, and then they brought up Batman, and Miro says, Batman's not a superhero. Batman's Michael Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg took karate.
That's good.
And so I tweeted at him because I'm like, that's the funniest breakdown of Batman. And the show tweeted me back or retweeted my tweet. But I wasn't trying to even get a tweet. I just thought it was so damn funny. I'm like, oh, this is got me rolling. I think the way he exactly says was Michael Bloomberg. He didn't say took karate. So like went to karate.
Cater in the chat says, I swear, every time I try and watch a stream or follow my lineup in any way, They immediately suck. Just need to check back the next day, I guess.
Uzama.
Just the way that reads, I feel bad for Cater. It's like, you know what? Like, I try to watch and have a good time, and it just doesn't go well. It's great. Brian Anderson has tweeted saying, solid light show on Madden After Dark. Need some dry ice smoke action next time.
Sure.
I don't want to get hurt. But yeah, man. I know, I'm with you, CEH. Not cool. This John Ross treatment is not good. Let's see. Hey, Spaz, thanks. Spaz 13, thank you.
You have to call out which Spaz. You're talking about Spaz 13 specifically.
Yes. That's the username.
Right. If you say Spaz, nobody knows you're talking to me.
Very good point.
Is that Koopa again?
Let's get the X Factor. So they're in Bengals territory, tied 21.
The question is, can I catch crystal ball cast or feel that breeze? I'm not catching it. That cheddar. Maybe if Uzama scores late. Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
What's funny, so when you go back and see all these clips from the Golden Globes, is everybody's on Zoom for the most part, except for Amy Poehler and Tina Fey in front of small audiences in New York and LA, split up. But all of the award nominees are all in, Zoom boxes. And Sudeikis is sitting there. He wins for Ted Lasso, spoiler alert. And he's just wearing a hoodie, a tie-dyed hoodie. And looks like he may have, be in an altered state is the accusation. But some guys are like in tuxedos, or girls are in like super fancy dresses, and some are dressed down. Cooper again gets a catch.
This guy, man, this might be a mind-changing kind of sim for me, watching Amari Cooper play the way he is.
And I picked a good game to captain Amari.
What did we say for a buzzword? We're going to do the Bluey.
That was one nominee.
Anyone have nominations for the buzzword? Put them in the chat now. Buzzword nominations. Go.
But you got to do it as Elmo.
All right, fine. Fine.
Devin Booker has 40 points through 3 quarters.
He's coming alive, huh?
This might be my first week I win my season-long fantasy basketball.
BK, do you know All-Star Game? Is it a week from tonight?
March 7th. So, yeah, a week from tonight.
Oh. Cool.
So I'm going to get ready for my anniversary by watching the All-Star Game.
They're going to do everything in one day, right? They're doing a dunk contest, and then
I think they're doing it like a pregame and halftime.
Really? That's cool. I kind of like that idea. Cram it all in one day.
Isn't it kind of a bummer that there's Gio, that we're going to have LeBron's going to have one of the most storied careers in NBA history, and he's never going to have been in a dunk contest? Not that he needed to be.
Has Zion ruled it out?
I don't even know who's in it. Let's see if anybody's been announced.
I think Zion, there was a report where he said it the other day that he's not against it, but yeah, Zach LaVine ruled it out. Zach LaVine's a damn good player. Zion's been teasing at it.
Obi Toppin and Anthony Simmons. Zion hasn't ruled it out. Yeah. Cassius Stanley to participate. So Anthony Simons, Obi Toppin, Cassius Stanley to participate per reports.
The fact that it's all on the same day.
Halftime of the All-Star game?
I feel like I'd be more inclined to just do it, right? Like, if you're LeBron, why not? Just do it. Like,
yeah, you're there.
An extra day.
Throw it off the glass, jump over somebody, and call it a day.
And, if you're LeBron and you do it at age 36, that'd be pretty badass.
Throw it to Uzama.
Jordan did the dunk contest, right?
Twice or 3 times.
Look at you want to catch Jordan, LeBron? Hey, I'm just saying.
Kobe did it too, right?
Oh, Kobe did it. Come on, LeBron. Perfect time.
You're there. You're already loose.
It's not a second day. It's all on the same day. Just do it. Oh, we need a buzzword. 10:58. What's the word? What are we going to do?
I don't care.
How about
Louis, I don't feel like is connecting with him.
No, we need a word.
What'd you do for Zion?
Space. We'll do space for our backgrounds.
Yeah, I like 2 syllables, but it's your thing.
Space. Spaceball. Spaceballs?
That's a good movie.
Good movie. Space Mountain? Planets?
Space Mountain. Space Mountain's 3 syllables. Well, it's 8:59, so I'd get going. 11:59.
All right, space in 3, 2, 1. We're doing space. 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 Space balls. Space. 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 Space.
Space Man.
Space.
Space
Space.
Mountain.
Space. 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 Space.
Space Shuttle.
Space. Space. Space.
Juliet.
Space. 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 Let's go to space. 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 Space.
Outer.
Space. Space. Space.
Inner.
Space. 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 Let's go to space. 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 Space.
Space camp.
Space. 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 Space.
Deep
Space.
space.
Space. Space. Space. Space. Space, 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 space,
Mute.
space, 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 space.
Jam.
We've
What's Space
been-
Jam? Space Jam
We've
2.
been jammed.
Space Jam 2's coming. That's how LeBron catches MJ.
Ooh, nice catch. John Ross?
Yeah. John Ross, the boss. Yeah, Space Jam 2 is going to be on HBO Max. I'm all about it. Got some Space Jam socks. Got some Toon Squad socks. Comb the Desert. It's huge. That's one of my all-time favorites. You found anything? No. Found anything? We ain't found. Uses profanity. Or the luggage code. Or the code to the shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The code an idiot would use on his luggage.
Stefan says, imagine if real NFL commentators decided to do this instead of calling the game.
Depends on how bad the game is. This game's actually pretty good. We just, I don't know, we call it scoring plays.
There's requirements for the
Gio
most part.
Bernard running for 8 yards doesn't get me that excited. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's Gio. I don't think it was a good day to fade Joe Mixon, huh?
Yeah. Picked him at the right time.
Does anyone care about Anthony Simons or Cassius Stanley? Like, at least Obi Toppin was the 8th pick in the draft. No, I dropped from 3rd to 5th after that Gio run.
You're in trouble.
Well, no one's catching Get That Cheddar unless we can connect with Uzama here. Come on.
Burrow hands it to Mixon. He gains 5.
He needs to hand it to, or throw it to Uzama is what he needs to do.
Right now, looking at the public free showdown. Got a two-way tie for first. Lewis 67 and B Real 4201.
What's
Cooper
their
and the
score?
captain.
What's their score?
122.19.
Somehow the big contest always has higher scoring than ours.
They're just better. More of a sample.
Yes.
too.
Yeah, but there's
Second
only
and
so many
5.
players. All right, here we go. This could be Uzama touchdown that could propel me past Get That Cheddar. I am down 113.51. There's people in front of us, but they don't have Uzama. 107.91, so that's less than 6, and I'll get 6 plus the catch. I will jump to first place if Uzama scores, and I think Billy X will jump to 3rd.
There's a path for Brandon Cristal.
Throw it to Uzama, Burrow. Do something for once in your life. What? Well, now we'll see a knifing play by Vander Esch to make it 2nd and 5. 2nd and goal and 5. Frank White says, ain't happening, BK. We'll see. I got 4 downs. Well, I guess 3 downs because they kicked a field goal. Oh, they're just going to kick field goal anyway. This is boring. Yeah, they aren't throwing now. Maybe they are. No, inside handoff.
Call me says Spenny Mac gave me the Zoom notes. Uzama with the touchdown.
No, inside
Not
handoff.
happening.
All day.
Bernard!
Gio, that could shake things up a bit.
I got him.
Does Cristobal Cast have Gio? Yeah, we're going to have does he get that cheddar? No, Cristobal Cast jumps to number 1. I dropped to 8. Billy X ahead of me. Let's see. I just saw a highlight of that Giannis block on Zubats. Jeez. They should just have all-stars be in the dunk contest. It has to be all-stars. So
I like that too.
Ron. Is Zion going to be in the all-star game?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the reserves other than I saw where Devin Booker wasn't and then he was.
All right. Well, we got 45 seconds, 3 timeouts.
Let's see if there's a little Dak
I'm
magic.
sorry, no timeouts. Dallas used all its timeouts. I'm looking at the other side. My bad.
They did.
All right. Thank you all for tuning in with us on a Sunday night. Madden After Dark. We'll give you the schedule for tomorrow. When this one's over, also break down the winning lineup, give you the player of the game, the Not My Kid Award, go through the leaderboard in our free roll, also the big contest, and wrap up the night. Good sim. This is better than last one, for sure.
And I told you I'd do better. I had a better handle on this. I'm an 8th.
Yeah, it's a better flow.
If I can finish in the top 10, I'll take it. Winning's better than top 10, but still. I guess if I can beat everybody here working. You know where the ball was dropped, and probably my fault for even bringing it up in the first place. I do have CD Lamb. Maybe I'm jumping up here. Was keeping track of how the announcers did each time in these free contests, in the showdowns.
Yeah, that is something you've talked about.
But then they did it like the very first day of January, and then we moved on. And I can't blame them. They got enough to keep track of with player of the game. Which I think is going to be Amari Cooper, even in a loss.
Well, that first play, getting to CD Lamb, jumped out of bounds to stop the clock. That time, Dak missed his man, but it does stop the clock. 2nd and 10 at the 43.
Cooper's got 47 points in the captain spot.
All right. Cooper is at the bottom of the screen.
Throw it. Boring.
Come on, gotta move.
How are you gonna check it down in the middle of the field?
Come on. Dak Prescott's throw power just 89, but look, they're at the 45. They're close enough.
They definitely need to take a shot at the end zone or out of bounds. I would not kick
Go to the sideline.
Nope.
Dak. Oh my God.
Stacked.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh!
Is that for all the people that played Jarwin? There you go. Just like last game with Funchess. Does Jarwin help propel anyone? Virtual Mike McCarthy, it's your fault for being a terrible coach.
Wow. I mean, Dak made that look so cool, like very Eli-esque.
Did look like Eli. I thought for sure he's about to get sacked by Dunlap there. Somehow squeaks out. The problem is you can't throw it 14 yards shy of the end zone when there's no time left.
I got so excited at the end, like, oh, trying to speak into existence a crazy play. Jim, I don't know, Jim, that was crazy, Jim. Oh, Jim, I love being here. That was crazy.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I did the Romo Nance thing.
Pretty good.
Oh, Tony, got to call the Big Ten championship game very soon. Let's call the heck out of this football game, Tony. All right, Jim. Oh, man. No, wrong camera. Great. All right, let's go to the stats. Here we go. Prescott, 14 of 18, 245, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Burrow, 22 of 25, 211, and a touchdown. Good sim for Dak. Get those extra yards at the end.
Joe Mixon finished with 49 yards somehow.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, it's not terrible for him.
There's a couple times where I might have said Gio. It had to have been Mixon, or you said Gio and it was Mixon. I don't know. I finished in 6th place. Where'd you finish?
82nd.
Also, I'm much better than you. Cooper, 6 for 135 and 2 scores. Pretty darn good work. John Ross, 6 catches, 82 yards. Huh.
Uzama, he came alive too in the second half.
AJ Green, 4 for 48. CeeDee Lamb, 3 for 29. Zeke, 3 for 37.
So who do you like for player of the game? The captain in the winning lineup for the public contest was Cooper.
And in ours, it was Cooper.
Yeah. I mean, Amari, that's pretty monster game. Bonus, 2 touchdowns.
First half, 47.1.
Only 39% owned in our contest.
Yeah. And only 6.7 in the captain in our contest. So, yeah, I think it's Koopa.
How about the Not My Kid award? Who stunk? Tyler Boyd, what did he do? He had like a jet sweep handoff. We have Boyd's numbers.
I think he had 2 carries. Anybody that played Schultz, but you shouldn't have. He got a 0.
Boyd.
CeeDee Lamb was owned 39.9%.
It's Gallup. Oh, Gallup had a touchdown.
Gallup had a touchdown. CeeDee Lamb only had 5.9 points in the flex.
How about Zeke? Zeke was kind of bad.
Let's see what Zeke did in the flex. Jarwin, 4.2, and that all came on basically that
Zeke,
last
9
drive.
points. It's Zeke. 27 rushing yards.
What was his ownership? 81%. Yeah. 30% captain in ours. I'm sure it was comparable. I can look at the big contest here quickly.
All right.
So Zeke was most owned, 77.53. Under 10 points when you're the most owned. That's a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award if there's ever been one.
All right, here is the schedule for tomorrow, and we'll get going. So Monday, March 1st, we flipped the calendar again in Simland. Wow. By the way, Jim from Game Ops has already left our Zoom call, so that means he's already done. So
Jim works fast.
Yeah, he does a good job. Hats off to Jim, producer Drew, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, and to you guys also. So hit that like on the way out.
Fun Sunday night. Fun Sunday night.
Yeah. You guys stuck with us. Retease, Did You Know? Fooligan, Energy 311, Smash Lenta on the Twitch side. Thanks, guys. CJ71, Wes. Here's the schedule. Here we go. March 1st, noon Eastern. You'll start your day. Chargers at the Eagles with Adam Kaufman and Christian DeAndrea. I will join Christian at 2 for Raiders at Lions. Then at 4, Washington football team at the Bucks. You'll have Emerson and Jason Rossi. 6 o'clock, Ravens at the Chiefs. Rossi will stick around and he'll have Kenny Ducey with him. Then at 8, Adam Kaufman returns. He'll be with Tommy Freeze Pops, Vikings at the Jags. And then I'll come back for Madden After Dark tomorrow night, 10 Eastern. Panthers at Rams, myself and Freeze Pops. Brandon Cristal is back Tuesday night.
What's the name of the game before Madden After Dark?
Primetime.
Okay.
It's a cough. Cough has names for them.
Yeah, sure.
I don't really remember them. Primetime I remember because we had primetime all the time. Prize pools were a little bigger. So, all right, buddy. Good stuff.
Likewise, yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you in the morning. And
oh yeah, I will see you in the morning.
When we talk about this bus, I expect you to.
I will get on the bus. You'll be driving the bus. I'll get on it. Proverbially, you absolutely will not be driving the bus in real life.
Right. Here we go.
That was awesome. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you all. Good night. Catch you tomorrow. The Dream Stream is here every day here at DraftKings, YouTube, Twitch, Game Center.
Yeah, Brixton, we're not going anywhere.
Yes. Noon Eastern. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.